Tuesday began with a game of basketball for 34-year-old Michael Lynch. Then he went to his job at Cantor Fitzgerald on the 104th floor of Tower 1 and called his wife. She hasn't heard from him since.
I would say it was about 8:30, and he just said that he was at work and he had finished playing basketball, he was there, and that he would talk to me later, and that was the last time I spoke to him.
What have the last 24 hours been like, and what's been your strength as you've watched events unfold on television and listened to what's happened and read about it?
Well, I'm just trying to be strong for Caroline.
Since the towers crumbled, Michelle Lynch has been keeping a vigil at her Stuyvesant Town apartment, surrounded by her family, including 1-year-old Caroline.
It's a roller coaster of emotions. You have hope, and then you have no hope, and you just want answers.
But tonight, another evening is passing, and there's still no word from Michael.
He was generous and loving, thoughtful, and the best father and husband that we could ever hope for. We just hope he's safe and not suffering.
We do too. Tuesday's terror attacks are catastrophic enough for the adult victims, but many who died left little ones who will grieve for them and other children unable to understand what happened. Julia Chavez visited a New Jersey school where the staff is trying to help these children cope.
This is how students at Brookdale Elementary in Bloomfield began their day. Under the American flag at half-staff, they had a moment of silence.
For all those who lost their lives in this tragic event.
The devastation and destruction at the World Trade Center was the topic of discussion in every classroom.
They tried to evacuate as many people as they could, as quickly as they could, but just think about how big those buildings are and how many tens of thousands of people worked in them and visited them every day.
Teachers tried to address concerns. Children were asking many questions about the tragic events in our country. Many went to their parents.
It's hard. My dad was in World War II, and he never wanted me to see this. Never mind her. It's horrible.
Mia Solero has 2 children. She says it's been one of the hardest things she's had to deal with as a parent.
You know, I have a 5-year-old son who starts nursery school today, and he said to me last night, "Are they going to bomb my school too?"
You never are comfortable with situations this horrific.
Since the tragedy can be difficult for young ones to comprehend, officials at the 11 schools in Bloomfield are offering help.
I'm really upset about what happened to the Twin Towers.
Counselors, social workers, and psychologists are on hand to help kids deal with the crisis.
We're letting the children know that they're safe. A lot of children were concerned about danger to themselves, to the school, to their families, so we're just reiterating that they are safe.
With these images seen on national TV, counselors say parents should monitor what children are watching.
You know, if the children seem to be disturbed by it, then don't watch it while the children are in the room. Put a video in. Turn on another station.
Julia Chavez, Fox 5 News.
All these stories coming out in the days and weeks and months ahead. Well, joining us again is someone who's been with us throughout the evening, former FBI investigator and Senior Vice President of Control Risks Group, an international security consulting firm, Bill Daley. And Bill, welcome back. We love having you here. You have a particularly unique perspective because after the World Trade Center bombing in 1993, you were instrumental in helping redesign the security. If you would, tell us a little bit about your role and how familiar you are with the World Trade Center.
Well, you know, Lori, and this is more from a very personal perspective. Yes. You know, we've been talking about this more as for the public appetite and what they need to hear from a news perspective. But I was actually sitting in the studio yesterday, just shortly after the second plane hit, and sat here and watched on the monitors as the buildings crumpled, knowing very well that people who I know, who I've worked with over the years, were in those buildings, because they were people who were personally involved in redeveloping not only security but fire life safety. I would have to say, from a personal perspective, I know people now who are unaccounted for. I know people who would have been there next to the fire command people who were also now killed, and would have been directing people out. They also redesigned the way people get out of the buildings more quickly, easily, better lit staircases. So there are some true heroes here that people won't know their names, but they are the heroes.
Do you think because of the redesign work that was done, more people were saved on Tuesday?
Without a doubt. There's no doubt about it that the lessons learned from the first incident not only helped the World Trade Center, but also other buildings around the world. People from the Port Authority have gone out and spoken to groups and people who build buildings and service buildings to better understand the way to deal with calamities. Certainly nothing like anyone would have expected we saw yesterday, but those that broached severe terrorist attacks.
Bill, since you specialize in risk and controlling risk, what do you think is going on at other buildings in New York City and other skyscrapers around the country right now? We have heard that we need to be on the lookout and be alert for other potential attacks. So what's going on?
Well, the things that I'm hearing from clients that we work with, from just observations here in New York, is that a lot of the buildings have bunkered down. They've tightened up security where they're screening people coming into the buildings. Where I believe after this we'll be reevaluating certain aspects of how buildings deal with crises, how they deal with security. This incident that occurred is so far out on the spectrum of certainly things that have occurred in the past and things that buildings can deal with. But there are things day to day that are threats that are still going to be existing no matter where we go in the future that people need to look at.
And I just want to remind folks what we're looking at here. And this is literally a hand-to-hand bucket brigade that is going on. And you know, we've been showing this video for the last 24, 36 hours or so. And I don't want it to lose its importance. Look at what these people are doing, hand by hand, going through this rubble, trying to help find any survivors, and then the grim task of finding victims. And this is going on right now at 3:30 in the morning. Bill, if you would sort of tell us a little bit more about what these folks are going through, these very brave fire department workers and these police officers.
Well, having known many of them personally, people who are in the fire department, people in the police department in New York, these people are ones that put aside their personal safety and well-being, the well-being of their families. There are people working 24 hours a day, neighbors, friends of mine. People are out there digging in, literally and figuratively. And people need to understand when they look at these pictures, and it's difficult for those who may not have visited that area, that we are talking about, when we talk about square blocks, we're talking about probably quarter-mile sections that had been literally leveled. There are buildings that I've worked in that are now no longer standing, or those that are ready to fall down, and some that will have to be taken down because they were too close and they've suffered some structural damage. So we're talking about an area that I would imagine has to be totally encompassing close to probably about half square mile in total that's been affected by this.
What happens down there? I mean, perhaps it's too premature to be talking about the future, but at some point they're going to have to try to decide what to do, what would be appropriate to do in this particular space down in Lower Manhattan, and what would be appropriate?
Well, you know, the first reaction is, you know, let's rebuild. Let's go back. We'll show them. We'll rise again from the ashes. Practically speaking, it may be something different. We may not need to do that in order to accomplish that same, you know, level of rebuilding. I don't feel as though if we built another tower, we would be at any more risk than we are today. We still have other landmark buildings in New York, places where tourists gather, and other high-profile locations. But there may be a practical issue there. There may be one even, almost in a sense, memorializing those people who worked in those towers, that maybe we don't want to do the same thing over again. We don't want to have these try to replace what the towers stood for. And I think there's probably some psychological effect that people have to deal with, and that is any people working in tall buildings around the country and notable buildings. What does it mean for them? And it will take a while for a whole psyche to really readjust to this. And I think that's why we all need to be looking towards the future, towards readjusting how we live, work, how we handle our personal security, how we handle our country's security, and I think we'll then feel a lot better.
There's so much we can talk with you about. As I look at these pictures, I can't take my eyes off them, and We may have met some of these folks, some of these police officers, fire officials, you know, walking the beat in our neighborhoods. How do they keep going? I realize that you're not a former police officer, but you have worked with many of these people. How do you keep going hour after hour in something that is so incredibly serious?
I think what it is that they realize that this is their chance, this is their opportunity to help people who can't help themselves. And I think that's why people go into these services, is there's a bit of altruism, is they have a choice of going into, you know, business or something else, and they say, I'm going to go into a business that helps people. Certainly the pay isn't there, there's challenges there even in the city today with pay scales. So these people are doing it for the fact that they want to help people, and this is the true sign of people reaching out and helping their fellow neighbors. We have people who have come down to that site to help, from fire departments and rescue companies, from the surrounding area, from states far, far away. So it certainly is a tribute not only to people here in New York, but throughout the country who have literally helped.
And Bill, with your background with the FBI, the investigators, are they in there right now while all of this work is going on?
They are. In fact, once in a while, in some of the shots you'll see FBI windbreakers out there. Knowing how they work, they would be documenting the area, photographing it, be looking at various pieces of evidence as they may feel evidence comes up during the digging. They're, of course, looking for certain things that may help them, whether it's the flight recorders or other information that comes out as a result of digging through this. And it's an undaunting task. It's a dangerous task. There's obviously they're limited by the fact that this is, as I said before, literally square blocks of city now in rumble.
William Daly is a former FBI investigator, currently with Control Risks. Thank you very much, William, for joining us now and actually throughout the night. We appreciate it.
Thank you both.
Really appreciate your perspective. Thanks very much.
You know, depression and despair could very easily come with this kind of a disaster, and that would seem completely appropriate for a lot of people, and the American people are a resilient one. John Dupree has this heartwarming story.
An extraordinary disaster, a remarkable response. It wasn't just New Yorkers lining up around the block to give blood.
They'll call you when they're ready.
In the first 6 hours after the attacks, 700,000 Americans volunteered to roll up their sleeves.
It's been overwhelming. You know, the outpouring of love and support from the community is really heartfelt.
This Red Cross Center has seen record numbers of blood donors. Many realize their blood may not be used by East Coast victims, but it doesn't matter.
It could have been me. And if, God forbid, it happened here in one of our buildings, I sure hope people in New York would be helping us out as well.
I know it's a horrible, horrible thing, but you know, it's nice to be part of the sort of a community of people who are really willing to help.
The crisis has sparked an explosion of patriotism as Americans rally around the flag.
Flag and banner, may I help you?
This store sold 200 Star-Spangled Banners before noon Wednesday.
The United States flag represents freedom, represents the lives that have been lost for our freedom, for our independence.
Americans want to do something, anything, to help and to show their support for the victims.
But just take 15 seconds starting right now and just a quick moment of silence.
1,500 radio stations went silent at 8:42 a.m., 24 hours after the first plane struck. Churches, synagogues, and mosques report enormous turnout at special worship services. Religious and civic groups are raising countless dollars through money drives, all in response to an act of violence meant to terrorize, but one which in its aftermath seems to have galvanized Americans. In Los Angeles, John Dupree, Fox News.
Well, information continues to come into Fox News Channel fast and furiously. There are some new developments in the investigation of who was responsible for Tuesday morning's dastardly attacks in Washington and New York. Let's go now to Fox Central. Well, Todd Connor is standing by. Todd, what's going on?
Well, Lori and Rick, Rita Cosby has been talking to her law enforcement sources, and she's passed along a little new information for us. Her sources tell Fox News that searches have now taken place so far at 20 locations in 6 states in this investigation for the suspected hijackers. The states are Maine, Massachusetts, Florida, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Virginia. Other states are expected to have homes and businesses searched on Thursday, including some possibly on the West Coast. Now, earlier we had heard that there were as many as 50 people involved in this attack on America. Her sources also say that they have some evidence that someone had been coordinating this attack, most likely from the U.S., for more than a year. And they go on to say that there are indications that at least one of the hijackers had a ramp pass, which would allow him to get on the ramp area prior to takeoff, which would enable him to get access to the plane, the catering service, etc., which would provide many, many opportunities, as you two know, to get items smuggled onto the plane, such as knives or fake bombs that they may have had with them. They also say some of the hijackers' passenger tickets were purchased by cash. Others, as many as 7, were purchased through the same credit card number. And one last thing, the source tells Rita Cosby that the Pentagon appears to have also been an intended target for the hijackers, that it wasn't an entirely last-minute change to hit it, although it may have been a last-minute change for that plane to hit it. Possibly when the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania could not make its target, which could have been the Pentagon, then the plane that struck the Pentagon, which may have been intended for a different target, possibly the White House. That's why that plane struck the Pentagon. So that is the latest from Rita Cosby and Fox News. We'll bring more information to you in the next few minutes or so. Lori and Rick?
All right, Todd, so many developments just keep coming in. It's almost hard to keep up, but we want to keep all of you informed. And we also want to know what's on your mind. This is a very tough time for everyone, and perhaps by calling in, it may help a little bit. And of course, you can always call us at 1-888-TEL-FOX. The phone lines are open. We'd love to hear from you.
As we take a look at a live picture of this bucket brigade that continues to go on at the rescue site down in Lower New York City. Our first caller on the line is from Pennsylvania. And Rose, you're on. Hi, Rose. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm calling about, I guess, is I've had tremendous disappointment and building anger all day about the fact that these pilots were from Afghani. They were educated and learned all their skills to sabotage our country, right in our country. And I'm a little upset that our intelligence wasn't more on top of this information to make us feel more secure. And I know that you can't profile every single person from the Mideast, but we've been warned for years that these groups were going to come after us, and it just disappoints me with the technology that we have that our intelligence was not more on top of this through the websites and just through listening, watching these kids at these schools in Florida. What were they doing? What type of lifestyle did they live, and where were they from? What kind of activity went around them? I think these schools should be a lot more responsible for who they have come in to it, and what they do. They're just not responsible.
Yeah, Rose, you're not alone in voicing upset with the intelligence community. In fact, lawmakers in Congress are also very upset, and you can bet that when the new budget is agreed to, that there will be a lot more money devoted to the intelligence community and those efforts, which is something that we hear has really been scaled back on the last couple of years, and that will obviously change.
We took it for granted. We would see this bin Laden's face flashed on the news, and we'd look and we'd go, I myself would look and go, what a fool, what's he up to? But we're safe. We don't have to worry about him.
And now we know that's not the case. Rose, thanks very much for the call.
Our next caller is Justin in Illinois. Hi, Justin. What's on your mind tonight?
Yes, I just want to give my deepest sympathy to all the ones that we've lost in this tragedy and all the ones that risked their lives to try to save the people that were in the rubble. And also, I've heard many things of many Americans attacking other Americans because they are of different race. I would like to say that we should put forth an effort to having all this stop, because it is not us that made this horrible event happen. It is the one that had the thought to sink as low as killing innocent people. And I know us Americans would never sink as low as that.
Well, Justin, we don't know yet who is responsible, although it is looking like Native American people who are from the United States were not responsible for this. I can see your point of view and appreciate the call. Thanks very much.
Diana from California, you're on. Good morning, Diana.
Hi. I just like to say, just watching all the coverage with the people in New York, I am just amazed at their courage and their strength, and all the people, no matter what race or sex, coming together. This is what our nation is truly about.
And a lot of people would say, a lot of New Yorkers would say that this is what New York is all about. I mean, this is a town that has a lot of different kinds of people from all over the world, and you are seeing people's true colors as they volunteer and do whatever they can right now.
Yeah, I'm 3,000 miles away from it, and just feeling for these people and the people that I work with, and all of us just want to do something to help and come together as a nation and show these people you're not going to stop us.
Diana, thanks very much for calling.
Thank you.
From California to Florida we go now, where Fred is on the line. And Fred, what are your thoughts on this, and do you have any thoughts about how the U.S. should respond?
Yes. I'm ex-military, and I truly believe that every time we've gone to war or acts of war, we've never finished a job.
Fred, let me interrupt you and ask you what branch of the military you served in, and for how long?
I was in the U.S. Navy, and I was in for 8 years.
From when to when?
From 80 to 88, and then I was called back to serve in the Gulf.
And did you actually go to Kuwait
Yes.
or Iraq? All
Yes.
right. And so if you would expand a little bit on the point you were making about how the United States, you say, never finishes the job?
Yes, it seems like every time we get to the point where we can actually do something that will prevent something like this from happening to us as a nation, to eliminate the mad dogs that are out there that we are going to war against. It happened with my father in World War II when we were at the brink of just, if they can't run their countries correctly, we need to take them and run them correctly. And we had a mad dog loose in our backyard. And what do you do with a mad dog? You eliminate it. And this is so upsetting. My prayers are out for every single American, and especially the families of all the people that have died.
Well, the President of the United States and his Security Council they're weighing their options right now, trying to figure out what to do, how to appropriately respond. Fred, I really appreciate the call tonight, and appreciate your perspective.
Thank you. God bless America.
Thank you very much.
The attacks were here on the East Coast, but sending shockwaves all across the country, and two of the planes involved in those hijackings were bound for Los Angeles and California. And Deborah is our next caller, and she joins us from California. Good morning, Deborah.
Good morning. I'm calling. My son is 14 years old, and he was just totally devastated. And he has seen in our town that everybody has gotten their flags out and is flying them, and he wishes to issue a challenge to all Americans to please fly the colors, stand by what you believe in. Our prayers are with all of the families, the friends, the many people who are suffering now, the tragedies that are going to come out of this. We hope and pray that they can overcome it.
Yep, it's an excellent idea to take out the flags. Now is a great time to do that. I'm wondering, Deborah, how have you handled this with your son? How do you talk to a young person about all of this?
We sat down together. He was getting ready for school when this was occurring, and he came in and told me to sit down and watch this with him, and I watched it with him, and he asked me a lot of questions about it, and I tried the best of my ability to explain it to him. And I come from a law enforcement background. I'm a medically retired CEO, and so I kind of took the approach of trying to explain that the only thing we can do now is to help in any way we can and to pray for the people, all of the people, because we have to pull together. We're in an hour of crisis, and we all have to pull together and help in any way we can.
How has your son's school been involved in talking to the kids?
We've talked about terrorism, and it's hard for them to understand, exactly, what type of people that, we're going to have to deal with, because, terrorism isn't really something that comes up in school. It's just, you never think it's going to happen to you. So it's not, we've never really had to explain it to them because it's never really happened to us. such as this. So they have to go back and try and explain, who could possibly be the people that are responsible for this. And, once again, we don't have all the information, so
No, we don't.
we can't put a lot of blame on, one certain type of culture, people. We just have to wait and see. And then I'm sure that the president and everybody will deal with this in a professional manner and
Deborah?
take care of what needs taken care of.
Deborah, thanks very much for the call. We appreciate it.
Bye.
All right, our final call is Chris in Utah. Chris, we've only got about 30 seconds left, but if you would, tell us, you are a world away from New York, but what do you make of what's been going on here?
Well, actually, I don't really think it's fair, mainly for, I would say, the foreign people from Iraq or Afghanistan that are here, because what they do, they just actually laugh, and I think that they're using our freedoms to go ahead and live here, and then from there, they go ahead and just laugh at us for what's happening. And with the upcoming Olympics coming to Salt Lake City, we're wondering what's going to happen here when that time comes around, too.
We've actually got a little more time, Chris. I'm curious as to what specifically you mean by that.
Well, people are just wondering, questioning security here. What about Salt Lake City?
Right.
And, well, we're just questioning what may happen here, if this can happen, in New York and there's no big conventions or anything big happening at that time. We're wondering what would happen, possibly with the Olympics and what bomb threats have happened in the past, what may occur around this time.
Right. We saw the 1996 Summer Olympic bombing and, of course, the terror in Munich in 1972 and the Summer Olympic Games there. Unfortunately, it is these kinds of horrible things are happening. Chris in Utah, thanks very much as we continue to look at this bucket brigade going on at 3:57 a.m. in the morning. It is almost a David versus Goliath situation. These people using their hands to try to sift through the rubble.
Our coverage continues, and right now we want to pause to show you a list of the latest names of people who were known to have died in the attacks against the U.S. this week, a list that is certain to grow much longer in the next couple of days. These are just the first names that we know of who died in the attacks, and we offer our hopes and our prayers to them and to their loved ones.
4 a.m. in the East Coast, now 1 a.m. in the West, as we continue our nonstop coverage of the terror attacks against the United States. Hello, everybody. I'm Lori Dew.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum. Here are the latest developments at this hour. Emergency workers in New York City continue to dig through the rubble at Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan. The death toll is expected to be huge, but right now there are only 82 fatalities that have been confirmed so far. Some newspapers coming out this morning. The Washington Post reporting that Afghanistan is bracing for an imminent U.S. attack. Meantime, the U.S. State Department is advising worldwide caution. And the Los Angeles Times with another report that a team of 50 people may be responsible for carrying out the terror strikes. Also from the L.A. Times, FBI agents have found suicide notes all over the country that were apparently written by some of the hijackers.
We will have the latest on the terrorist attacks in a moment, but first we have some other breaking news to tell you about. A twin-engine plane carrying 16 Americans and 3 Mexican crew members has crashed in Mexico's Yucatan state. All those on board were killed. The Americans were from the Seattle area. They were all returning from a visit to the Mayan ruins and planned to attend a University of Washington football game in Florida. There was no distress call from the pilot before the crash. Once again, a twin-engine plane carrying 16 Americans and 3 Mexican crew members has crashed in the Yucatan state of Mexico. All those on board were killed.
All right, back to our coverage now of the terrorist strikes this week, and we continue our coverage. Mayor Giuliani of New York City has confirmed that he's ordered 6,000 body bags for the victims. Eric Shawn has more on the recovery operation. He is at Ground Zero, right near where the World Trade Center towers once stood. Eric, good morning.
Good morning, Rick and Lori. We did have more hope yesterday in terms of the search and rescue. Sadly, only 5 people have been rescued from the ruins of the World Trade Center just a couple of blocks behind me. 5 people, those are the lucky ones so far, but of course the search and rescue effort continues here unabated as 2,000 police, firefighters from a part of this area and from out of state, who are bolstered by many, many volunteers, are tediously, with difficulty, step by step, removing concrete, blasted stone, rocks, steel, iron, twisted metal and debris, hand by hand, piece by piece, in their desperate effort to try and find more survivors of this dastardly and devious terrorist attack on the World Trade Center. We have talked to some of the Red Cross workers here who say that there is one particular area where a battalion chief of the New York City Fire Department and some of his men perhaps may be trapped, but we have been hearing conflicting reports, nothing specific. What does give the rescuers hope are what's called voids. Those are huge areas, 50, 60, 70 feet deep, where concrete may fall. That could give people air pockets, could give people a structure to take cover, to protect them when that building came crashing down on top of them so horrendously. But what we have heard, the latest, is that the shopping mall underneath the World Trade Center is basically been cleared of people, that most of those people who are in the bottom were able to escape before the building came crashing down. There is a danger of collapse, we're told, from 2 other buildings here in the area. The World Trade Center was more than just the 2 towers. There also was a complex of other office buildings. One is the Millennium Hotel, which is right across the street, a fairly new building that may have been structurally weakened, as well as One Liberty Plaza, which is across the street on the west side, which is near the Hudson River. Those buildings apparently have been threatened by the fires and explosions here. There was some thought that they may have to be taken down at some point. No word on that, just that there could be a danger of collapse at that time. Throughout this early morning hours, the dump trucks continue to come by us, filled with the debris that is plucked from the huge gaping hole. The debris is then put onto barges and sent to the Fresh Kills landfill in Staten Island, where FBI teams and NTSB teams are sifting through all the ruins. NTSB specifically, hopefully, trying to find if the black box can be recovered in the flight data recorder to try and get some more information from the 2 airplanes that hit here, much as they have been able to try and gather from the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. But so far here, 257 police officers and firefighters are still missing. Mayor Giuliani has ordered 6,000 body bags. So, of course, the prognosis is grim, but there is hope that there still could be people obviously trapped inside that. And I have to tell you, we've been hearing from the phone calls this morning, this is the spirit of America. Many people here are doing it voluntarily. They're working 24 hours on, 24 hours off, trying to do the best they can, from the iron workers who just rushed in from Brooklyn on their own time to start cutting through because they have the expertise with the acetylene torches and such, to other people such as volunteer firemen from upstate New York who are doing the best they can to try and speed along this process. Back to you.
Eric, I know the air there is thick with particles, debris, and dust that are flying through the air, and I know you've got a mask around your neck. And if you need to tell me to stop asking you questions, then I will, so that you can put that mask on there, buddy. But I'm just wondering what kind of shifts the rescue workers are going on right now. Do you know how long they're in there? Because obviously we can't tell when they're being switched in and out, but obviously the same group of rescue workers haven't been there the whole time.
Well, it varies. I mean, some have 24 on, 24 hours off. Others are 12 hours on, 12 hours off, or as long as they can go. But then they go home and get some rest and come back again. Some people, of course, have been here since the terrorist attack on Tuesday morning. So that varies, not in terms of just a specific organized manner of scheduling for everybody. Let me just explain for this mask. It depends upon where the wind shifts. The wind now is shifting that way, which blows a lot of the smoke, which is still smoldering from the fires behind us. But then when the wind shifts around and comes back over us, you've got this thick, acrid smoke. It burns in your eyes and burns in your throat. Of course, there's also the threat of asbestos contamination, authorities saying that some asbestos had been released. So we obviously have these masks for precautions. And also, it is really an irritant. After reporting here yesterday for 12 hours, when I went home last night, lying in bed just thinking how it really gets in your throat and your eyes. And we're 3-4 blocks from ground zero. So think about the guys who are in the hole or inside the smoldering ruins, what they're going through. And they are volunteers, a lot of them, doing it on their own time to help try and save humanity.
And Eric, among the folks who are in there, it's not just fire and police folks, it's also the FBI. What can you tell us about any kind of FBI staging area, where they will go with any evidence that they may find?
Well, that's what it is, being taken to the Fresh Kills landfill in Staten Island, where then they shift through the evidence there or in the ruins. Let me show you here. You've got, this is basically the scene all night and all day. More new trucks. These are huge tractor-trailer trucks, empty trucks, you know, just convoys going down, and these trucks come from various states. There are hundreds of them, and then they get filled up, and then they go back filled, and it's just a continual procession. These trucks happen to be from Connecticut, and that is how they're getting all of this material out of there. Yesterday, we were told that they had 120 truckloads. That obviously increasing now to hundreds and hundreds of trucks that are in a very coordinated effort coming down this way. They get filled up, and then they go off to the barges to be for the debris to be sent to Staten Island.
All right, such a difficult and very busy process. Eric, Sean, take care, and please put on that mask and take care of yourself. Thanks very much for the update.
Okay, you too, guys. Right.
Thanks, Eric. We want to go now to the Pentagon near Washington, where David Schuster is standing by with the latest on what's going on there. Good morning, David.
Rick, good morning. Very different scene here. The air is clear. The fires have been out for almost 12 hours now. The biggest challenge right now for some of the fire crews and some of the engineers are these sort of these beams and these structures in the Pentagon that remain apparently very unstable. Throughout the night, we've seen workers walking on the roof of the Pentagon, checking out some of the beams. We understand there are some logistical problems as far as some of the really heavy equipment that they'd like to take into some of the concentric rings towards the inner side of the Pentagon. There are sort of tunnels and paths, but they were never meant for the large trucks or the large equipment that they would like to use to be able to remove some of this debris. So a lot of logistical challenges here at the Pentagon. Late on Wednesday, some firefighters who were on the roof unfurled a giant flag off of the Pentagon. This was something that The governor of Virginia, James Gilmore, had suggested that people in the area, to show their support, their solidarity with the rescue workers at the Pentagon, might fly the flag, and so you had the firefighters flying one. A number of radio stations have picked up the rallying cry, and across the Washington metropolitan area you can see a lot of homes now that are also sporting American flags that they are flying. The flag here at the Pentagon came out just a few minutes before President Bush came to pay his respects to those who died here at the Pentagon, but also to thank all of the rescue workers, all the firefighters. The president, one by one, expressing his support, saying that the entire nation stands with all of those who are trying to dig through some of the rubble here at the Pentagon. By all accounts, it has been fairly rough going. A number of firefighters have said that the damage here, the structural damage at the point of impact at the Pentagon was worse than what some of these very same firefighters say that they saw in Oklahoma City with the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. And the death toll here at the Pentagon is expected to be higher. 168 died in Oklahoma City. Here at the Pentagon, 80 bodies have been retrieved, but they are expecting that number to go up perhaps more than 200. At one point yesterday, some media accounts referring to Arlington County fire officials said that perhaps the death toll could be as high as 800, because that's the number of office workers the Pentagon estimated were in this area where the jetliner slammed into the building. But since yesterday, a number of defense officials, including the Secretary of Defense, have tried to downplay that figure. The Secretary of Defense spoke at a news conference last night. Here's part of what he had to say.
We currently believe and are certainly hopeful that the number of casualties being reported in the press is high. As you know from your own observation out there, the work is still going forward, and we won't know for some time precise numbers, but from everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high.
Now, just to put it all in some perspective, though, they are still expecting at least 200 dead here at the Pentagon. There were 64 on the jetliner and approximately 150 military and civilian workers inside the Pentagon who have yet to be accounted for. Rick and Laurie?
David, very quickly, I want to ask you about concerns that folks may have there about the stability of the building where the plane actually came in and crashed into the Pentagon.
Right, part of the concern is that there are still pieces. There are essentially 5 floors to the Pentagon. There's a hole about 200 feet. We've all seen the pictures. Next to that, they're apparently inside on some of the concentric rings. There are still 4 and 5 floors that, according to some fire crews, are essentially hanging by a thread. So part of the effort, before they can even go in to try to find more of the bodies in some of the places that might not be as obvious, part of the effort, according to the rescue crews, is simply build up some structure work to essentially give more support to some of these precarious pieces of beam, these precarious beams and metal structures. And they say a lot of that work has to be completed before some of the fire crews will feel that it is safe for them to go farther in. One of the things that we have seen them doing is they will actually take a crane and drop a basket down into the crevice to try to see where there might be some supports needed, where might the fire crews be able to go. That's also, we understand, how they dropped in some of the listening devices. They were hoping that they might see some signs of life, but unfortunately they have heard over the last 24 hours absolutely nothing.
Another difference between the scene here in New York and the scene there is that in New York City, people are still walking around in shock and disbelief at what happened, whereas, as we spoke about earlier, David, you say that people at the Pentagon, not surprisingly, since it's the military headquarters, are a little more battle-hardened.
Rick, that's absolutely right. I mean, there's sort of every expectation that a number of the people at the Pentagon here have served at various military installations around the world. Unfortunately, this has been something that the military has faced before. I think one other difference, Rick, is simply the proximity. In Manhattan, of course, as you know, very tightly crowded there together, so many people affected. Here, we're about as close as just about anybody in the area, and we're about 500 yards away from the Pentagon, and the Pentagon is really sort of separated from the rest of the city. The highways around the area have been closed, and it's really difficult for people in the Washington area to get a sense as to what's really happened here at the Pentagon. Unlike where in New York, you just look up and you see that the World Trade Center towers are not there. Here at the Pentagon, that's not that same sort of visual impact on residents across the city.
David Schuster at the Pentagon. David, thank you very much.
Attorney General John Ashcroft is calling this the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America. Of course, the investigation going on both in Washington, D.C. and in New York. And some reports are now saying that as many as 50 people might have been involved in these terrorist attacks. Todd Connor has been following this for us all night and into the morning and has the very latest on the search for suspects. Hi, Todd.
Hi, Lori. Hi, Rick. Well, the LA Times reporting that 40 of those 50 are accounted for, with 10 of those still on the loose. And law enforcement sources now telling our Rita Cosby that searches for these killers have spread over 6 states and 20 locations in those 6 states. Most of those are on the East Coast, but later today the FBI is expected to search some homes and businesses on the West Coast. Now, the LA Times gives us our first look at a possible hijacker. If we can take a look at the LA Times website. This man that you're going to see here is Emanuela Atta Muhammad. He is believed to have been enrolled in a Florida flight training school at one time, and according to a detective in the Venice, Florida Police Department, FBI agents identified him as one of the men who flew the hijacked jets. Very important report in the LA Times today. Also today, from Florida to Boston, FBI agents armed with guns and search warrants. They looked for leads into who is behind these attacks. At the Westin Hotel, for example, 3 people were taken into custody. However, we should note that those 3 people were later released. And down in South Florida, FBI agents searched at least 3 homes there. One of the homes was rented to a couple and their 4 children until this past weekend, when we are told they abruptly moved. Investigators taking away bags of evidence, and at 2 other homes lived pilots. One was taken into custody. At this time, as far as we know, he has not been arrested. The other one was just gone from that location. Also, as we take you back to live pictures of the rescue and recovery, law enforcement sources are telling Fox News that at least one of the hijackers had a ramp pass, which means he would have had the ability to get weapons on board and anything else he wanted. And Fox News has learned a few months ago an American Airlines crew in Rome, Italy had their hotel rooms broken into, and stolen were pilots' uniforms and IDs. Now, 2 weeks ago, American even issued a memo to employees to be on the lookout for imposter pilots. Officials telling us, though, at this time, they're not sure if this had anything to do with the attacks. And one last thing, if I may, that's very disconcerting, at least to me. The New York Times reporting today that officials told them a group of 5 men suspected of assisting the hijackers had set up their cameras along the Hudson River, which is just across from Manhattan. They had trained those cameras on the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers. Now, officials telling the New York Times they photographed those attacks and were said to have congratulated each other after the attacks on the World Trade Center. Lori, Rick, back to you.
Jeez.
All right, it's unbelievable. Todd Connor, thanks very much, Todd. You know, it goes without saying that airport security in this country has suffered a catastrophic failure, and to some airline passengers, all of this might come as a shock, but there are a lot of people who follow the airline industry very closely. They know what goes on at the airports, and they say they're not surprised at all. William Lajeunesse has more.
Airport security, our systems say experts, is full of holes from baggage check-in to the cockpit door.
There's a small latch, but as we've seen before, that latch can be broken very easily to somebody who's serious about getting in the cockpit. It could be done with a heavy object, a blunt object. It could be done with a rope. It could be done with a small knife. So it doesn't have to carry a gun through security.
That poses a tough challenge for those who screen carry-on luggage. According to reports, our weakest link. After the crash of TWA Flight 800, a dozen government audits revealed gaping holes in passenger screening, calling airport staff underpaid, inexperienced, and poorly trained. Baggage screeners earning $6 an hour with no fringe benefits. At some airports, turnover exceeded 400%, compared to 50% in Europe, where airlines typically hire ex-police.
That's the key point right there, is the people who are checking the x-ray machines. Are they qualified? They know how to do the job. Are they strong enough to question people as they come through?
Sorry. Another problem? Hoping to save money, some airports have outdated technology. Some airlines refuse to use bomb detection equipment because of flight delays. And while experts admit it's impossible to stop everyone and every threat, they can learn from every incident. One airport audit showed undercover agents using phony IDs and uniforms penetrating security 70% of the time. Others in plain clothes illegally boarded airplanes well before check-in. It got so bad that 2 years ago the FAA threatened to put armed agents on every plane, but backed down after the airlines complained. And next week, the agency was scheduled to release mandatory tough new rules on baggage screening. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
Well, we here at Fox pride ourselves in taking your phone calls every day, and this day is no different. We want to hear what you have to say about what has been going on in the last close to 48 hours now, as we look at a picture of the hand-by-hand process of sifting through the rubble down in Lower Manhattan, where just 48 hours ago, the two World Trade Center towers stood proudly. Our first call is Satara in Illinois, and good morning to you, Satara.
Good morning.
What is on your mind this morning?
Well, I just wanted to let people know that I'm an Arab American, and I was born in New York, and watching this over the past few days has really just made me sick. I mean, just physically sick. I wanted to let people know that no one calling themselves a Muslim would murder people like this. It's just very emotional.
I'm sure it is.
For me, I'm sorry. I just want everybody to send out their prayers and their love to these people.
Well, Satara, you're right about that. Everybody needs our prayers right now in New York, Washington, really all around the country. Let me ask you a personal question.
Mm-hmm.
Have people been looking at you a little differently the last couple of days? Are people staring at you because you're Arab American? Are they?
No, I mean, I'm not sure that they would know. I don't cover my head. I mean, I'm Muslim, but I don't cover my head.
Okay.
And I have a lot of friends who know me and know about my culture and know about my religion and know that this is not something that we condone, that it's wrong. It's suicide and it's murder, two things in Islam that are wrong. So.
And yet there are some people who are willing to lose their lives over this. We don't know exactly who is responsible, although all leads are pointing to Osama bin Laden and some of his followers.
Well, unfortunately, like in every religion, there are very misguided people who take the scriptures and corrupt them.
Right. Satara, thank you very much for the call
Thank
tonight.
you.
We appreciate it.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Let's go to Texas now. And Kyle, you're on the phone. Good morning, Kyle.
Good morning. I live in New Jersey. I'm one of the people who's kind of trapped in Texas.
What do you mean by that?
I had a flight that was supposed to go back into New Jersey on Tuesday, and because of this...
Because of all the planes being grounded, you haven't been able to get home.
Exactly. And, I mean, I would love to be there helping out because I'm CPR and first aid certified as well as a certified welder. But unfortunately, I can't be. But what I have noticed is that everyone is so focused on the New York side getting into the wreckage and trying to get people out. I'm wondering, has anyone focused on the New Jersey side going into the sub-basement?
The New Jersey side down near the World Trade Center? Are you talking about that, near the PATH trains?
Yes.
Well, you know what? I don't know the answer to that question, but we do know that rescue workers have been underground. And they have found pockets underneath. You know, there's that whole mall area underneath the World Trade Center Plaza. And that is an area where rescue efforts are going on right now. As far, I'm curious, and do you have any information, have you been able to get any information from your airline in terms of when you might be able to get home? Because we heard today from the Transportation Secretary on Wednesday, actually, that people whose flights were diverted and only those people who were ticketed to fly would soon be able to get home. Do you know about that?
Well, I'm actually at my destination. I mean, my flight wasn't diverted. I came into Dallas on Thursday of last week. I was supposed to fly back out to New Jersey on Tuesday, but all my flights were canceled. But what I was saying was, as far as the sub-basement, if they go through the PATH system, especially at the Exchange Place station, one stop, the next stop after Exchange Place is the World Trade Center.
Right.
The sub-basement, which is below the mall area. I know this because I use the PATH system a lot.
Okay, I understand what you're saying now, and I understand now, I'm told that the debris, a lot of the debris when the buildings collapsed, fell north onto that area that you're talking about. Well, we'll stay tuned to Fox News, Kyle, and we'll continue to check and get some information for you on that.
All right, let's go clear out to Hawaii now, where Norma joins us. And Norma, good evening to you. What do you make of what you have seen so many thousands of miles away from where you are?
God, I can only tell you, it's so frustrating to be so far away and not be able to do anything. The mood here, I live on the Marine Corps base, and my first thought, I'm ashamed to admit, yesterday morning when I woke up and my mother-in-law called me from California to let me know what was going on, and I thought, dear God, don't let them find out, because I don't want my husband going to war. He is an excellent Marine, though, and he helped me understand. We have a 10-month-old son, so I thought, I don't want my husband going to war and my son growing up without a father. And my husband helped me to understand that, I married him when he was already in the Marine Corps, and I knew, on some level, I knew that one day he might have to go to war, but I just never expected anything like this to happen. And the mood here is, everyone is so frustrated, and now little by little we're beginning to understand, that I got together with a few of the other wives this morning, and we were in class and we just started discussing the whole issue, and we've all just made up our minds that, we have to support our husbands, and we're the backbone, we have to support them and not make them feel guilty when they have to leave, and just get everything ready. We're running around like, chickens with our heads cut off, trying to get powers of attorney done.
Well, Norma, indeed, we may see a lot of activity in the coming months, and we wish you and your family the best of luck. And of course, all of our military forces will be needing all of our good thoughts and prayers. Norma in Hawaii, thanks for the call, and thanks to all of you for calling in this morning. Well, now we want to go to our senior financial correspondent, Brenda Butner, who has a look at how the foreign markets are reacting to what happened almost 48 hours ago. And Brenda, I know that you have some news about the Nikkei and possibly some other markets?
Yes, some minus signs in Paris, London, and Germany, but not significant drops. And as in Asia, we don't expect to see much definitive action one way or the other out of the overseas markets overnight. That's because the last time we heard the closing bell ring out trading on Wall Street was Monday afternoon, the day before. And tomorrow it will once again be silent. No equities trading in the U.S. for the third day in a row. Not since the Great Depression have we seen such a long, unscheduled stop to the markets. But not for much longer, say NYSE and NASDAQ officials. Wall Street wants to get to business as usual as early as Friday and no later than Monday. They intend the opening bell to be heard far beyond the canyons of Wall Street, a signal that though terrorists could fell buildings, they cannot bring down the free markets. Now, the challenge is to effectively communicate transactions in an area that is essentially a war zone. So you should expect some glitches at first. Wall Street has never been through such a disaster, but the intent is to start sooner rather than later. And the overseas markets offer some clues into what may happen when we do once get business underway. Remarkable resilience overseas. Also, some of the more defensive plays, such as gold, which had spiked initially after the attack, lost some of their Tuesday gains. We can also learn from history. It shows that U.S. stocks have been strong in the face of terrorism and war, whether the Gulf War or the bombing of the Trade Center or even the assassination of a president. So the numbers may indeed take quite a tumble once we hear that bell, either Friday or Monday, but don't assume that will set the tone for the longer term. Back over to you, Lori and Rick.
Senior business correspondent Brenda Butner. Brenda, thank you very much. It is just about the bottom of the hour now, and we want to get you caught up on all the latest news that we have for you. this morning, because things have been developing overnight.
That's right. We're getting information literally every few minutes. We want to bring you up to date on the very latest developments. Emergency workers are continuing to dig hand by hand through the rubble at Ground Zero, which of course is where the World Trade Center towers once stood. The death toll is expected to be enormous, into the thousands. 82 deaths have been confirmed so far at that location. There are reports that Afghanistan is bracing for an imminent U.S. attack. Meantime, the U.S. State Department is advising worldwide caution. And the Los Angeles Times is reporting that a team of 50 people may be responsible for carrying out these strikes. Also from the Los Angeles Times, FBI agents have found suicide notes in New York that were written by some of the hijackers. As we look at video there of the very first plane coming into the first World Trade Center tower Tuesday morning.
You know, so many people, especially people here in the New York City area, waiting on word or the possible fate of their loved ones who have been missing since Tuesday's terror attacks. And we in the media are doing what we can to help to get word out about those who are still unaccounted for. Penny Crone is among our reporters who's trying to help.
This terror has broken so many hearts. So many people are so frightened and so desperate to find their loved ones. We have hundreds of these pieces of pictures, of an identification that people here have been handing to us and asking us, can you help us? Can you help us find them? Right now at Bellevue, it is closed. Before, earlier, people were able to go in and check the names. And we have this young lady with us. You said you're pregnant.
Yeah.
And tell me, your daddy was in World Trade Center?
Yeah, he was in Tower 2 in the 96th floor. And it's been desperate since yesterday. This is tragic. This is not fair.
We are, you know, that the media, the police department, the firemen are all working. You have to take care of yourself and keep hoping. You know that.
Yes. And please, if you find him, his name is Archangel Vasquez. He's 6 foot tall, bald. I look just like him, so...
You don't have a picture?
No, I don't.
But you must take care of yourself and your new baby to come.
Thank you.
He would want that.
Yes, he would.
And then, hopefully, you'll find him.
Thank you.
Penny Crone reporting. Well, no doctors can help one of the victims in the worst terrorist attack in America's history, the World Trade Center itself. But before those twin towers, those 110-floor towers were lost forever, the buildings managed to survive an impact that would have instantly destroyed most skyscrapers and buy enough time to save countless lives. Claudia Cowan reports.
Once the jewels of New York's skyline, the World Trade Center towers stood up against terrorism long enough to save countless lives.
The plane came through, it took out a few of the exterior columns of the building and then set off this massive fire with the jet fuel. And fortunately, because of the perimeter tube system of the building, it was able to withstand the initial impact and allow a lot of people to get out.
Other buildings would have toppled immediately, but the towers remained upright for nearly an hour, supported on the outside by closely spaced steel columns and struts, and on the inside by a second set of columns designed to bear the load of gravity. A double support system that withstood the crash, but not the raging jet fuel fire.
The girders or the joists that hold up the floors collapsed, and as those fell to the floor below, they overwhelmed the capacity of that floor, and what we had was what we call a progressive collapse, which then continued on through the base of the building until it was a complete and total failure.
Most experts say tall buildings will continue to be made out of steel. What may change, they say, is the design of signature skyscrapers, the tallest and most exposed buildings. They may never be built in quite the same way.
It's not like we could ever design every building for this scenario, or should we? But after every major earthquake, for example, we change our building codes to improve our practice in the future, and I would expect a similar thing will happen here.
One possibility, designs that include more escape routes around the perimeter of the building as well as in the center. But experts say no building can withstand an attack by a pilot willing to die for a cause. The challenge ahead, simply finding ways to reduce the loss of life. In San Francisco, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
You know, as investigators search through the rubble here in New York City, in Washington, D.C., at the Pentagon, and also in Pennsylvania, one of their goals is to try to find that cockpit voice and data recorder at each one of those sites, the so-called black boxes that may hold the key to a lot of our unanswered questions. So what exactly are they, and why are they so valuable? Fox News correspondent David Schuster explains.
The so-called black boxes are actually fluorescent orange, and by airline regulations, nothing else can be this color on any commercial aircraft. There are usually 2 boxes on each flight. Investigators consider both to be essential because one records cockpit conversations and sounds, the other records technical data.
The flight recorder is very good at telling us what's wrong with the airplane, things that are actually, you know, the engine quit, landing gear didn't come down, something like that. Something that actually has to do with the airplane. That's the flight recorder's strong point. The voice recorder is very good at this operational, the man-machine interface, the crew and how they interact with the airplane and decisions that they make.
The recorders are usually located in the back of a jet. That's because the most predictable point of impact in a crash is towards the front. Still, the boxes are made to withstand forces 10 times greater than a crash and temperatures higher than those caused by burning fuel.
Most of the cockpit voice recorders and flight recorders that we get look just like this. They look probably as good as the day they were made, maybe a few scratches and a few dents. Every once in a while we will get a recorder that has been smashed.
If it has been smashed in water, that is usually not a problem. Recorders retrieved from the ocean are kept in ocean water until investigators examine them.
It's the air that hurts the tape once it's been wet. It actually will start to rust. So we have them shipped here in water, and then as soon as we're ready to play them, we take them out of the water, dry them off, and then get a good copy of it before anything starts to deteriorate. We have had recorders underwater for upwards of 6 and 7 years, and they're just fine.
The flight data recorder, which tracks the technical and mechanical information, comes in 2 different formats. The first is a tape-based recorder, which gathers data on a 30-minute loop. The second format records data on computer chips and can compile more than 25 hours worth of flight information. It all comes out as numbers, calculations, or technical words and bits.
It's actually a waveform that is then, it's zeros and ones that our software decodes into numbers, and then we can bring it up on the screen and see altitude and airspeed and different flight control positions and pitch and roll and what the aircraft is actually doing. It looks like a strip chart with the lines moving across the screen.
At this station, flight data recorder specialist Cassandra Johnson examines a tape-based recorder. She has downloaded the data, and her computer software has made the conversions.
We're reading it out, we're getting good data, we have a graph of the incident or accident, and we will pass it along to the investigator so that they can see what the recorder is telling them about the aircraft. And the most important part is for them to focus on a certain systems.
What the recorder is telling them is not always easy to picture, so the safety board sometimes generates a data-based animation to help explain what happened. This one is from a 1999 American Airlines crash. An MD-82 was coming into land at the airport in Little Rock, Arkansas.
It was almost midnight, as you can see by the time up here. There were storms in the area, and the aircraft landed on the runways, proceeded to skid around on the runway, and then went off the end of the runway down an embankment, impacted a steel structure, and 11 people, including the pilot, were killed.
In that particular crash, investigators were also helped by the cockpit voice recorder. It revealed the pilots knew about the storms, but thought they had a clear path down the runway.
And approach American 42, I know you're doing your best, but we're getting pretty close to the storm. We'll keep it tight if we have to.
Cockpit voice recorders give investigators a good idea of what the crew was doing when the incident happened. It can also paint a personal picture of despair and confusion.
Sometimes the crew doesn't have any idea what's going wrong. They don't have any more idea than we do what's going wrong with the airplane. They may say things that are just completely not right because from the information that they have, you know, that's their analysis of that information, and it's very difficult sometimes to do that on the fly when things are really going badly.
Vern Ellingstad is director of the Office of Research and Engineering at the NTSB. He says the safety board learns something new from every incident or crash.
Aviation accidents are a very rare event. It's a very safe form of transportation.
and the predictability of what might go wrong in each of these kind of rare circumstances is very difficult. So we do recover a huge amount of important information.
Some safety experts believe it is not enough, and already the NTSB is considering whether recorders should have their own power supplies. In the crash of a Swiss Air jet, the last 6 minutes were not on the data recorder because of an electrical problem in the plane. The safety board is also thinking about placing video cameras in the cockpit. Still, investigators believe that nothing provides as much information as the so-called black boxes. They are the key, say the experts, to piecing together what happened. In Washington, David Schuster, Fox News.
All right, let's turn our attention now from the black boxes to this surreal scene in Lower Manhattan. At 4:40 a.m. in the morning, hundreds of firefighters, rescue crews, police officers, FBI, sifting through the rubble, continuing to dig through hand by hand at ground zero from Tuesday morning's attack. What's been called a bucket brigade, and if you look closely, you can literally see these workers handing buckets to each other. They are having to do this very piecemeal, hand by hand, David versus Goliath kind of process. The progress is maddeningly slow for these folks. And now we look at a picture from the Pentagon, where the plane slammed into it just moments after the plane slammed into the two World Trade Centers. The damage not as bad there, but still, it's going to be a long time before the Pentagon is the same. A lot of structural damage there, about 5 stories there. A big gaping hole in the Pentagon and just rubble in New York City.
You know, it's amazing. Just as we look at that picture of the Pentagon and we see what's left of the World Trade Center bombing, I was thinking about the images of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City that, you know, is now just a part of our collective consciousness. We all know what that building looked like, of course, before it came down. These images are still fresh, but we will all know them. They're all becoming all too familiar to us.
Those open floors, just rows and rows of floors, and not so many with the Pentagon. But yes, it's frighteningly familiar. All right. Well, moving on to something else that's very frightening. Some of the passengers on United Flight 93 appear to have taken on their hijackers before crashing eventually in Pennsylvania. One of the victims called his wife on a cell phone and told her they were being hijacked.
She told him what happened at the World Trade Center towers, so he knew about that. And he called back later to say that he and some other passengers were planning to act, and they may have acted against the hijackers. We may never know exactly what they did for sure. He wasn't the only passenger who made a last-minute call.
As terrorists took over 4 flights Tuesday, passengers and crew members used cell phones to reach out with urgent cries for help, with information for authorities, or with last-second words of love for family members. Mark Bingham was aboard United Flight 93, which had left Newark for San Francisco. He reached family members at home.
He just said, I want to let y'all know that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
An unidentified man hiding in a bathroom aboard Flight 93 dialed 911 on his cell phone to reach a dispatcher outside Pittsburgh. We are being hijacked. We are being hijacked. This is not a joke, he said, before his phone went dead. Aboard the same flight, Lauren Grancolis, on her way home to San Francisco from her grandmother's funeral in New Jersey, was able to reach her husband, Jack. We have been hijacked, she told him. They are being kind. I love you. Flight attendant C.C. Ross of Fort Myers, Florida, put through a panicked call to her husband, Lauren Lyles, who had just gotten their 2 sons off to school. He heard screams in the background as she told him, we've been hijacked. I love you. I love the children. Still on Flight 93, Thomas Burnett called his wife Dina and told her of a final act of resistance to terror. I know we're all going to die. There's 3 of us who are going to do something about it, he said. Flight 93 was the only plane that didn't reach its target, crashing into an empty field in southern Pennsylvania. Peter Hansen of Groton, Massachusetts, was aboard United Flight 175 with his wife and their 3-year-old daughter as it left Boston for Los Angeles. He reached his father in Connecticut. Hansen told his parents he knew they were all going to die, but he tried to reassure them. "Don't worry about us. It's going to be quick," Hansen told his father. United Flight 175 was the second plane to crash into the World Trade Center. Fox News commentator Barbara Olson was aboard American Airlines Flight 77 as it left Washington for Los Angeles. She was able to place 2 calls to her husband, Theodore Olson, the U.S. Solicitor General. "Our plane is being hijacked." She then asked, "What should I tell the pilot?" The call was cut off, but she immediately called back to ask again, "What should I tell the pilot?" Those were her final words as minutes later, American Flight 77 became a massive missile and crashed into the Pentagon. Steve Brown, Fox News.
The search for whom might have been involved in to coordinate and carrying out these attacks continues, and it's not just going on in this country, it's going on overseas as well. Todd Connor joins us now from Fox Central with some late-breaking developments. Todd?
That's right, Rick and Lori. A little nugget of information coming to us from Hamburg, Germany. Investigators over in Germany right now working under very tight security as they go through an apartment where 2 men believed to be linked to these terrorist attacks in the United States once lived. We'll take a look at the video now from the LA Times website earlier today. You're looking at one of those suspects, Mohammed Atta. Rita Cosby also brought you his name and his picture earlier last night. He and another man, Marwan al-Shehi, were once students at a Florida flight school and had arrived from Germany to Florida in July of 2000. So this apartment that they're searching today in Germany, these suspects hadn't lived in for really more than a year, but still investigators hope to gain some sort of information, gain some kind of clue from this apartment where apparently 2 suspects in the terrorist attacks once lived. Again, these 2 men came from Germany in July of 2000. They lived in Florida at least until January, where they were students at Huffman Aviation Flying School down in Florida. So that's the latest from here. Back to you two.
All right, Todd, thanks very much.
All right, well, we've been taking your phone calls throughout the evening and now into the early morning, and we always love to hear from everyone. In times like this, sometimes it's helpful to say what's on your mind, and we appreciate everyone who has called in.
And the first person we're going to talk to right now is from California. Cal, you're on the line. Good morning, Cal.
Good morning. How are you?
We're doing okay. How are you doing?
Well, it's been a terror day.
Yep.
Terror second day.
Yep. It's going to be terror weeks and months, Cal.
It will be. First, I would like to send condolences to everybody's families and friends of all the people that have lost their lives. And from being from a Middle Eastern descent, being here a long time, I would like to let everybody know that anybody who would commit an act like this is truly a terrorist. But I also would like to everybody to be able to distinguish between terrorists and Muslims. There's always been a thing about Muslim terrorists, and really good Muslims believe in the book, just like Christians and all the other religions. And I would like to let everybody know that we condemn killing even one person, let alone quantities. The book tells us we have to live in peace. God is one and only, and we all believe in living in a peaceful world. And I would like to let everybody know that Muslims, real Muslims, don't do these kind of acts. Terrorists do. And we're against anybody and everybody who takes one single life.
Cal, has anybody taken out their anger or frustrations against you or anyone in your family?
Personally not, but however, the mosques in California, and especially the in Santa Clara, which is a very active mosque, has received many terror telephone calls, threatening telephone calls. Personally, I have not had any problems. My neighbors and everybody around are very good American citizens who believe in peace like I do. And we all share the same mentality, which is we believe that peace is really what should be and not these kind of acts. And being a true Muslim, I would let everybody know in the United States and would love to have the media try to be able to distinguish between a terrorist and a Muslim, because a true Muslim will never do such an act.
Well, by calling in tonight, I think that
And do me a favor, please.
All right.
Let our educators, because here in California, educators are again associating Muslims with terrorists. One of my friend's kids are going to school and hearing these remarks, Muslim terrorists, this and that. And it would be nice to have our educators educate people that there is a difference.
Well, I think there will be time for the media to talk about that very subject, and we appreciate you calling and giving us some education on it. Thanks very much, Cal.
All right, let's go all the way out to Hawaii now, where Nathaniel is on the line. And Nathaniel, this is many thousands of miles away from you, but what do you make of what you have seen in the last 48 hours?
Well, of course, it's just absolutely terrible, and my condolences go out to all those who've been affected by this tragedy. I'm really calling, though, because I'm starting to see a theme on a lot of the news programs where people are saying that the intelligence community must have failed at some point in time. And I myself work in the intelligence community, and I'd like to let people know that, you know, we work very hard with what we have, but even some of the news organizations saying as many as 50 people being involved, you have to take that into consideration. That's 50 people out of the billions of people in this world. And we're not infallible. Nobody is. And for years, we've been asking for more money, especially for the human intelligence side of the business, and it hasn't come around. And maybe it takes something like this for people to realize that we have to fund these type of things if we really want to stop this from happening.
You know, Nathaniel, you've touched on something. People always say, oh, I wish I had only thought about this before. And sometimes it takes a tragedy in order to get, in this case, more money and more attention focused on terrorism. Nathaniel, I realize you can't tell me exactly what you do, but can you give me a little bit more information about sort of what you do in the intelligence community?
I work with imagery intelligence, and that's really about as far as I can go with it.
Okay. And what has been the reaction of other folks who work in your same intelligence community? What are people saying about this? Do they think that perhaps media reports or some members of Congress have been too quick to criticize our intelligence operation?
I don't think anybody really holds anyone to blame. Right now, the entire country, and in fact, probably the entire world, is grasping for someone to blame.
Yeah.
And it's not unexpected that some of that blame would probably come in our direction.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly we wish there's not a single person in the intelligence business that doesn't wish we would have had some clue about this and been able to stop it.
Nathaniel, I thank you for the call. I'm sorry to cut you off, but we've got a lot more calls to take care of. Thanks very much.
Scott from Georgia, you're up next. Good morning, Scott.
Hey, good morning.
What's on your mind?
Well, I'll tell you, Nathaniel makes some great points. There's reams of information at the National Security Agency as well as several agencies around the world. And you'll find out more as this unfolds. This particular bin Laden theme and several other terrorist organizations will be involved in this. I, too, worked in this intelligence community. I left because it is a poorly run operation, mostly because of financial issues and as well as, there's a lot of people in the government that really aren't as capable of doing what they're supposed to be able to do. You'll see a lot of things come out in the future as what's going to unfold here.
Scott, you work for the government?
I did. I left because it wasn't financially, rewarding, as well as it wasn't very personally rewarding.
What do you think is going to happen, though, based on your experience in the government with the intelligence community? Is this going to be the wake-up call that America needs, that Congress needs, to start funneling more money into the human side of intelligence?
Well, I certainly hope so. My prayers go out to all the people that have suffered here, and this is something that we could certainly stop with the kind of activities that our government is capable of doing. But unfortunately, I think that a lot of emotions will drive the decisions that people will make, and we probably won't make the best decisions. We haven't made the best decisions in the past, and I can only expect the same.
Well, we'll see what happens. Scott, thanks very much for the call, sir.
All right, let's go to Marcia in Washington State. Hi, Marcia. What are you thinking about tonight?
Hi. Instead of going to war with some other country and causing more innocent lives like the Bush and the Congress is talking about, what we ought to do is get a building that's going to be destroyed anyway, strap half the people that they find out were involved in this, strap half of them into there, take the other half, put them into an old plane that's controlled by remote control, slam the plane into the building and show them the terror that they caused thousands of other people instead of killing more innocent people. Because, you know, normally I'm not for the death penalty, but in this case the death penalty is too good for them. We need to send a strong message that the U.S. isn't going to tolerate. Yeah.
Marcia, if you could just turn down your TV set, we're getting some feedback there. You know,
Okay.
I think a lot of people are probably echoing, or at least just so upset about what happened. They don't know exactly what should be done, but feeling very emotional about it. And anyway, we appreciate your call, Marcia in Washington State. Thank you.
Let's go to Illinois now. And Hunt, you're on the phone. Good morning, Hunt.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to...
Let me just tell you to please turn down the volume on your TV set before you say anything else, and then go ahead.
All right, is that better?
Yep.
First of all, I would like to say that my heart, along with the hearts of my fellow students at Southern Illinois University, were deeply saddened as a result of the events which transpired on Tuesday, and that my prayers and the prayers of my family are with the victims and their families. Also, I believe that the media is not doing a responsible job of covering the situation, and I think that the focus should be on reparations to our country. You know, what is happening here right now, you know, possibly tens of thousands of lives lost, and not retaliations. I think that literally and metaphorically, we need to sort through the rubble in New York and find only the facts. We don't need anger. The media is not making the situation any better. I mean, Arab Americans are being attacked in our own country. These are Americans that feel unsafe in their own country.
Can't you understand the anger of a lot of people, though?
Oh, certainly I can, and I think that...
And you think the media is pushing that along?
I believe, to a certain degree, yes, the media is pushing that along with images of Palestinians celebrating this and various politicians.
Well, Hunt, I got to stop you there. I mean, we appreciate the call, but I mean, as far as the Palestinians, I mean, if they're going to do whatever they do in the streets, and we have cameras there, that's something that we're going to put on television.
Certainly, and I respect that.
Okay, well, we respect your opinion, Hunt, and I appreciate you giving us a call this morning.
Thank you.
All right, our nonstop coverage will continue right here on Fox News Channel. In a moment, we're going to turn it over to Steve Ducey and Edie Donahue and Brian Kilmeade, who will update you on all the very latest information.
But first, we want to pause to show you a list of the latest names of people who are known to have died in the attacks against the U.S., a list that is most certainly to grow much longer in the next few days. These are just a few of the first names of folks we know who died in this attack. We offer our hopes and prayers to their loved ones.
deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
It's 5 o'clock in the east. It's 2 o'clock on the west coast, and you're watching special coverage, continuing coverage of the catastrophe in South Manhattan and Washington, D.C. You are looking at live pictures as the rescue efforts continue.
Here straight up at 5 o'clock in the east, the human chain of debris being passed from person to person. It's been going on all night. I'm sure you've seen just about all of this because once you start watching, you just can't turn away. These workers have to be, guys, totally exhausted. The other definition of it, I'm sure reinforcements coming in and out, trying to crawl through the rubble, and the encouraging sign is, just when you think all hope is lost, they seem to find another person alive.
At the Pentagon, they've given up all hope that they'd be able to find anybody alive inside the Pentagon. But you know what? There are still rescue efforts going on, as you can see, at the World Trade Center. Where, Brian, you're right. They have pulled 5 people out so far. And you know what? Underneath that, what had stood 110 floors above Manhattan, there are all sorts of tunnels, and there are spaces or voids, they refer to them as, places where people could be alive.
They could be. But at some point, we've got to start facing the fact that we have thousands of people still missing. We can talk all we want about the incredible, and they are, incredible rescue efforts at hand.
Right.
But there are mothers and fathers and babies and children and grandparents out there this morning having absolutely no idea if their loved one is dead or alive, and the suspense, the agony is absolutely killing them.
But there's nothing anyone can do. They feel
you
as
know
though
what?
anyone.
There is something we can do.
They feel as though the mall has been. They've really tackled the mall. Anyone in there that could possibly be alive or retrieved has been, but and that's what's happening at this level, and they can only dig through.
Well, here is the latest. 82 people are dead in the World Trade Center attack, and that is just the list so far. That is not including those who are on the planes. New York's Mayor Rudy Giuliani has now requested 6,000 body bags. Among those still missing, 202 firefighters and 57 police officers. Over at the Pentagon, the military says about 150 people are still unaccounted for. They doubt that any of those people are alive. And the federal government has identified more than a dozen hijackers. They say in all, more than 50 people here in the U.S. could have been involved, be associates, be involved in being on the plane. And they have plenty of evidence already linking many of them to Osama bin Laden. The Justice Department says at least one hijacker on each of the 4 planes involved was trained at an American flight school right here on our ground, folks. And the feds say that altogether 50 people could have been involved helping out in this incredible plot.
Yes.
Law enforcement sources tell Fox News that investigators have so far searched for evidence at more than 20 locations in 6 states. They had armed officers storming into hotels in Massachusetts yesterday, picking up suspects, stopping trains, taking off suspects, handcuffing them, taking them away. They are doing what they can, but 83% of America says we've got to take action. You know what? We know Osama bin Laden has been anti-American, that he has encouraged attacks of any kind. Killing an American, in his mind, is the greatest duty you can perform with your life.
And he said that from day one. But some more news has come across. Just as Clinton was about to leave office in late December, word was that they knew approximately where this guy was. And Bill Clinton himself, while president, debated on the merits of taking a risk with American military men and trying to take this guy out.
Yeah, well, they're sitting there debating on this, knowing that this guy has been directly linked to the attack on the coal, the attack on the embassies, knowing that. And you sit there and continue to debate? No, you go in there and you get this guy. And you know what? If you miss him at one of his dens, you're getting people that are directly related to him. So you go to his next den and his next den. And at some point, Afghanistan's got to wake up and see that their country's going to be toast if they don't turn this guy over.
They've dispersed their cabinet all across the country. They're preparing for attack.
They're hiding.
Guys, while we were on the air, the UN has taken out all their people because they know that they're going to be in the eye of the storm, but it's not going to end there. Here's what's happening, and this the papers come across now out the printing press. I think it's important America gets a chance to see how we're covering it.
All right, Brian, on the cover of the New York Times this morning, not surprising, just as we're showing you live pictures of the rescue effort, they feature a huge picture, color photo of guys working through the debris. It says, stunned rescuers comb attack sites, but thousands are presumed dead. FBI tracking hijackers' movement. Meanwhile, the New York Daily News, much the same. 10,000 feared dead. On the New York Post, Brian's got it right over there, and
gripping shot as usual, but this is what you're seeing more and more is, I'll put this up, make it a little bit easier. You're seeing people not only doing their best to get people out, find out what's going on, but also to show a look of patriotism, raising the flag. You see it across the country. You see it at the Pentagon as they try to put out the fire, and they finally have, thank goodness, but they put a flag across the Pentagon. Here, firefighters, obviously up 48, 72 hours in some cases, putting up the flag.
And meanwhile, as you take a look at that picture there, as rescue efforts continue, on the back page of the New York Post, that is the man they do believe was at the controls of the airplane that crashed into the World Trade Center. His name is Mohammed Att, 33 years of age, a militant with links to Osama bin Laden. He had been taking flight lessons at a place in Vero Beach, Florida, called the Huffman Flight School.
Now, they've detained 10 people from that school, including the director. I'm not saying they're under arrest. They've been detained. They've been heavily questioned.
They want to talk to him.
A couple of these guys lived with one of the bookkeepers there. You know what? And while they've got all the bravado in the world to come in here, come in our country, on our turf, and use planes and innocent people to attack American targets, but what happens when they fear attack? According to the Pakistani intelligence sources, the Taliban militia is now running for cover. They're hiding their people. No,
they do their best work in covert situations. They don't want to be seen.
That is the classic bully situation.
No,
they're not.
Classic
They have no
cowards.
guts. They're not men.
Bullies stand up and are challenged. These are cowards.
They make me sick.
Eric Shawn showing a lot of courage again for the third straight day in the eye of the storm, up again. Eric, let's go out live to you at the World Trade Center as close as you possibly can with the mask on, asbestos everywhere. What's the latest on the rescue operation?
Well, first, I hope you can understand me through this mask. You've been told to keep it on. Good, thank you. The smoke just has gotten really acrid, much heavier. It just depends upon the way the wind blows. We were kind of fortunate yesterday. The wind was going south, blowing a lot of this acrid, thick smoke and the ash south of us. But now the wind has been turning around, so it's been enveloping us here all the way up. I can't even see up beyond a couple of blocks up that way, and it really smells. It gets in your throat. And just think, we are a few blocks from the ground zero, the epicenter, and think what those guys, those heroic, those heroes, those men and women who are risking their own lives to try to find others, people buried in that debris. Think of what they're going through and what they are doing now, as many of them volunteers, off-duty firefighters, off-duty police officers, and others, along with New York's finest and New York's bravest, the FBI and others who are sifting through that rubble piece by piece, hand by hand, concrete, steel, glass, anything, papers, plastic. We're moving it in a bucket brigade into dump trucks to try and find any more survivors. So far, the number sadly stands at only 5. 3 firefighters, 2 police officers. That revised downward from what we were reporting yesterday. But there is hope that someplace in the labyrinth of the World Trade Center, underneath in the subterranean areas, that there could be these voids, the pockets of areas where people could still be living and survived, although there is not really a lot of hope. Mayor Giuliani requesting from the federal government 6,000 body bags. There also is a concern that 2 more buildings could be in danger of collapse from structural weakness. They are the Millennium Hotel, which is across the street from the World Trade Center, and One Liberty Plaza, which is across the west side, West Street, on the Hudson River side, which is a office building that has a headquarters of that's complex has the headquarters of American Express, the Wall Street Journal, and some many other financial companies. What's been going on all tonight is that, if you can come back live for me for a second, I want to show you this. More dump trucks. Dump truck after dump truck after dump truck going in going in to get the debris. They are loaded with the debris. More dump trucks come out, and the debris is then put on barges and sent to the Fresh Kills landfill, which is in Staten Island, where the FBI and the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, sift through every single piece to try and find a clue. And of course, they're trying to find the cockpit voice recorder in the black boxes to get some more clues to what happened to these planes. Much as that, they've been able to get information from the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. With me now is one of the heroes. I hope I don't embarrass you by calling you that, Hector.
Not a hero. Not at all.
Retired New York City police officer. You're not on the job anymore, and you're down here.
That's right.
How come you don't think you're a hero, risking your life, coming in here, taking piece by piece out of this place?
Well, I wasn't actually taking piece by piece out. I came down yesterday. And I was helping wash out the smoke and grit out of the eyes of the firefighters and other personnel that were at ground zero. And today I'm picking up garbage. So it's nothing heroic about it. Just doing what you can. Sometimes taking your own initiative if there's no one around to give you direction. As long as you don't get in people's way and try to do something constructive, that's the best that can be asked of you.
What's it like in there when you've seen that hole, the rubble, 5 stories full of rubble that the guys are standing on, digging down? It's covered, fire trucks and police cars.
Well, I used to work in this area as a civilian and also as a police officer. It's unimaginable. It's unthinkable. It's unbelievable. Words. It's indescribable. Indescribable. What was it? About 102 stories, down to I guess a mass of about down to about a mass of maybe 50 feet high. Unimaginable.
Well, when you're in there, what's the mood like among the guys and the men and women who are working?
A lot of spirit. They're working very, very hard. Everybody is, I guess you could say, gung-ho, animated. Everybody's doing as much as they can, as best as they can. Great group of people. A lot of heroes from fire department, police department, EMS, all the volunteer that came around from upstate and from Long Island. These are the people that are doing the hard work, and those are the heroes. Those are the heroes.
Hector, thank you very much. I beg to differ with you. Just the fact that you're out here, I think America thanks you, and we do too. 259 cops, New York City cops and firefighters are missing. New York's finest and bravest. Some high officials of the department, some deputy chiefs, some gentlemen that we have known here in the news media, covering them for many, many years. They lost their lives when they rushed to this building when the 2 planes crashed into it and the buildings pancaked on top of them. So as Hector says, he doesn't consider himself a hero, but there are men like him, men and women, many others in there now working 12-hour shifts and 24-hour shifts. The fire department is 24 on, 24 off, hoping that they will finally be able to find some more people, just more than just the only 5 who have been pulled to safety from this incredible catastrophe. We're live down in Lower Manhattan. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Eric, Sean, thank you very much. Meanwhile, about 285 miles south of where Eric is the Pentagon, and David Schuster is there live this morning. Good morning, David. David, have they given up all hope of finding anybody alive at the Pentagon?
Well, Steve, there's certainly not much optimism, in part because they've been dropping listening devices from a crane actually into the crevice. And to give you a sense as to where they're doing this, I want to go to our other camera to give you a closer picture of this. And you'll notice one of the reasons why they have to drop essentially a basket into the crevice there is because of the 45-degree angle of the structure. They simply can't go into the debris. So as a result, they have dropped these listening devices, and because unfortunately, they've heard absolutely nothing on these listening devices. They are not very optimistic at all that they're going to find anybody. And in fact, they believe the death toll here at the Pentagon will probably reach above 200. They've retrieved 80 bodies so far, bodies that apparently were in obvious places that didn't require much risk for some of the recovery crews. But there were 64 passengers on the jetliner, and when you add that to the 150 military and civilian employees at the Pentagon who are unaccounted for, that's why there is anticipation that when all is said and done, the death toll will be above 100. It does appear that the Army was hit the hardest. There was an office on the second floor, the second deck as they call it, an Army office that apparently was completely obliterated, and that apparently is where many of the casualties have occurred. For much of the night, we have seen workers on the roof looking at the structure of the Pentagon. There are great fears about another piece of the Pentagon collapsing. Workers have been using welding tools to try to essentially build up the structure, put in some more supports. Some of the beams are being described as pixie sticks. You remove one, and the theory is that all of them may fall. So great concern still about the stability of the Pentagon. But again, the crews are hoping that when daylight comes today, that some of the rescue crews will be able to get into some of that crevice area and actually be able to start going through some of the debris, trying to retrieve some more of the bodies without putting some of the rescue crews in much danger. Steve, Edie, and Brian.
All right, thanks very much. Hey, David, what was the reaction to the president's visit when he showed up at the Pentagon yesterday?
Well, as near as we can tell, people were, obviously very pleased to have the commander-in-chief here. It's been a pretty tough haul for a lot of the rescue crews here, simply because of the structure of the Pentagon. It's been very tough work. And when some people have suggested, when you put this in perspective, they are anticipating more fatalities here than in the Oklahoma City bombing. And a lot of people who were killed, obviously, very well known throughout the building. Secretary Rumsfeld knew a lot of people. So a lot of people appreciated the president's solemn approach, the president shaking hands one by one yesterday with some of the rescue crews. There are literally hundreds of people that are here around the clock. They've set up triage areas just in case they find anybody alive. But it's, I think, a great deal of appreciation, and I think one of the ways they show that appreciation, and I know we've showed the tape over and over throughout the night, is they unfurled that giant flag that is now on the south side of the Pentagon. They did that right before the president came here to the Pentagon as a sort of tribute both to all Americans, but specifically to the Americans who died here at the Pentagon.
Hey, David, we know that there have been reports that officials are concerned that there may be more attacks on our country. There have been, especially here in New York, a lot of armed guards, machine gun toting guards seen in the streets. What kind of precautions are they taking at the Pentagon?
Well, Edie, they've blocked a number of the highways, 110, some of the exit ramps off of 395. I suppose the advantage they have here is because the Pentagon is such a large space, it's a little easier to sort of block off the area and essentially remove it. Most Washingtonians can't even get close enough to take a look at the damage, and so maybe perhaps it's one reason why life, at least in Washington, seems to be going on as normal. But a lot of precautions. I have to tell you, last night in Georgetown, we saw military police, a military jeep in the heart of Georgetown, which is something that we've never seen before. So certainly it's a very different city than it was just a couple of days ago.
David Schuster, thank you very much. 17 minutes after the hour, time to go to the nation's capital, where yesterday Congress has released $20 billion in emergency money for this. There could be more coming down. Collins Spencer is there live. Collins, what's the latest?
Good morning to everybody. I'm going to talk about the investigation here. Law enforcement sources tell Fox News that searches have taken place at more than 20 locations in 6 states. The states are Maine, Massachusetts, Florida, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Virginia. Other states are expected to have homes and businesses searched today. Now, law enforcement sources say that at least one of the men taken from a Boston hotel and put into custody has been released. They say authorities have the names of at least 50 people believed to be connected to the hijackings, and about half of them have some pilot training experience from U.S. schools. They confirm at least one person left behind a note to family members, but aren't clear if this was from an actual hijacker or someone who assisted them. This person can't be accounted for. Now, sources are also saying there's evidence someone had been coordinating the attack, most likely from the U.S., for more than a year. There are indications that at least one of the hijackers may have had a ramp pass, which would allow him or her to get access onto the ramp area prior to the takeoff, enabling them also to get access to the plane, the catering service, or other things, which would provide opportunities to smuggle items onto the plane. Sources say some of the hijackers' passenger tickets were purchased with cash, but others were paid for by credit cards. And in one case, one credit card number was used to purchase tickets for 7 hijackers. Now, known terrorist Osama bin Laden is quickly becoming the focus of the investigation. This is typical for his operations, where one layer of operatives don't know about the other. Investigators say it's possible that those who purchased tickets didn't know the people personally who they bought them for, but were just told to do so. Authorities are still trying to verify and authenticate some of the names of the hijackers, since it's common these types of individuals will use fake credentials for some time before an attack. Now, some internet companies like AOL have handed over their email records believed to be used by suspects in this case. Attorney General John Ashcroft and FBI Director Robert Mueller are expected to hold a briefing at 12:30 Eastern Time this afternoon. So a lot to tell about the investigation going into these attacks. Back to you in New York.
All right, thanks a lot, Collins. You know, this whole thing with bin Laden, his brother, this big Boston connection is really coming to light. His brother gave money to Harvard, donated money to Harvard. He was in the United States. Friends of his, the guy that's been thrown out of Jordan, arrested in Jordan for plotting an American attack, allowed to drive a cab over in Boston. And this is outrageous.
Yeah, they were working over at Boston Cab Company for a while, and they're talking to the folks there.
One of the outrageous things is the fact that one of the hijackers was on a watch list. The reason the government has these watch lists is to keep the bad guys out of the country. There was his name on the list, passed through, got into an airport in Maine, and then it was able to fly on to Boston and, of course, eventually crash into the World Trade Center.
Well, we want to talk about it. Terrorism hits America. We want you to speak out. Call us at 1-888-TEL-FOX, and we're going to talk to you in just a few minutes. You know, I feel like I'm extremely emotional about this because we go home, we live here in the tri-state area, and we go home to our kids asking questions. My 5-year-old wanted to know if bad guys can kill God. That's what you walk home to here. They've got friends whose parents aren't home. They don't know where they are.
Well, I think also we're dealing with the fact that a lot of our friends and friends of our family are missing.
That's right.
And I'm going to be showing you pictures in a little while. One of the main reasons I stayed home last night, I was about to head back in, even though Penn Station was under watch. And all of a sudden, would you do me a favor, Brian? Hang out, because my wife's cousin's missing. He was the 105th floor. Can we drop off pictures? So I waited. You have the same deal, Steve. You have the same deal. We'll talk about that in a little while.
Right.
But when you talk about the missing, you know, out to St. Vincent's Hospital we go. Catherine Herridge is there, and a lot of parents, a lot of family members are wondering what's happening at St. Vincent's, when they can get a list of names and who's there and who's not.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. At this hospital, they've taken 426 people. And as you just said, what we've seen in the last 24 hours has really been a grim pilgrimage for so many families. They've traveled from hospital to hospital, hoping that they're going to find their loved one on a list of the injured, or hoping just to get any information. I just want to take a little bit of a walk over here. You can see one of the news vans, one of the dozens of news vans that's now down in the area around the hospital. You can see just taped onto the windshield all sorts of flyers with pictures. Now, initially, a lot of family members were coming just with photographs and showing them to people to try and give them an indication of who they were looking for, hoping that someone may have seen them or have information. But because they wanted to get out as much information as possible, many have started to put up flyers, so you can see it taped to the van. I have a couple right here you might want to look at, which are quite typical, I'm sad to say. In this case, missing Garth Feeney, asking people if they have information to call his wife with a phone number or his parents. He was working in the North Tower and had called his wife at 9 a.m., just after the first plane crash. It will give a birth date. This is very typical. Height, in this case, around 6 foot. Weight, hair color, any distinguishing characteristics. In this case, some scars. You can see one very fine long scar behind running under his right eye. I'm just going to go to a second one right here. It's one of the firefighters, as Eric reported earlier, about 260 firefighters and police officers are missing. In this case, Timothy Haskell from Squad 18. You also see here, also missing his brother, Captain Tommy Haskell. So a lot of pain, a lot of searching for the Haskell family right now. Another thing that we've seen is people in the city really just wanting to have a sense of community. They want to have a place to really grieve, and we had a candlelight vigil at around 7 Eastern last night. People coming together, lighting a candle, just trying to show some solidarity. Many people in the city saying that they just don't want to go back to their apartment. They just don't want to be alone. Some of them coming to this hospital site just to share their feelings with others. We've had a number of very high-profile visitors to this area. We've had the mayor, New York's Governor Pataki, and also New York Senator Chuck Schumer, who condemned the attack and the devastation that it's brought to this city.
Tonight, there are lots of empty places at dinner tables in New York.
and make you feel nothing but total admiration for the people doing the work. But it also makes you feel some determination. Determination that New York will come back bigger and better and stronger, and that we will bring to justice those who did this despicable act.
You know, they do have mental health professionals and grief counselors on hand here, and yesterday they were telling us, particularly if you have children, you've really got to listen to your kids right now. If you notice any behavior that seems at all unusual, if they seem restless, if they're having trouble sleeping at night, you've really got to talk to your kids. You've got to find out what's on their mind, and you have to do whatever you can to reassure them that they are safe and secure. I'm reporting live from St. Vincent's Hospital, sending it back to you.
I wanted to find out, Catherine, if there are any people at St. Vincent's or the other hospitals that you're aware of that are alive but unable to tell hospital officials their name, so that there could be people who are alive that have been brought in, but their identity is unknown.
That could very well be one of the things we heard from hospital workers yesterday, is that so many people who had come in were just shocked and dazed. Many of them had no idea what had happened. They had no idea how they had even ended up at the hospital. So I think your point is very well taken. There could be people in the hospitals who they haven't been able to identify yet, and therefore don't have any information, sadly, for their families.
All right, thank you very much. Catherine Herridge live at St. Vincent's Hospital in Manhattan.
You're looking live at the rescue effort at the World Trade Center. Someone who's very familiar with that, the Salvation Army. She's one of the organizations helping the rescue efforts and search for terror-attack victims. Joining us now, Major Steve Banfield, the spokesman for the Salvation Army. Steve, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
You've seen a lot of bad stuff in your career. Where do you rate what you're experiencing now?
Nothing can rate with this. To go there, it's almost surreal. To be there, you think you're going to wake up and this is going to go away. But it's not. There's destruction, the dust, the incredible amount of dust. To know that that rubble was once, these buildings and, individuals were in that building. It's incomprehensible right now.
We have reports that some people trapped in there have been able to use cell phones to call loved ones to try to say, I'm alive, here's where I was when. Can you hear anyone yelling for help when you get down there? Do we believe there are more people alive?
Well, not where we are at that particular time. I understand they're using sensing devices which are being confused by the generators and the compressors that are being used. So
and they shut down the electricity so that they wouldn't hit any electrical wires.
That's true. So it's a difficult, and I take my hat off to the firefighters and all the construction workers and the police, and they're doing a tremendous job. Now, Steve, as we look at the professionals clearing the rubble so they can go down many, many floors to look for, we hope, live people, or at least recover the bodies, we just see a TV picture there. But when you're there and somebody comes up to you, like Catherine Herridge was showing those pictures of loved ones whose family members dropped them off and said, if anybody sees this person, please let me know. It's so emotional, not just on the streets of New York City, but in particular right there. Yes. Well, what you see on faces is desperation and disbelief. You see shock. The firemen coming, for the cup of coffee and the donut. There's just that shock. There's not that interaction and that, any sort of humor that we normally would have to break tension. It's just this silence almost, even. Why? Is it because of the vastness of the death and destruction, or because essentially we're facing evil? That we're looking smack dab in the face of pure evil that did this. Right. Normally in disasters we're talking about an accident which occurs or an act of nature. But this is an act of terror and terrorism, and it is, for us, we have to adjust to it. We're not used to it.
And Steve, you're working through it, and a lot of people want to give help, and those people are going to need a break soon. I'm very curious to see when civilians can get in there and start to be trained to help out. But in terms of monetary donations, here's the phone number you're giving us. Confirm it, 1-888-234, and then 4-8s. 1-888-234, and then 4-8. Just you donate money, and that'll go to what?
Right, to purchasing the supplies. Now, we do appreciate
like water, bandages, things like that?
Yes, food, the meals. We've
served over 100,000 meals in this short time. And we have 13 canteens, mobile feeding kitchens around the area. But water, and Gatorade in particular, Get the needed. electrolytes going. Yes. And you can also log on www.salvationarmyusa.org. I'm sure you have more information there.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Steve Banfield, Salvation Army. And I guess you have a lot of work ahead of you. We'll let you get going.
Get some rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we've been looking live at these pictures, guys.
You know what? It's 5:30 here in the East, and you got to remember these people have been going nonstop for 45 hours doing their best. I mean, in the beginning, the fire was so hot they couldn't get very close, but now they're clearing the rubble. And you know what? It's not just a job where they're moving steel and glass and cement, but they're on a race against the clock, because while a lot of people may not be holding out hope, you gotta hope there are live people under that.
Well, by the way, Douglas Montero is a columnist with the New York Post, and if you want the best on the investigation, I think the New York Times, the LA Times, the Boston Herald is leading there. But if you want the inside story of New Yorkers and what these survivors and people are struggling through, you go to the Post, you go to the Daily News, and Douglas Montero says that these firefighters won't leave. And they've come over. He talks about it 0900 hours. A chief said, guys, go home. This is it for your shift. Shock firefighters stood up as soon as the guy left. As soon as their supervisor left, they went back to work. Some have been in there since 9 a.m. They say, where do you want us to go? Our brothers, our friends, our relatives are buried in there. We're not going anywhere.
Well, I don't want, we at this point, we look at this and we think of this more as a recovery and a rescue, and it is. But the fact is, there is still a very serious, credible threat against the United States.
Well, were you watching last night? I was sitting at home at 10 o'clock, and all of a sudden, Shepard Smith and Linda Vester say, everyone hold on. They're evacuating the Empire State Building. All the lights go out in the Empire State Building. They say, don't go to the east side, go to the west side, where I might have had that reversed. And Penn Station has been evacuated, and they had bomb-sniffing dogs that evidently found something.
This city
we got
is
the feeling that it was happening again.
It's on pins and needles. Last night, I was here in Manhattan, and I don't know, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, another one of those F-18s flew over. I mean, you got to understand.
I love that sound. Personally, I want to hear that.
It wakes my children up, and it scares the living daylights out of them. Just to know, right now in the United States, the military, believe it or not, is patrolling the skies over 41 American cities. It's not just New York. It's not just Washington. Over 41 American cities.
It's the Space Needle in Seattle. It's, places in Los Angeles. It's the Sears building in Chicago, or the Merchandise Mart. It's, hotels in Boston. It can be anyone, anywhere, anytime.
Well, many feel this is the way it has to be for a long time for Americans to truly be safe. Forget about the feeling of security, but to be safe.
In addition to the firefighters, the police officers, and the official military personnel, I remember during the debates when President Bush's training in the Texas National Guard was sort of poo-pooed as not real. Let me tell you, folks, there are thousands of National Guard troops out there right now, and you better say a thanks to them.
Absolutely.
Because they're making it possible by taking on other duties to let these folks go in here and handle the specialized situations. And those are volunteers who take their weekends and go out there and get the special training. They disrupt their lives to help us.
Well, you don't do it for the money.
They don't get any money.
The live
or
picture,
very little.
The live pictures you're looking at there, you know what? Obviously, it's dark, and so they're a little grainy, but it's also hazy. Part of that haze is the fact that there's dirt and there's dust, and also there's asbestos in the air. Eric Shawn is standing by live, and Eric, that mask you're wearing, one of the reasons for it is there are toxins out there. You guys are breathing a lot of bad stuff.
Well, maybe. I hope not. That's why I'm keeping this on. You have to excuse this mask, and if you can hear me through it, that is one of the issues. I mean, the first issue here, it really is an acrid, bitter smell. I've covered a lot of fires in my time as a reporter here in New York for 20 years, and usually you have this smell at a fire scene for a couple of hours, but this does just not go away. You go home, you have it in your clothes, you take a shower, it stays with you, but it really is pretty sharp right now, which is why I'm keeping this mask on. We were told, Mayor Giuliani had a news conference saying that obviously there very well could be asbestos particles in the air. You don't want to be exposed to that. We're taking those type of precautions. But really, personally for me now and others here, it's because of the smell. Let me show you about the Salvation Army, though. I don't think I'm ever going to go by the Salvation Army bucket without dropping a few bucks into it. There they are. There is the canteen. There are the guys who are being fed, being fueled. They are able to support their work in the hole by just handing out donuts and coffee. Something as simple as that. That's the canteen right now. As you can see, some of the rescue workers in their jumpsuits and contamination suits and hard hats are milling around, taking a break, and boy, do they need a break. Yeah,
Eric, I just was wondering, did someone specifically say that the masks that you're wearing, that I've seen a lot of people out there wearing, are suitable for stopping asbestos particles from being inhaled?
No.
Okay.
This mask, we just got these masks at the drugstore.
Okay, well, you know what?
You got to get yourself a better
You've got to
mask.
get something, because we're getting plenty of emails in here, and they say that those masks don't do anything. The asbestos particles are too small, and you need to call OSHA or get a NIOSH rated mask with a proper filter for asbestos, and we know that's a very real problem. We're concerned about your safety, so...
Well, that's a message to the news
I appreciate
desk.
that.
Get your mask, Eric. We'll bring it down. You can get right to traffic pretty quickly.
This is one of the issues that we talked about earlier today among us here at the crew. You've got various masks. I'm trying to see if some other news media have that type of mask that have filters on either side.
Right, that's what you need.
This basically is the mask. I don't see anybody right here who has that, but this basically is the type of mask that they were giving out to all the rescue workers who are busily at work.
Well, that's a concern as well.
It is just haphazard, and it just, this just is going as it goes. These are the masks that are available. They're the ones that are given out. That's why we have them. That's why a lot of the guys who are at work have them. I appreciate the concern, and we'll keep going at it. Let me, though, talk about the rescue effort now, if I can. Sadly, only 5 people have been rescued over the last 24 hours or so. That number's revised downward from the 9 that we had been reporting yesterday. 3 firefighters, 2 police officers, and you see that incredible human chain, like a bucket brigade, hand by hand, piece by piece, concrete, steel, glass, everything that's in that 5-story tall mound of rubble that was once the glorious and gleaming 110-story tall World Trade Center. They are taking apart piece by piece. You've got dump trucks that have been moving down this street, empty. They leave full. The debris is being put on barges, sent to the Great Kills dump, which is in Staten Island, where then it is sifted through by the FBI and also by the National Transportation Safety Board, specifically trying to find parts from that airplane, including the black boxes and this sort of thing, to try to get any clues they possibly can. Sadly, 259 New York City police officers and firefighters still missing, New York's bravest and finest. The death toll, we were told, sources say, perhaps as high as 20,000. Certainly thousands of people still inside the World Trade Centers when they came crashing, imploding on top of each other as they went down. Hope that in those voids where in the subterranean sections that there still could be people alive. Some hope, although I have to say, just after 45 hours or so into this, perhaps not as much hope as there was yesterday, but they are not giving up. They're continuing, and as you folks reported just a little while ago, you can't get some of these guys out of here. You have off-duty firefighters, off-duty cops, volunteers, people who are here doing their best, working. They're exhausted. I just saw a guy with his hard hat sleeping on the steps, taking a break over there, and will take a break and then go right back at it, trying to do whatever they can to find whoever may still be alive. Back to you.
All right, thanks very much. And you know what? The reason I mentioned the asbestos is because there is asbestos at the very core of the World Trade Center building. And Mayor Giuliani has said several times that it's completely safe. But you know what? You just never know.
Well, you go down there, you know it's not. Now, some disturbing news from the New York Times brought in. The New York Times reporting today that Union City, New Jersey,
which is just across the river from you know, you see those the end of Manhattan views. It's right across the river, the Hudson River, from where the World Trade Center was.
5 suspects they're being investigated right now. Evidently, at the time of the explosion, they had set up cameras and videotape and were cheering as this happened.
Right. They've taken these 5 men into custody to find out whether or not they were part of the Osama bin Laden cell. The officials think 50 people were connected to the hijacking. Half of them had pilot training. And apparently they'd been working on planning this attack for more than a year. About 40 of the 50 have been accounted for, including those killed in the suicide attacks. But here's the scary part. 10 remain at large. Maybe five of those people in Union City are part of it, but nonetheless, they do believe 10 remain at large.
We have this just in. The chief of state police in Germany, in the northern part of Germany, say they have arrested a suspect in Hamburg. They say that he has been arrested. He is being questioned regarding the attacks here in America. And as Steve pointed out, plenty of people still out there that they know of that got pilot licenses here in the United States unaccounted for, and that in part is why the airports are still shut down.
All right, David Schuster has more from the Pentagon. The good news there, the fire is out. No word yet on the casualties, but the hopes of survivors, well, it's grim. David, what's the latest?
Well, Brian, just to follow up on what Ed was saying about the arrest in Germany, people at the Pentagon have said for the last day and a half they've been very pleased with the aggressive efforts by Interpol, the European police forces. There have been a lot of communications, and the efforts there in Europe are being described as very, very aggressive. As far as the fires, you are right. Good news here. The fires have been completely out now for about 16 hours. The pungent smell that we had yesterday is completely gone. The effort at the moment has been to try to shore up a building that they still say on the south side is incredibly unstable, so unstable that a lot of rescue crews have been very reluctant to go very deep into the crevice that was created by that American Airlines jetliner that smashed into the side. So far, the rescue crews have recovered approximately 80 bodies, and here you're looking at some video of the evacuation a couple days ago, but they've recovered 80 bodies from the Pentagon. Yesterday at this time, Arlington County Fire Chief was describing a potential of 800 bodies that might be found in the Pentagon, but since then, military officials, the Secretary of Defense, have gone to great lengths to distance themselves from that number, to downplay it. The Secretary of Defense spoke last night during a news conference. Here's part of what he had to say.
We currently believe and are certainly hopeful that the number of casualties being reported in the press is high. As you know from your own observation out there, the work is still going forward, and we won't know for some time precise numbers, but from everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high.
The number that officials are talking about is around 200. There were 64 on the jetliner and approximately 150 military and civilian employees inside the Pentagon who are still unaccounted for. There's a great deal of frustration and anger inside that building. Last night, the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, sent a videotaped message to all Defense Department employees around the world. Texts of this message were also emailed to all employees. He talked about the heroes that are on the walls of the Pentagon, the pictures of all those Medal of Honor winners. He talked about possible operations in the future and said, "We face powerful and terrible enemies we intend to vanquish." He says, "Stay the course in the challenges ahead." He went on to tell the military to place your trust in the American people, for you will have their full support. Steve, Edie, and Brian, back to you.
All right, David. Hey, David, a quick question for you. When you talk to the officials there, they talk about how, they're going to go find these guys. But when you talk to just the average Joe there at the Pentagon, are they really passionate about tracking these guys down?
Yes, and they simply cannot wait for the orders to come down. Part of what's going on is they note they've got all the forces in the Atlantic. They've got the bases in Turkey. They've got the military hardware over there to take action as soon as it is ordered. They are ready. The Pentagon is ready. They are eager to take up the fight, as some of them have described it. They are eager to respond. What they're waiting for, of course, is for the intelligence community to pin down exactly who is responsible, where they came from, what countries did they get assistance from, where are some of the potential bases, and then the Pentagon is absolutely ready to go.
Dave, we'll be back to you in a little while. Just on that very same note, we'll check in with you again. You're seeing live shots now at the World Trade Center. There's a patriotic swell, I understand, at all military locations. People are enlisting in mass numbers, wanting to get involved in this. And yesterday, Donald Rumsfeld released a videotape to every single military personnel telling them it's your chance to be a hero. It's coming. And in Afghanistan, and you're seeing the crawl in Afghanistan, all these military officials are starting to retreat and hide. I think they have the feeling, like many Americans do, they're about to be hit.
All right, let's go out to the phones right now. In Oklahoma, we have Josh on the line. Josh, as we look at the recovery and rescue efforts, your feelings?
I think my feelings are, of course, we go back here in Oklahoma to 1995 when the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building was bombed. First off, as an Oklahoman, as an American, my heart goes out to the families and especially to the rescue workers there, that their efforts are not overlooked at all. We know that those people give more than they are ever called for in an incident like this. Here in the heartland, we feel these feelings all over again. I know the feeling of terror in your community. I walked past the Murrah building as it was in shambles to graduate high school in downtown Oklahoma City. I think that Americans are going to demand retribution, a timely retribution and a violent retribution. The court systems and the arrests and the investigations that followed the Murrah bombing, I think that left a lot of us feeling that justice was not done timely and not fairly.
You know, Josh, it's interesting. According to Time magazine, time.com, they're reporting that the administration is actually looking into the amount of jet fuel that was on that airplane when it crashed into the Twin Towers and the Pentagon, because they're trying to say it wasn't just because of all the gas. It wasn't just an airplane, but it was a weapon of mass destruction, in which case they could really go to the max.
Which is bad news. Thank you very much for the call. Bad news for people who want the black boxes. It is not a good chance that those black boxes are still intact. Well, the best chance is Pittsburgh, but here the heat's so great, they're probably disintegrated if they can find it.
Let's go out to Chuck in Illinois. Chuck, weigh in on your thoughts this morning.
Hi, how you doing? I'm from Kankakee. What aggravates me the most is this isn't an act of terrorism. The minute that plane hit there, that was war. And I don't think we need to go around to NATO or Russia or Japan and get their okay. You know, when they bombed us, their civilians knew. We've got 50 of their terrorists, so that means at least a couple thousand of their people in secretly waiting circles help protect these people in the United States and all around. So I don't think we should have any mercy.
I think you bring up a good point, but let's think about this for a second. If you're going to add some action, and I don't think you have to convince our allies from China to Russia to France to England, they're ready for action. But put it this way, we don't need their okay, but what kind of effort would it be if everyone was on the same page? Because the threat that we're experiencing, they're going to be experiencing.
Let me ask you one question. We're going to spend all of this money to investigate them afterwards and put these other ones in prison. Why? How do you think us Americans are going to feel that we're spending our hard-earned dollars to prosecute people that killed us? No, I think we should be just like it says. Yea, though we walk through the shadow of the valley of death, we fear no evil. Go in there, wipe it out, be done with it. We're America. We help every one of these countries, money-wise, any way they want, and then they're going to stab the back that feeds them. No, we're Americans. You see it right there. Last 3 days, all you media people, everybody, anybody that knows anybody, we need to stand
understand,
our ground.
and I understand your passion.
You go back to the Old Testament and you get an eye for an eye. Okay, Wisconsin, Cheryl, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say I've been watching this since the day it happened, at work, at home, and I can't help but just cry every time I see those planes go into those towers. And my hats go off to the firefighters, to the policemen that lost their lives trying to help others and save others. And I hope and I pray that New York can bounce back from this and find some more survivors. And God bless all the workers, the firemen, the policemen, the people itself. And I hope that we can pick out some more survivors and some more heroes out from the ground.
Yeah. Thank you very much. John McCain on the attackers, quote, "We are coming after you. God may have mercy on you, but we won't."
Well, let's do it.
Out in California at this hour, Chris joins us. Chris, what do you think?
Hi, you guys. I'd just like to say that my heart and my prayers go out to all of the families out there. And I am strongly behind President Bush and his decision. I'm very proud of him for the decision he made to investigate this thoroughly so that we can find who did this and bring them to justice. There's a lot of angry people out there, but I think that we need to understand that, we can only deal with this with, the information that we have, and it's just safer to find who did it and then go after them, bring them to justice, instead of going around and pointing the fingers at,
Right, get a
bunch
plan
of
is what
different
you're
people.
saying. Don't just
get a plan.
Get a plan.
And, yeah, well, this is America, and we're professional people. I mean,
all right.
Yeah, we're professional people, but at the same time, the rest of the world isn't operating on our schedule. War has just changed. It's a completely different beast, and we don't seem to respond to it that way.
Edie, to indicate how we are operating in New York City, it is almost impossible still to get into the average skyscraper. You've got to show ID, and then they're not even going to show you, let you in. That, by the way, is the perspective from Union City, New Jersey. That's approximately where the 5 suspects set up the camera and photographed the planes plowing in to the World Trade Center and then congratulated each other. And those 5 guys from Union City are being investigated by the cops. Also, yesterday about 11:30, they opened the George Washington Bridge, where you could actually cross the bridge, which is it's an arterial route between New York and New Jersey. Hundreds of thousands of vehicles that way. And just within the last 10 minutes, the Lincoln Tunnel has opened. So some life is returning to normal.
They had a police checkpoint up at the bridge over the Hudson and the Henry Hudson. You had to stop at the police, tell them where you're going, what you're doing, and there's good reason.
That's fine with me.
That's right, but there's good reason. There's a reason why Mayor Giuliani is being very cagey about where he is, that the president, that the Pentagon, that everyone is still taking precautions, and that is because there are plenty more people they have identified linked to bin Laden, linked to these cells that are right here in our country. In fact, 2 weeks ago, American Airlines sent a memo to employees to be on the alert for imposter pilots. Now, why? Because apparently somebody broke into some pilots' rooms and only stole their uniforms and their ID badges, meaning they could more easily gain access. Also reports that one of the terrorists had a ramp pass. That means you can stick up all the security precautions. You can make it impossible for carry-on luggage. You can't check baggage, whatever. But if these people, you can do all that. The law-abiding citizens are going to, abide by that. But if these people want to get there, they can. You got a ramp pass, you get to the plane.
Not only that, Edie, there were 6 of these terrorists on each flight. I mean, and we don't know how many pilots there were among them, but they infiltrated, and 7 of them bought their plane tickets on the same credit card.
Yeah, but the thing that really gets me is that while one of them had a ramp pass, you know what? They wound up taking these box cutters and other stuff on board legally. You could take a knife on board an airplane as long as it's of a certain length. And those box cutters, just an inch long, but as we know, caused a lot of damage.
Lauren Green has the latest with some of the reaction from around the country with this tragedy. Lauren?
Hey, good morning, guys, and thank you very much. Well, buildings can be built again. They can easily rise, but it's the human toll that has and will continue to cause untold devastation. 2,500 family members have gathered at a grief center set up here in New York. Some don't know for sure if their loved ones are alive or dead.
She said, take care of her kids, and the building was collapsing. She screamed, and then the phone went dead.
And her name is Carol?
Carol.
And you still have hope?
Yes.
Meantime, at the Pentagon,
the last time I spoke to her, she told me the plane had gone into the building and she was gonna leave. Then she spoke to my cousin 10 minutes later and she was still in the building, but I know she made it out because she's on the safe list that they have. That was yesterday. We still haven't heard from her. We don't know if she's in a hospital. We just want to know what's going on. I can't talk.
Meantime, at the Pentagon, the chance of finding survivors is described as not good. The military says 150 people are unaccounted for, mostly Army soldiers. Crews are chipping away at the rubble and hope to get inside by this morning. Around the country, in churches and elsewhere, people are holding candlelight vigils for the victims and survivors of the attacks. In Oklahoma City, volunteers are collecting teddy bears to send to children affected by the attacks. The Oklahoma City National Memorial will send the bears to elementary schools in Washington and New York. Meanwhile, a tide of patriotism is flowing across the nation. American flags are selling out all over the country, with people rallying to show their support. One store owner says he sold more flags in 2 days than he usually does in 2 weeks. Also, there is anti-Muslim anger coming out of these attacks. Police stopped 300 people from marching to a mosque in suburban Chicago. Mosque windows were shot out in Irving, Texas, and a New York man was arrested, accused of pointing a gun at an Arab gas station clerk. So guys, that is the sort of the good, bad, and the ugly of what's been going on the last few days.
All right, Lauren Green, thank you very much. As we take a look at the rubble of what was the World Trade Center. Coming up next, we are going to be speaking on the telephone. Norma Hessick was at work at her desk on the 82nd floor of the World Trade Center Tower #1. She joins us on the phone this morning. Good morning to you, Norma.
Good morning.
So explain where you were and what you felt when the plane plowed into the side of your tower.
Well, I had just returned to my desk from getting my breakfast, and I was sitting there going over my notes for a 10 o'clock meeting when all of a sudden there was this big boom and the building just swayed. And when I looked, there was a fireball around by my window, and there was debris coming from the top of the building.
So the airplane hit above your office?
Yes, I'm on the 82nd floor of One World Trade Center, and I believe it struck maybe the 90s. I'm not sure.
Right,
in the 90s.
So when you made it down, what did you see when you walked out of the building?
Well, first, before I get to that, I really must say that on my way down, it was much better than my first trip years ago because there were lights in the staircases. I did notice like cracks in the stairwells, but
in the foundation, you mean?
Yes, but we had all thought that we knew it was a plane that hit the building, but we thought it was an accident. So everybody was calm, and we were making light conversation.
Right.
And, we saw a lot of young firefighters coming up. At one time, the going was very slow because we had
Norma,
to do
can I ask you, from what you can recall, what flight were you on when you first started seeing firefighters? How high did they get?
I think they were maybe on the, I would say, 50th or thereabout, but they were passing out. They were passing out on the landings and needed assistance because I guess traveling with over 100 pounds on your back is not easy, and they look so young. And I tried to cheer them up, and I said, take care of yourself. Right. One of them offered me water. I said, Mister, I will soon be out of the building. You are going to need the water. Please keep the water and have it for yourself.
That's great. Now, Norma, I understand it took you over an hour.
No, it took me about an hour to get down. I remember asking someone when we were almost to the bottom what time it was, and it was about 10. So
right. And when you got to the bottom, you were on the plaza. What did you see then?
There was water, and I got drenched, and then a rescue person said, move quickly, please do not look to the left. And human nature,
you looked to the
left.
left.
I looked, and I saw a head, I saw feet, I saw guts, and then I just lost it,
Yeah.
And somebody took me across to the Millennium, and I saw a co-worker on a stretcher. I asked her how she was doing, and they kind of whisked me away from her, and I heard this low rumble, and when we looked around, there was the building. It was like, it was something out of some horror movie. It was just coming at us, and we started to try and outrun what was coming at us. I knew I couldn't do it because people started to push me.
This is a special edition of Fox 5 News. U.S. under attack.
Good morning, I'm Mark Bailey. First on Fox 5 this morning. The search continues for survivors of Tuesday's terrorist attacks in New York and Washington, D.C. New overnight, officials evacuated the Empire State Building after a reported bomb threat. Investigators did not find any explosives, and people were allowed to return. Now, just blocks away, the recovery effort continues through the rubble of the fallen World Trade Center towers. Many of the surrounding buildings have suffered structural damage, and officials are concerned that they too may fall. Part of One Liberty Plaza has already collapsed, and several other buildings are in jeopardy. Now, in relation to the attack itself, lawmakers have approved a preliminary use of military retaliation, although President Bush has not ordered any action yet. The FBI is continuing its investigation. Meanwhile, just hours ago, investigators arrested a man that they say could be connected to the attack. That arrest came in Hamburg, Germany. And we'll bring you more on that report as it becomes available. Jeanette?
New developments overnight in the investigation into these attacks. Fox News has reported that one suspect has been identified as one of the men attending a Florida flight school. Investigators are still not sure how many people were involved, but do suggest that all of them may be part of an intricate plan orchestrated by Osama bin Laden. As deadly as this attack was, investigators now believe this may not have been the intended target of terrorists. Tuesday, hijackers crashed an airliner into the Pentagon, tearing open a section of the nation's military headquarters. Federal officials believe the attack was meant for the White House.
Our government has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets. A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States.
President Bush has called this not an act of terrorism, but an act of war. Tuesday, two hijacked airliners slammed into the World Trade Center towers. Both towers crumbled to earth in a shower of glass and steel.
The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world. We will be patient. We'll be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. This battle will take time and resolve, but make no mistake about it, we will win.
The investigators believe they've identified the terrorists. Wednesday, they closed in, stopping an Amtrak train in Providence, Rhode Island. Agents led one man away in handcuffs. Heavily armed officers raided a hotel in Boston, searching two rooms believed to have been used by the hijackers. In Florida, agents believe two of the hijackers learned to fly at this flight school. They questioned a couple who said the men stayed at their home.
When they first arrived, they had no place to stay. They just popped in pretty much, as I recall, unannounced. And so we provided them, for the benefit of the flight school, provided them a place to stay for a few days.
How do you feel now knowing that they stayed here and they may have been involved in these attacks?
Sick.
The investigation continues on several fronts. Agents believe 4 cells of terrorists may have been involved, and at least one of them may be linked to Osama bin Laden. Secretary of State Colin Powell reassured Americans Wednesday those responsible will pay.
We cannot be a people who are afraid to live. We cannot be a people who will move away from a relatively open society. We cannot be a people who walk around terrified.
Federal investigators say the plane that slammed into the Pentagon was intended for the White House. The terrorists were also reportedly targeting Air Force One. Mark?
Yesterday, rescue workers spent the day searching for survivors trapped in the rubble at the Pentagon. Lawmakers in Washington are taking action to deal with what they call an act of war. Veterans and millions of others across the country pray for peace. Fox 5's Dale Russell has more on a group of Georgians at the nation's capital and how they're coping with the disaster.
Appreciate all the coverage you people are doing on this, keeping us informed.
From across the country they came, veterans of foreign wars, in Washington to pray for peace.
Something you never thought would happen in America. I mean, there's more people probably killed yesterday than it was in Pearl Harbor.
Off they went, searching for a nighttime prayer vigil. Stark contrast to the daytime talk of war.
The peace paper, the resolve is to declare war on terrorism, and because we feel war has been declared on us.
Georgia Senator Max Cleland took part in a historic vote to condemn the terrorist attack on American soil. A vote he says is a call for war.
This is not a court of law. We don't have to have this case 100% proven. Basically, we need an indication of who came after us. We go after them. That's war.
With flags at half-mast, President Bush and Congress struggle for answers, vowing to spend more and do more to halt terrorist attacks on American soil. The broken and charred walls of the Pentagon, now a symbol of America's loss of innocence, and a lesson for young college students who know the life they have always known will never be the same.
History will be divided before this incident and after this incident, because I don't think anyone will feel the same way in a public building, in a big city ever again.
I'm Dale Russell, Fox 5 News.
The military says they can't account for about 150 people at the Pentagon. Most of them are Army soldiers. Now, as we have said, still no definite word on how many casualties are the result of the attack at the Pentagon. The numbers could range anywhere from 100 to 800, although Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the number hopefully is towards the lower side. Now, coming up in about 40 minutes, we'll bring you a live update from Washington. Fox News correspondent Brett Baer is on the site where he will join us live. That is coming up at 6:40.
We have a look now at how the attacks took place at the World Trade Center. It was 8:45 Tuesday morning when American Airlines Flight 11 slammed into the center's North Tower. The plane was en route from Boston to LA when it was hijacked. 92 people were on board. We were on the air with the first report of the attack at 8:51. The country watched on live television as the second jetliner crashed into the South Tower. That happened just after 9 o'clock. The hijacked United Airlines plane had 65 people on board. Then both of the towers of the World Trade Center caught fire, collapsing within 90 minutes. A bucket by bucket rescue efforts continue at the World Trade Center site. It's an amazing development there. Teams have recovered more survivors, and the hope is there that there's still more folks buried alive under the rubble.
The reality of the matter is, though, we may never know the total number of people that died. We know that it is extremely high. Fox's Molly Falconer joins us now live from New York, and she has the latest. Good morning, Molly.
Good morning. Rescuers are hampered by a giant cloud of soot and ash that's descending over New York City, making it hard for them to see or breathe. Tons of debris has already been removed from where the crater where the World Trade Center once stood. And few and far between are those signs of rescue and recovery. Rescuers are seeing a few lights in parts of the rubble. The New York City mayor is requesting now 6,000 additional body bags from federal authorities. And Fox News has learned that investigators in 6 states are intensively looking in 20 locations for the terrorists. The skyline still burns with the signs of the attack on New York City. Miles away in the Capitol, the White House is surrounded with candles and tributes lit in memory of the victims taken at the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and in Pennsylvania. A cord has been broken at the epicenter of the nation.
Or had family that died, but I think that all of us inside are really hurting, even for the people that don't even live with us.
Many families across the country wait for news and are already mourning. Renee Baldwin's younger sister, a non-military Pentagon worker, is presumed dead.
Right now I'm just grief-stricken, and I'm not only for myself and my family, but for all the other people out here that have lost loved ones.
Among the World Trade Center missing, Robert Rasmussen from the Chicago area. Rasmussen was in a business meeting in Tower 2 when the attack began.
I try to stay positive because I keep pulling those survivors out, but God, just the weight just kills you.
Cece Lyles, a flight attendant on board United Airlines Flight 93 that crashed in Pennsylvania, called her husband before the plane slammed into the ground.
Yes, she through all what she was going through, she took the time to call me to let me know that she loved me.
Through raids in Boston and Florida and intense investigations, the government say investigators have identified more than a dozen hijackers. They are linked to Osama bin Laden and other terrorist networks. Amidst the rubble of smoky plastic, paper, and insulation, you can see behind me additional buildings close to the Twin Towers have collapsed, and there are fears that more may fall. The National Transportation Safety Board is on scene looking for those black boxes and other parts of the airplane. And there are reports this morning that the suspects trained cameras on the World Trade Center before the attack, filmed it, and then congratulated each other. We're live in Lower Manhattan. Molly Falconer, Fox News. Back to you.
Thanks for the latest, Molly.
Well, published reports out today say that the Atlanta-based company that guarded security checkpoints at the 3 airports where terrorists hijacked planes have been cited at least twice for security problems. The Miami Herald is reporting in today's editions that Argenbright Security pleaded guilty last year to allowing more than 1,300 untrained employees at checkpoints at Philadelphia International Airport. The newspaper says the federal government's sentencing memorandum also shows that employees included, quote, dozens of criminals. The company is a subsidiary of AHL Services. It provides security workers at 17 of the 20 largest airports in the United States, and that includes Boston's Logan Airport, Washington Dulles International Airport, and Newark, New Jersey, where 4 planes were hijacked on Tuesday. Argenbright officials declined comment yesterday.
There are some minor changes this morning in airport operations. Most airplanes across the U.S. will remain grounded today, and transportation leaders don't know when they'll resume regular service. And the Transportation Secretary has given the go-ahead for planes that were diverted in New York and Washington on Tuesday to go on to some of their original destinations. Security has been beefed up all across airports around the country. Now, Atlanta's Hartsfield International Airport still in a no-fly zone, but now there appears to be some activity on the runway this morning. We have Fox 5's Mark Teichner out there this morning. He joins us now with the latest information. What have you been able to find out, Mark?
Well, what we've been able to find out is there is a plane, a Delta plane, that was taxiing on the taxiway about 25 minutes or so ago. It taxied around and then we lost sight of it. It did not take off that we were able to see. Could be just moving to a hangar, could be just moving to another part of the airport. We're not exactly sure, but we did in fact see one Delta plane at least moving around. We also saw some buses kind of moving around onto the taxiway, so there at least is some movement here at the airport.
At the moment, the airport is shut down.
For another night, no flights came in and no flights went out. Hartsfield looks like a ghost town, and it'll stay that way at least through the morning.
We are currently in the process of complying with the guidelines and instructions from the FAA.
There will be changes at airports across the country. Here at Hartsfield, new security measures are already being put in place, and the airport still hasn't reopened.
The entire concourse from E straight through T and then this terminal has been searched carefully and in detail, and we know that this facility is now secure.
Is American Airlines represented? Yes, ma'am, and all of us are coming out.
Stranded passengers are having trouble keeping their cool. About 1,000 people yesterday found themselves just hanging out, waiting for Hartsfield to reopen. It's a scene authorities vow to keep from repeating.
We will not allow anyone onto the grounds of the airport unless and until further notice.
Officials won't talk in detail about the new security, other than to say there'll be no more curbside check-in. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed to go to concourses, and you might need to show your ID more than once.
We'll do whatever we have to do to ensure security here at the airport.
You heard the mayor talk about not allowing folks onto the airport property. What they plan on doing is actually shutting down the road leading to the airport and making people go through police checkpoints to get here so that anybody who shouldn't be here won't be. One other thing we should say is once the airport does finally reopen, remember, it is going to be a mess because there have been a number of days where there haven't been any flights flying in and out, and because of that, there's going to be a whole lot of people who are going to be waiting here trying to get themselves to their final destination. So folks, do have patience when this place finally does, in fact, reopen. We are live at Hartsfield. Mark Teichner, Fox 5 News for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, thanks for that, Mark. Now grab a pen if you'd like information on flights scheduled to arrive and depart out of Hartsfield Airport. We've got a website address for you. That address is www.atlanta-airport.com. Atlanta-airport.com.
The terrorist assault on America, of course, brings a lot of questions about airport security. As Fox's William LaJeunesse reports, the criticism isn't new, but the same concerns remain unresolved.
Airport security, our systems say experts, is full of holes from baggage check-in to the cockpit door.
There's a small latch, but as we've seen before, that latch can be broken very easily to somebody who's serious about getting in the cockpit. It can be done with a heavy object, a blunt object. It could be done with a rope. It could be done with a small knife. So it doesn't have to carry a gun through security.
That poses a tough challenge for those who screen carry-on luggage. According to reports, our weakest link. After the crash of TWA Flight 800, a dozen government audits revealed gaping holes in passenger screening, calling airport staff underpaid, inexperienced, and poorly trained. Baggage screeners earning $6 an hour with no fringe benefits. At some airports, turnover exceeded 400%, compared to 50% in Europe, where airlines typically hire ex-police.
That's the key point right there, is the people who are checking the x-ray machines. Are they qualified? They know how to do the job. Are they strong enough to question people as they come through?
Sorry. Another problem? Hoping to save money, some airports have outdated technology. Some airlines refuse to use bomb detection equipment because of flight delays. And while experts admit it's impossible to stop everyone in every threat, they can learn from every incident. One airport audit showed undercover agents using phony IDs and uniforms penetrating security 70% of the time. Others in plain clothes illegally boarded airplanes well before check-in. It got so bad that 2 years ago the FAA threatened to put armed agents on every plane, but backed down after the airlines complained. And next week, the agency was scheduled to release mandatory tough new rules on baggage screening. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
As you might imagine, some airports have already begun to put new security measures in place.
Now, even though the nation's attention is focused on terrorist attacks, we do have some new information on a local story, the critical high-profile case, the assassination of DeKalb County Sheriff-elect Derwin Brown. DeKalb Police Chief Eddie Moody is reportedly indicating that arrests could be made soon in connection with the murder. Police have allegedly come up with a link between that murder and a March 18th shootout that led to the death of a purported drug dealer. Now, Patrick Cuffey, a former DeKalb deputy, was charged yesterday with murder and with kidnapping. This all stemming from the shootout in which Jeffrey Nigel George was mortally wounded. Cuffey's lawyer, E. Dwayne Jones, said he was appalled by Cuffey's arrest on the murder charge. And meanwhile, Chief Moody says it appears that the Brown investigation would come to a close soon. Well, the Northeast dealt with quiet weather yesterday, but by this time tomorrow, it might be a different story. Scattered showers are expected as a cold front moves on through the area. So New York City, also Washington, D.C. may have scattered showers around by early tomorrow morning. Let's take a look at our satellite loop and we'll show you the reason why. It is a cold front coming down from Canada. Looks like that system will also try to approach Georgia, but the air is still relatively dry all the way up into the Northeast, and that's why it's not a very active front. This morning, only a few showers located over northern New York. Most of the activity today will be to our south, associated with Tropical Depression number 8. It is moving very, very slowly, but it is over the warm Gulf waters, and it is expected to strengthen. So if you're heading down to the Gulf Coast this weekend, you need to pay attention to how the system changes so that you will know just who it will be affecting. All right, let's check in with Cheryl White for a look at traffic. And Cheryl, are things looking fairly normal out there this morning?
Yeah, they are. We do have a problem in East Metro, but as far as volume is concerned, yeah, just as usual. Now, the problem is on the ramp from I-285 southbound to I-20 eastbound. Again, that's on the east side of the city. And according to the Department of Transportation, that ramp is completely blocked. No estimated time of clearing. Have a stall, it should be off to the side. West Expressway, I-20 westbound at Lee Street. In the traffic center, I'm Cheryl White, Fox 5 News.
People from all over the metro Atlanta area are searching for answers by praying together in this time of tragedy. Fox 5's Roy Hobbs was at Emory University last night, where at least 2,000 mourners gathered to show their resolve.
The experiences you allow us to all share.
A huge crowd of students, teachers, and community residents turned out at Emory University for a candlelight vigil for the victims of the terrorist attack.
My colleague Josh Bornstein and I were in an emergency task force meeting immediately after the tragedy began yesterday afternoon, and decided that if we were going to not have classes today, that we should create an opportunity for the students to gather.
SGA President Anna Manasco says they came up with the idea to bring this diverse group of students here together because they all come from so many different places.
We hope to give students an opportunity to come together because we have a lot of different types of students here. We have some who are affected, some who weren't, students from different areas, students who ascribe to different religions. And the point of this is to bring everyone together to understand that recovering and that being a part of addressing this is a community effort.
And we need love. The community got together at Piedmont Park earlier for a vigil as well. This young mother is from New York City.
Being a native New Yorker, you just wish you can do so much more. You wish you can go down there and help the people out yourself. But I can't, so I'm here.
Roy Hobbs, Fox 5 News.
Some students at Emory University sold red, white, and blue ribbons at each event last night, raising more than $5,000 for attack victims in both Washington and New York City.
Ever since Muslim extremist Osama bin Laden was named as a prime suspect in the terrorist attacks, Muslims in Atlanta say they've become guilty by association, and now some fear retribution. But as the I-Team's Dana Fowle reports, the message coming from Atlanta's Islamic community has been one of sorrow.
Inside a Midtown mosque, the rituals are the same, but their private prayers are different. Their thoughts were for their fellow Americans killed, perhaps in the thousands, by terrorists. It's tough. They feel the world's steely glare. The U.S. government suspects its #1 enemy, Osama bin Laden, is responsible. Bin Laden is a radical Muslim, and the Atlanta Muslim community wants to quickly separate itself from his ideology.
I think everybody would condemn it. Anybody with a conscience. You can't just kill people like this. This is barbaric. They've killed innocent people, and I don't think there's any justification. Islam doesn't accept this.
And their prayers today reflect that. But not everyone in our community is making the distinction between hard-working Muslim Americans and the terrorists the government suggests did this.
My daughter was outside the school, was told, go back to your country.
The Muslim community reports minimal threats, but in some areas of the city, even that won't be tolerated. Just behind the mosque sits Georgia Tech, a multicultural campus. An email message from the school's president to the student body calls for calm. Quote, "It's vitally important that we retain our personal integrity and refrain from engaging in anything that diminishes our sense of community." End quote. America continues to lead the world in blending cultures, but sometimes, in cases like this, the obvious still has to be stated.
I really want to say that, we are as sorry as anybody else in the world is.
I'm Dana Fowle, Fox 5 News.
Some Muslims in Atlanta are worried about their safety. Terrible threats have already been left on one person's voicemail. And in another case, we're told a woman was reportedly harassed while riding public transportation.
The FBI says that it appears that more than a dozen hijackers were involved in Tuesday's deadly attacks, all with links to Osama bin Laden or other terrorist groups. The Justice Department says some of the suspected hijackers had even been trained at U.S. flight schools. Bin Laden, a Saudi-born terror mastermind, is believed to be sheltered by the Taliban rulers in Afghanistan.
Federal investigators say more than a dozen hijackers of Middle Eastern descent were involved in Tuesday's terrorist attack.
The Justice Department says at least one hijacker on each of the 4 planes was trained at a U.S. flight school. Fox's Rita Cosby brings us up to date on the investigation.
Heavily armed agents, along with a bomb squad team, searched this Boston hotel. And law enforcement sources say they found a vacant room where a man believed to have hijacked one of the U.S. airliners once stayed. Government officials say they have identified almost all the hijackers and some details of how they took over the planes.
The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats.
Sources say they got the names of the hijackers with help from the plane manifests and intercepted cell phone calls. Fox News has learned that at least one hijacker was previously known to authorities as a supporter of Osama bin Laden. Sources also say the hijackers were mainly Egyptian and Saudi nationals, the two groups that comprise a good portion of bin Laden's followers. The FBI says those that assisted the hijackers are now aggressively being sought.
Our first effort is to identify any associates in the United States who might be related to the hijackers and to remove those associates, investigate, and arrest.
Law enforcement sources tell Fox News several people have been taken into custody in South Florida, Providence, Rhode Island, and Boston on various charges ranging from immigration offenses to weapons violations, all in an effort to thwart what authorities say may be future attacks. In Boston, sources say 3 people were arrested. They were tracked down by the credit card numbers used to buy the hijackers' tickets. In Providence, at least 3 Middle Eastern men were taken off an Amtrak train and taken into custody. Some of the first leads came from Logan Airport in Boston, where the FBI located a car filled with various paperwork, including a flight manual. The car apparently transported some of the terrorists. Much of the focus is now on South Florida because 33-year-old Mohammed Atta and his cousin stayed at this home. They both are believed to have carried out one of the attacks and attended flight school in the area and lived at one point with this couple.
When they first arrived, they had no place to stay. They just popped in pretty much, as I recall, unannounced. And so we provided them, for the benefit of the flight school, provided them a place to stay for a few days.
Law enforcement sources tell Fox News that they are now 99% certain that bin Laden masterminded these terrorist attacks. The key is to track down those who assisted the hijackers and work up the ladder to the ones who actually directed the attacks. They say they can't rule out at this time that there may even be some state sponsorship. In Washington, Rita Cosby, Fox News.
Bin Laden is a key suspect in the bombing of 2 U.S. embassies in East Africa in 1998. That killed 224 people. His associates are also suspected in the attack on the USS Cole last year in the port of Aden, Yemen. Jeanette?
A slight turn of focus now. You know, the tragedy has renewed a sense of pride and patriotism all across the country. Fox 5's Dan Ronan joins us live now from Marietta, where flags are waving alongside another American staple. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Jeanette. Yes, indeed, they are. This is the scene along Highway 1941, not far from a familiar sight, the Big Chicken across the street. We're seeing flags up and down this highway known to many, many Atlantans here in the Marietta. And that's one of the things we've been seeing not only here, but at flag companies in the Atlanta area and also military recruiting stations.
50 white stars on a blue background, 13 red and white stripes. The U.S. flag. During periods of peace and prosperity, sometimes the symbol is taken for granted. It becomes dormant. Tuesday morning changed that. Old Glory is everywhere, flying at half staff.
All of a sudden, there's an upswelling of patriotism. While everybody had it, now they're looking to aggressively display it.
Ed Polner is sales manager at Southern Tailors, Atlanta's largest flag company. Business up nearly 90% since Tuesday's multiple acts of terrorism. Flags are being flown everywhere. Kevin Davis bought a large order for the people in his office.
We're going to get a large flag and put it in our lobby, and then I bought individual flags for all of the employees so they can put them on their cars.
The manager of another flag company says he could sell a truckload of flags right now. In the aftermath of what the president says was an act of war, military recruiters say traffic is much heavier. It will be weeks before we know how many people signed up, but more men and women are putting aside careers or school to wear a uniform and defend the country.
100 and in some cases a 200% increase in the incoming phone calls and office traffic in my recruiting substations.
Another military recruiter says what's happening is a patriotic swell, and some of the calls and inquiries are coming from retired veterans, many saying they'd consider re-enlisting or at least offering to help at recruiting stations and military bases.
And then there's the story of 24-year-old Josh Gibb, an Atlanta man who yesterday went into a recruiting station, recently finished college. He said after he was talking to the recruiter, "Our freedoms have been put in jeopardy. I want to be one of those people who helps defend them." Reporting live from Marietta, Dan Ronan, Fox 5 News.
Members of one Israeli group have recently extended their condolences about Tuesday's deadly attack and expressed their solidarity with the United States. Yesterday, the Terror Victims Association met in Jerusalem to assemble a giant card for the Jewish New Year. Meanwhile, blood donation centers throughout Israel were flooded with people offering blood for victims of the deadly attacks in America. Some Israelis say that they were deeply saddened after hearing about the devastation.
You hear the news and you think it's horrible. But I react to the families hearing the news, how their lives are never going to be the same. And I feel their pain. I saw that building collapse and I broke down in tears. I was just sobbing because this is pain. This is human suffering.
Yesterday, a Palestinian leader condemned the terrorist attack, calling it the peak of immorality. In Rome, the American embassy was closed yesterday out of respect for the victims in the attacks. Italian and European Union flags flew at half-staff at the Italian Parliament, and the Italian cabinet assured the U.S. government of its unconditional support in finding those responsible. Meanwhile, Pope John Paul II offered his prayers in the wake of Tuesday's tragedy. Hours after the attacks occurred, the Pope said that he was praying for the souls of the victims and offered his condolences to their families. In Paris, people gathered at the American Cathedral to pay tribute to the victims. Some 2,000 Americans living in Paris attended the prayer service. Many expressed shock and anger, saying that the scenes in New York and Washington resembled movie sets, not cities. Another memorial service was held late yesterday afternoon at Notre Dame Cathedral. And new this morning, 16 American tourists have died after their plane crashed on the Yucatan Peninsula. Early reports say the Seattle area tourists were on a cruise but had taken a side trip to visit some Mayan ruins when their plane crashed. Yucatan officials said that they see we emphasize no connection between that crash and the hijacking of the 4 planes on Tuesday. Still, however, no word on what actually caused that crash.
Well, there will be more rain again today in Florida associated with the tropical depression that has been out in the Gulf of Mexico for the last couple of days. Looks like that system is moving very, very slowly and will continue to pump the moisture into Florida and cause problems for folks to our south. Otherwise, across the country, the air is relatively dry. So despite the fact that a cold front is heading southward from Canada, it's not going to be able to have enough moisture to work with to produce any widespread rain. Still, across the Northeast, some scattered showers are possible by this time tomorrow for New York City, also down into Washington, D.C. I don't think we're going to see any rain associated with this front, and it looks like it should be able to slowly edge through the area by late on Friday or into Saturday, and that means our temperatures will be much milder as we head into the weekend. Right now, temperatures are in the mid-60s across the southeast, about the same in the northeast and also the upper Midwest. High temperatures today here at home should be in the mid-80s, looking for temperatures right around 80 for Friday and Saturday. Jeanette? To those of you who are just now joining us, good morning. I'm Jeanette Smith. Thank you for being with us. You are watching Fox 5's special morning coverage of the terrorist attack against America. We want to remind you to stay with us for the latest coverage. We'll be bringing you that from New York, Washington, D.C., and any new information that comes out about the investigation and the U.S. response. We are working with Fox News Network and CNN correspondents. Make sure that you get the very latest news throughout this morning. So keep it right here on Fox 5.
As the search continues for survivors of Tuesday's attack, we now turn to the latest news from overnight. The Empire State Building was evacuated after a reported bomb threat last night, but people were allowed to return after no explosive device was found. Rescue workers are now concerned that some of the buildings surrounding the fallen World Trade Center may also fall because of structural damage. In fact, part of One Liberty Plaza has already collapsed. In connection with the attacks, lawmakers have approved a possible military retaliation, although President Bush has not ordered any such action overnight. Meanwhile, the FBI is continuing its investigation. This morning, there are also reports that a man has been arrested in Hamburg, Germany, Investigators say that that person could be connected to the attack, and we will have more on that story as it develops.
Updating you this morning on the investigation into Tuesday's deadly terrorist attacks. Investigators believe that they have identified the terrorist responsible. Yesterday, the FBI closed in on an Amtrak train in Providence, Rhode Island. Agents led one man away in handcuffs. Heavily armed officers raided a hotel in Boston, searching 2 rooms there believed to have been used by suspected hijackers. And in Florida, agents believe 2 of the possible hijackers learned how to fly at a flight school there. They questioned a couple who stayed at their home.
They had no place to stay. They just popped in pretty much, as I recall, unannounced. And so we provided them, for the benefit of the flight school, provided them a place to stay for a few days.
How do you feel now knowing that they stayed here and they may have been involved in these attacks?
Sick.
The investigation is continuing on several fronts. Agents believe 4 cells of terrorists may have been involved, and at least one of them may be linked to Osama bin Laden.
This morning, rescue workers are using bulldozers, shovels, buckets, bare hands, whatever it takes to clear the way as they continue to search for possible survivors. Now, so far, 5 victims have been found alive. 3 of them are police officers. There are also reports that at least 1 person trapped in the rubble has called for help using a cell phone. Police and firefighters say that dangerous conditions around some badly damaged buildings nearby had made rescue efforts extremely difficult. Several other buildings in the Trade Center complex could buckle and fall as the result of those deadly crashes. The Millennium Hotel reportedly caught fire near the Trade Tower complex yesterday. The foundations of several others surrounding the Trade Center complex are unstable. Thousands of volunteers have spent the last several nights looking through the debris for bodies. More than 1,700 people have been treated for injuries. New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani says that more than 250 firefighters and policemen are still missing.
The Twin Towers no longer stand, leaving a gaping void in the New York skyline.
Well, they stood strong for a while after the terrorist attacks until the steel structures just couldn't bear anymore. Fox's Claudia Cowan looks at the buildings from the inside out.
Once the jewels of New York's skyline, the World Trade Center towers stood up against terrorism long enough to save countless lives.
The plane came through, it took out a few of the exterior columns of the building and then set off this massive fire with the jet fuel. And fortunately, because of the perimeter tube system of the building, it was able to withstand the initial impact and allow a lot of people to get out.
Other buildings would have toppled immediately, but the towers remained upright for nearly an hour, supported on the outside by closely spaced steel columns and struts, and on the inside by a second set of columns designed to bear the load of gravity. A double support system that withstood the crash, but not the raging jet fuel fire.
The girders or the joists that hold up the floors collapsed, and as those fell to the floor below, they overwhelmed the capacity of that floor, and we had what we call a progressive collapse, which then continued on through the base of the building until it was a complete and total failure.
Most experts say tall buildings will continue to be made out of steel. What may change, they say, is the design of signature skyscrapers, the tallest and most exposed buildings. They may never be built in quite the same way.
It's not like we could ever design every building for this scenario, or should we? But after every major earthquake, for example, we change our building codes to improve our practice in the future, and I would expect a similar thing will happen here.
One possibility, designs that include more escape routes around the perimeter of the building as well as in the center. But experts say no building can withstand an attack by a pilot willing to die for a cause. The challenge ahead, simply finding ways to reduce the loss of life. In San Francisco, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
Right now, it really isn't known if the World Trade Center towers will ever be rebuilt.
Well, our main focus of the next several days will be in the tropics. We have 2 hurricanes and a tropical depression. Fortunately, it looks like the 2 hurricanes that are out there will not be affecting land. Let's take a look at where they are. The first one is Hurricane Erin. We've heard a lot about that one over the last several days. It's still out moving closer to the middle of the Atlantic. And now we have Hurricane Felix in the center of the Atlantic Ocean, but that one's heading to the north and should not affect the United States. The one that we're going to have to be concerned about is a much weaker system, and that is situated in the Gulf of Mexico. It's a very very slowly moving tropical depression. Top winds now only around 30 miles per hour. And right now, the main story with this system will be all of the rain that it's going to be producing today and tomorrow across Florida. Not exactly sure where this is going to be heading. So if you have weekend plans along the Gulf Coast, you need to pay attention. Right now, I'm showing that New Orleans will be dry Friday into Saturday. Looks like that could change if the system turns more to the northwest. For our weather, it should be quiet, but it will turn cooler for the weekend. All right, let's check in with Cheryl White for a look at traffic. Cheryl, what's traffic like out there?
Well, we have some early problems, Christy. Overall, let's say the interstate system is doing pretty well, with the exception of East Metro. Crash reported on the East Expressway. This one is brand new, I-20 westbound at Wesley Chapel. And a tractor-trailer is overturned on the ramp from 285 southbound to I-20 eastbound. That ramp is still blocked. Department of Transportation cleanup crews are on the scene. There's a crash in South Metro as well on Highway 138 eastbound at Terra Boulevard. At this point, police tell us all eastbound lanes are blocked. With Time Saver Traffic, I'm Cheryl White in the Traffic Center.
Still no definite word this morning about whether Atlanta's Hartsfield International Airport will reopen today. Limited flights are expected to resume around noon today, but again, that's just a possibility at this point. Fox 5's Mark Teichner is there this morning with the latest, plus word of some activity on the runway, as you were saying earlier, Mark.
Yeah, Mark, there was a little bit of activity. We saw a plane kind of taxiing around on the runway. It never took off, so it might have just been moving around. Obviously, Delta has got a ton of hangars out here. Delta has announced that it is going to cease operation at least through noon. So we know through noon nothing will take place. Meanwhile, a number of other folks are looking for other ways to get out of Atlanta.
I haven't slept in 37 hours.
Hartsfield might be shut down, but passengers are finding other ways to get where they're going.
I am taking a 26-hour train ride from here to Washington. I have a 2-hour layover in Washington and then Washington to Boston.
Amtrak is exchanging airline tickets for train rides, but all of the routes are sold out through Monday.
Big help.
The scene is the same over at Greyhound, where they're taking about 300 more passengers every day. That means beefed up personnel, more buses, and more money for fuel.
Yesterday was probably our biggest day of people coming down.
Deborah Winship is going to Albuquerque for her daughter's wedding.
Because it's too important to miss. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
No, that way I at least hope for 5 people. These guys came into town separately for meetings, and they've been stuck here ever since.
Looking to go to Amtrak, and then there was trouble with Amtrak this afternoon. Hoping to get on an airplane, the names were still closed today, so we're willing to drive.
And that means driving together. You see, Budget has set up a rideshare program. Strangers carpooling. So far, about 100 cars and vans have hit the road.
This is something that we started yesterday evening in attempts to try to help stranded passengers.
And there are a number of stranded passengers. Now, yesterday, there were about 1,000 folks just kind of hanging out here at Hartsfield. The officials don't want that to happen again, so what they plan on doing is shutting off the roads, not allowing anybody to even come to Hartsfield unless they need to be here, say an employee or something like that. Should tell you that because of that, if you come out here, you're going to be turned away. Once this airport does open, it's going to take a number of days for things to get back to normal. And when it does reopen, there's going to be a lot more security. And coming up at 7 o'clock, we'll tell you about some of those new security efforts you'll probably see when you come out to Hartsfield. For now, we are live at Hartsfield. Mark Teichner, Fox 5 News for Good Day Atlanta.
Okay, Mark, we're going to depend on you this morning to keep us updated. Thank you.
The FBI has turned part of its focus to Florida, where it's believed at least 2 of the suspected hijackers may have attended aviation school. Both of the suspects took flight training at Venice Municipal Airport. A former employee at Huffman Aviation there says FBI agents told him that the 2 men were involved in the attacks. The man says that he knew one of the men as Mohammed, the other as Marwan. Investigators are going through the neighborhoods now in that area with pictures of the suspects.
We are continuing our special coverage this morning of the terrorist attacks on the United States. And while the greatest loss of life may be in New York, the Pentagon hit certainly no less tragic.
And Fox's Brett Baer has the latest on the recovery efforts there in the nation's stronghold. Good morning, Brett.
Jeanette, Mark, good morning to you. The sifting through the rubble continues here at the Pentagon. We can tell you that authorities are still very concerned about the stability of this side of the building. So far, more than 80 confirmed dead, but that number is expected to rise to at least 200 as time goes by. Meantime, friends and family of the victims say the reality of their loss is sinking in. Another morning of searching for crews at the Pentagon, searching for more bodies. Late Wednesday afternoon, firefighters on the roof unfurled a huge American flag near the crash site, a patriotic moment, a sign of defiance.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming.
President Bush toured the crash scene with Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, meeting emergency crews, offering thanks for their efforts. The president said seeing the site firsthand made him sad, but also very angry.
Our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share.
At a hotel a few miles from the Pentagon, grief counselors, chaplains, and military personnel were on hand to comfort family and friends of the victims. Renee Baldwin's younger sister, a non-military Pentagon worker, is among the missing and presumed dead, along with scores of others.
Right now I'm just grief-stricken, and I'm not only for myself and my family, but for all the other people out here that have lost loved ones. You know, deep down in my heart, I feel real bad for all of them, because it's not just my problem. Now it's a problem of the United States.
Back now live, you can see the scene is a little different as the sun rises over the Pentagon. Still a breathtaking view of this gaping hole, and there you can see the flag that we talked about hanging over the building that the firefighters put up yesterday afternoon. Meantime, the hunt for those responsible for this scene and the scene in New York City is ongoing and intensifying. Law enforcement authorities say they have at least 50 names of people somehow connected to the hijackings. Also, they say there's evidence that these attacks may have been planned for more than 1 year. At the Pentagon, Brett Baer, Fox 5 News.
Brett, we heard Secretary Rumsfeld say yesterday that he thought that the total number of fatalities might be significantly lower than what has been reported widely. What are you hearing about that this morning?
Right. Originally, they thought there were about 800 to 850 employees in this section of the building, 5 floors. Now they're saying because of the numbers of people missing, they're downgrading that to about 150. You add the number of people on the plane that are also dead, that number expected to be about 200 when all of the bodies are pulled out of this wreckage.
All right, Brett Baer, live from the Pentagon. Thank you.
Back in New York, all that remains of the Twin Towers is a pile of dust and rubble. For many families, all that's left are memories of loved ones. For some of them, the last time they heard from their family members was when they made emergency phone calls from aboard the doomed planes. Fox reporter Steve Brown has more.
As terrorists took over 4 flights Tuesday, passengers and crew members used cell phones to reach out with urgent cries for help, with information for authorities, or with last-second words of love for family members. Mark Bingham was aboard United Flight 93, which had left Newark for San Francisco. He reached family members at home.
He just said, I want to let y'all know that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
An unidentified man hiding in a bathroom aboard Flight 93 dialed 911 on his cell phone to reach a dispatcher outside Pittsburgh. We are being hijacked. We are being hijacked. This is not a joke, he said, before his phone went dead. Aboard the same flight, Lauren Grancolis, on her way home to San Francisco from her grandmother's funeral in New Jersey, was able to reach her husband, Jack. We have been hijacked, she told him. They are being kind. I love you. Flight attendant C.C. Ross of Fort Myers, Florida, put through a panicked call to her husband, Lauren Lyles, who had just gotten their 2 sons off to school. He heard screams in the background as she told him, we've been hijacked. I love you. I love the children. Still on Flight 93, Thomas Burnett called his wife Dina and told her of a final act of resistance to terror. I know we're all going to die. There's 3 of us who are going to do something about it, he said. Flight 93 was the only plane that didn't reach its target, crashing into an empty field in southern Pennsylvania. Peter Hansen of Groton, Massachusetts, was aboard United Flight 175 with his wife and their 3-year-old daughter as it left Boston for Los Angeles. He reached his father in Connecticut. Hansen told his parents he knew they were all going to die, but he tried to reassure them. Don't worry about us. It's going to be quick, Hansen told his father. United Flight 175 was the second plane to crash into the World Trade Center. Fox News commentator Barbara Olson was aboard American Airlines Flight 77 as it left Washington for Los Angeles. She was able to place 2 calls to her husband, Theodore Olson, the U.S. Solicitor General. Our plane is being hijacked. She then asked, "What should I tell the pilot?" The call was cut off, but she immediately called back to ask again, "What should I tell the pilot?" Those were her final words as minutes later, American Flight 77 became a massive missile and crashed into the Pentagon. Steve Brown, Fox News.
The death toll continues to climb. Some estimate it could reach 20,000. There are reports that New York's Mayor Rudy Giuliani has asked for an additional 6,000 body bags to be sent to the area. State and federal offices are back in business after being shut down following the attacks in New York and Washington. Flags there flying at half-staff at the Capitol building as well as at other state office buildings. Governor Roy Barnes says it's important for people to move forward. He says the state's emergency system will stay in effect as the country tries to recover from the shock of such a terrible act. The governor is also urging people not to be taken in by those who are hiking prices now for gasoline. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation has been asked to help with identifying some of the victims of the Trade Center attacks. Some DeKalb County firefighters practiced tracking down a body in a test with the K-9 team. The GBI says that they know searching for bodies in New York will be a long, tedious job. An agent says they'll look at things like scars, tattoos, dental records, all in efforts to make identifications. They'll also use portable fingerprint kits to help ID some of the victims as well.
Some firefighters in Metro Atlanta are doing what they can to help the families of victims in New York City. Fox 5's Brett Martin is live at fire station number 23, Brett, in South Fulton County with more on the local effort.
Yes, Mark, right now, right before the sun comes up, they're going to raise the flag here to half staff. And there's talk that these folks here will send an honor guard to New York City. In between responding to local emergencies, firefighters in Station 23 in Fulton County have kept their eyes glued to the TV.
That was a time bomb, and when it hit, there was no way that any people could have survived on the airplane.
More than 200 firefighters are buried in the rubble. This is home video of a doctor on the scene.
I don't want to get too much closer because the more buildings could come down, then we're not going to help anybody.
That combined with the fire and the jet fuel and all that kind of thing.
Losing more than 200 firefighters is like cutting the force in half here in Fulton County. Deputy Chief Jimmy Maddox specializes in explosives. He says firefighters lean on each other in times like these.
We put on a big macho act most of the time, but if you ever get on one of the scenes, you'll see the firefighters and the police officers still doing their job, but they're hurting, and we're hurting right now. What time's the meeting?
For a while, there was apprehension for Chief Larry Few. His brother is a fire chief in Washington, where another airplane slammed into the Pentagon.
You just try to remain focused and try to really put it out of your mind that it's that it's a personal side to it. But I got to tell you, I did wonder where my brother was. I did.
Fulton County has yet another tie to New York.
It just struck me just 2 weeks ago, again, it was a group of us that were out, and he was a part of that group. And it just tells you, or it just indicates how short life is, and especially in the fire service.
Here's something that's very timely from the wonderful cartoonist from the AJC, Mike Lukovich. It's a cartoon of New York firefighters saying, we've reached the top. Right now, it's 200 firefighters missing, 59 police officers missing right now in the rubble. And in a little bit, guys, we're going to talk about the boot drive that they have to send money to help out the families of the firefighters who are lost and presumed missing in New York. Back to you in the studio.
Of course, our hearts go out to everyone involved. Thank you, Brett.
Thanks, Brett. Well, the Red Cross is also seeking monetary donations for its disaster relief fund. So many people have donated blood that it's asking some donors to come back in a few weeks. Please keep that in mind, and please try to keep your appointment. Red Cross workers say that they're worried that supplies will drop when the hospitals restock, and then surgeries are scheduled. So for more information on where you can donate blood and when you can donate, call 404-870-4391. You can also call 404-870-4393.
Well, temperatures are starting out cooler than what we've seen lately. Most areas are seeing lows in the low to mid 60s. It's still going to be a warm day for us, though. We will see a lot of sunshine, and temperatures should be in the middle 80s by the end of the afternoon. We are going to see some subtle changes as we head into the weekend as a weak front pushes its way through the area. It's going to very slowly try to move through Georgia, and I don't think it's going to make its way very far south. But this morning it is making progress our way as the cooler air tries to dip down from Canada. A little bit of a dip in the jet stream there as well. There are some showers with a couple of thunderstorms in Tennessee. They've had a little bit of severe weather there overnight. All of that is heading to the southwest, though, and that will not be affecting us. And to our south, it'll be another active day in Florida as we continue to see the moisture coming in associated with Tropical Depression number 8. So the Tropical Depression and the cold front will be the two main stories over the next couple of days. That Tropical Depression is moving very slowly, but it is out over the open, warm water, and it is expected to strengthen. Not exactly sure who this is going to be affecting, but the cool front will be affecting all of the northeast, and that cool front should be able to push its way slowly across North Georgia by Friday night and on into Saturday. Temperatures right now all across the eastern half of the country are in the 60s. We will see cooler weather over the weekend with temperatures near 80. All right, let's check in with Cheryl again for a look at traffic. Cheryl?
Christy, it's looking like a pretty normal rush hour shaping up. We're going to start on the east side. We do have some problems that are going to impact your ride in East Metro. A crash on the East Expressway, I-20 westbound at Wesley Chapel, is in the clearing stages, but that tractor trailer you see there overturned on the ramp from 285 southbound to I-20 eastbound. That's a hairpin turn. Tractor trailers often lose control on that ramp. It's blocked for the time being. Cleanup crews are on the scene. The east side perimeter northbound is fine. I-85 southbound crowded from 316, but okay. Top end traffic moving well in both directions, but there is some debris reported 285 eastbound near the river. With Time Saver Traffic, I'm Cheryl White in the Fox 5 Traffic Center.
Osama bin Laden has a history of terrorist activities and ties to the U.S. He is a millionaire Saudi exile living under the protection of the Muslim fundamentalist government of Afghanistan. The Taliban calls bin Laden a hero of Islam. He is a key suspect in the 1998 bombing of 2 U.S. embassies in East Africa. 224 people were killed. His associates also suspected in the attack on the USS Cole last year in the port of Aden in Yemen. Bin Laden's anger toward the U.S. stems from the Persian Gulf War and the U.S. troop presence on what he considers sacred Saudi soil in the fight against Iraq. The FBI is offering $5 million for his capture. The Justice Department says that U.S. flight schools trained at least one hijacker on 4 of the planes in Tuesday's terror attacks.
The FBI has already seized some documents from a Florida flying academy. Fox reporter Jonathan Siri has that story.
If I would have known, I would kill him by my own bare hands.
Rudy Decker is the president of Huffman Aviation, where Mohammed Atta and Marwan al-Shahid honed their flying skills on this very plane, taking off and landing at this airport in Venice, Florida.
No way that we could have known or could have changed the future.
The 2 men trained here between July and November of last year. Staff members say they spoke fluent English, had all the proper documents, and no one suspected them of having an ulterior motive. Flight school bookkeeper Charlie Voss and his wife Drew even invited the men to stay at their home, but Atta and al-Shahid quickly wore out their welcome.
Very sarcastic, and it gave me the impression that they didn't really care that highly for ladies.
Annoying but not dangerous, or so the Vosses had thought, until a year later when FBI agents showed up at their home to question them about the 2 men who are now figures in the worst terrorist attack on America.
This is just, actually pretty hard to believe.
The FBI also gathered records from another flight school nearby, copies of passports and school documents on 8 or 9 students, most from Middle Eastern countries. In Venice, Florida, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
Government leaders say investigators have identified more than a dozen hijackers on the doomed planes. All of them are linked to Osama bin Laden and other terrorist networks.
The Senate has passed a bipartisan resolution condemning the terrorist strikes against the United States. It covers several key points concerning the hijacked planes used in Tuesday's attack and declares that the country is entitled to respond under international law. The resolution also commits more resources in what they call the war to eradicate terrorism. It also pledges to support President Bush at this time of crisis.
Members of the United Nations Security Council have expressed their condolences and restated their solidarity with America. Yesterday, they paused for a minute of silence before a special meeting convened in the wake of the attacks on New York and Washington. The UN General Assembly was also scheduled to meet yesterday to determine a response. The meetings were to take place at the UN headquarters just a few miles north of where the World Trade Center's towers once stood.
As we have continued to report, thousands of Americans are missing and could be dead or seriously injured, the unfortunate victims of Tuesday's terrorist attack.
But as President George W. Bush, Secretary of State Colin Powell, and countless other American leaders have vowed, these attacks and the lives they have claimed will not break the American spirit.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above.
This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed.
From the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean, white with foam.
Our hearts go out to all the victims and to their families. It is a tragedy, but as the President has made clear, it is a tragedy that we are strong enough to overcome. Our spirits will not be broken.
We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
New York is going to be here, and we're going to rebuild, and we're going to be stronger than we were before.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
This is a special edition of Fox 5 News. U.S. under attack.
Good morning. We thank you for joining us as you wake up this morning. I'm Mark Bailey.
I'm Jeanette Smith. Thanks again for making us your choice for complete coverage of the U.S. under attack. There have been several new developments within the past few hours, including word of an arrest overseas in connection with this attack. Reports say the man was taken into custody in Hamburg, Germany, but they have not told us what role they think he may have in the terrorist attacks. In other developments, the One Liberty Plaza building across from the wreck of the World Trade Center has partially collapsed. What remained of the center's south tower collapsed earlier on Wednesday evening. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has told U.S. troops that they will be called to arms in the days ahead. Secretary of State Colin Powell says President Bush will oversee a long-term conflict. The military remains on high alert. A Navy aircraft carrier has been moved to the waters of New York City. The FBI has identified most of the hijackers who crashed the 4 planes. The agency has some leads on the others.
Federal agents now have several suspects in Tuesday's terrorist attack, including a pair of Saudi Arabian brothers. Law enforcement sources say the men have been identified as Adan Bukhari and Amir Abbas Bukhari. Yesterday, police searched their former home in Vero Beach, Florida, and secured documents from flight training schools in the area. The siblings reportedly rented a car at Boston's Logan International Airport recently and drove it to Portland, Maine. The men are believed to have then taken a flight back to Boston on Tuesday, where 2 of the planes that were hijacked originated.
New this morning, we've learned that an Atlanta-based security company was in charge of guarding the checkpoints where the terrorists hijacked all 4 planes, and that the company has been cited at least twice before for security problems. According to the Miami Herald, Argent Bright Security pleaded guilty last year to allowing more than 1,300 untrained employees at checkpoints at Philadelphia International Airport from 1995 to 1998. The report adds that some of these people were, quote, criminals. The U.S. Attorney in Philadelphia says the violations did not cause any harm to passengers or airlines. The spokespeople for Argent Bright are not commenting.
Rescue crews continue their search for survivors still buried in the wreckage of the World Trade Center towers. Fox's John Scott is in New York with more on their heroic efforts.
The fire raged high in Tower 1. Smoke boiled into the air, and the rescue effort was on. Volunteer firefighter Michael Maraglia was among the first to arrive.
What we had to do is we had to battle our way into the Trade Center, but first to put out fires of the vehicles that were on fire. We put out maybe 3-4 dozen cars before we were able to get in to the actual center of it all. And that took over 2 hours just to put the fires out of the cars.
Smoke and debris made any rescue nearly impossible.
You couldn't see, but you could hear. You could hear the steel bending, you could hear the crumbling, you could hear people's voices. There was nothing you could do. There was not a thing you could do for them.
Then a flash of hope.
We do know there are people in the building that are alive. We know that for a fact.
From somewhere in the rubble, at least one person called for help from a cell phone. Then, New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani announced that one of New York's bravest had been pulled alive from the ruins of the World Trade Center.
I had one patient, we grabbed her, put her in the ambulance. She was full of soot. She was covered from head to toe with ashes.
Most of those injured were taken immediately to New York hospitals, with injuries ranging from burns to abrasions on corneas from flying debris. Many of the rescue workers themselves were brought in, treated for exhaustion and shock.
Our job was to make sure that the firemen and the cops had food and water, got their eyes cleaned, got a place to lay down.
At the Pentagon, rescue workers spent the night trying to shore up the building. The fire still burns, and a spokesman has said that that is hampering the rescue effort.
And then, just as workers began to make progress in the rescue effort, came a new danger, a gas leak, forcing the evacuation of the World Trade Center rescue site.
The desperate attempts to find survivors in both locations will no doubt go on for days, possibly weeks. But as time passes, hope dwindles. In New York, John Scott, Fox News.
Members of Congress attended a memorial in the Capitol Rotunda on Wednesday evening. Several lawmakers spoke, including Georgia Congressman John Lewis.
We stand together tonight, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as citizens of the world, as Americans, as brothers and sisters with pain and with hurt. We are a circle of trust that cannot be broken.
The vigil was suggested on a Capitol Hill community website as an alternative for people who didn't have access to a congressional prayer service conducted earlier in the evening.
Now here's a look at how the attacks took place at the World Trade Center. It was 8:45 on Tuesday morning when American Airlines Flight 11 slammed into the center's north tower. The plane was en route from Boston to LA when it was hijacked. 92 people were on board. We were on the air with the first report of the attack at 8:51. The country watched then live on television as the second jetliner crashed into the South Tower. That was just after 9 o'clock. Hijacked United Airlines plane had 65 people on board. Then both the towers of the World Trade Center caught fire and collapsed. That happening within 90 minutes. Now, New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani has requested 6,000 body bags, but that number is expected to rise considerably.
Fox's Molly Falconer joins us now from New York. Molly, you've been watching the search and recovery efforts all night long.
I have, and all I can say is it seems like a war zone down here. The rescuers stumble out of the police barricades you can see behind me, and they have soot all over their faces, and one person just said to me, I can't talk about it. That's what they said when they're talking about the rubble. And the sun is rising here in New York. You could barely see it because the cloud of soot and ash is covering lower Manhattan. Tons of debris have been removed from the crater where the World Trade Center once stood, and the New York City mayor is now requesting recovering 11,000 body bags from federal authorities. Stories of rescue and recovery this morning are few and far between. We hope to hear more. In the meantime, Fox News has learned that investigators are covering 6 states, intensively looking for 20 locations for those terrorists. The skyline still burns with the signs of the attack on New York City. Miles away in the Capitol, the White House is surrounded with candles and tributes lit in memory of the victims taken at the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and in Pennsylvania. A cord has been broken at the epicenter of the nation.
Or had family that died, but I think that all of us inside are really hurting, even for the people that don't even live with us.
Many families across the country wait for news and are already mourning. Among the World Trade Center missing Robert Rasmussen from the Chicago area. Rasmussen was in a business meeting in Tower 2 when the attack began.
I'm trying to stay positive because I keep pulling those survivors out, but God, just the weight is what kills you.
Cece Lyles, a flight attendant on board United Airlines Flight 93 that crashed in Pennsylvania, called her husband before the plane slammed into the ground.
Yes, she through all what she was going through, she took the time to call me to let me know that she loved me.
Through raids in Boston and Florida and intense investigations, the government say investigators have identified more than a dozen hijackers. They are linked to Osama bin Laden and other terrorist networks. Amidst the smoky rubble of burnt plastic, paper, and insulation, rescuers continue to work, but additional buildings close to the World Trade Center have come down and more may fall. The NTSB is on scene here looking for parts of the airplanes and possibly, they hope, those black boxes. In addition, we are hearing reports that the suspects were trained for their pilot's license here in the U.S., were known to authorities, and there is one report out this morning that they trained their cameras on the World Trade Center, filmed the attack, and congratulated each other. We are live from Lower Manhattan. Molly Falconer, back to you guys, Jeanette and Mark.
All right, Molly, thank you.
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation is sending a forensics team to New York to help with identification of victims from the deadly attacks at the World Trade Center towers. A DeKalb County firefighting team demonstrates a drill with a group of canines. The goal, tracking down the scent of a trapped body. The GBI received an email just hours after the attack asking for help with the massive task of finding bodies.
There are personal effects that are taken into account. Body identification such as scars, tattoos, dental records. So there's a whole array of identification techniques that we will be using.
GBI experts should be on their way soon to help with the search.
There were reports yesterday that one plane was going to be allowed to fly into Hartsfield International Airport overnight, but we can tell you now that never happened. Fox 5's Mark Teichner joins us now live from Hartsfield with an update on the activity there. Is there any activity there, Mark?
Well, not really much activity right now. There's a couple people going on in the ramps, and there's some people walking around and kind of riding around in those cargo trucks that they drive around in. Earlier today, we did see a plane that was kind of moving around the taxiway, but it never took off, so we don't know what the deal is with that. What we do know is that Hartsfield is closed and people should stay away from it, because if they do, they're going to end up getting turned away.
The airport is shut down.
For another night, no flights came in and no flights went out. Hartsfield looks like a ghost town, and it'll stay that way at least through the morning.
We are currently in the process of complying with the guidelines and instructions from the FAA.
There will be changes at airports across the country. Here at Hartsfield, new security measures are already being put in place, and the airport still hasn't reopened.
The entire concourse from E straight through T and then this terminal has been searched carefully and in detail, and we know that this facility is now secure.
Is American Airlines represented? Yes, ma'am, and all of us are coming out.
Stranded passengers are having trouble keeping their cool. About 1,000 people yesterday found themselves just hanging out, waiting for Hartsfield to reopen. It's a scene authorities vow to keep from repeating.
We will not allow anyone onto the grounds of the airport unless and until further notice.
Officials won't talk in detail about the new security, other than to say there'll be no more curbside check-in. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed to go to concourses, and you might need to show your ID more than once.
We'll do whatever we have to do to ensure security here at the airport.
And one of those things means shutting down the roads leading to the airport. Airport officials are saying that if you do not have business to be here, and that means if you are not an employee at the airport, you should not come out, and that they will in fact escort you and not allow you into the grounds. Should also say, once this airport does get back up and running, people are going to find massive delays. It's going to take a number of days, we're being told, until the American airline and airport system can get back up and running, fully operational. We're live at Hartsfield. Mark Teichner, Fox 5 News for Good Day Atlanta.
Okay, Mark, thank you very much. But we'll emphasize what Mark just said. It could be some time before flights resume normally again. Now, if you are flying in or out of Hartsfield, again, we'll tell you the best way to check the status of your flight is through their website, and that address is atlanta-airport.com.
Investigators now believe that the passengers aboard the hijacked plane that crashed in Pennsylvania may have prevented the plane from hitting another landmark. As reporter Rusty Dornan shows us, those passengers knew about the attacks on the World Trade Center.
38-year-old Thomas Burnett called his wife Dina from Flight 93 4 times Tuesday. The first call, he told her his plane was hijacked. A passenger had been knifed. On the second call, his wife told him about the crash at the World Trade Center. The third, Burnett wanted details about the Trade Center crash. His wife said it was like he was puzzling it out. By the fourth call, he'd made a decision with some other passengers.
On the last phone call, he said that a group of them were getting ready to do something. And then he hung up and he never called back.
Did he say anything to you personally?
He did not. And that, I know the reason he didn't is he was fighting to come home. He had every intention of being here that night.
15 minutes before Flight 93 flew into the ground, another call. Mark Bingham, a San Francisco public relations executive, phoned his mother, Alice, who happens to be a United flight attendant. He told her he loved her.
I'm on a flight from Newark to San Francisco, and there are 3 guys that have taken over the plane, and they say they have a bomb. And I said, Mark, who are they? I said, Mark, I love you too. And I said, who are these guys? And then he seemed to be pulled away from the phone for a minute.
Hoagland says her son didn't seem panicked.
His voice was calm. He seemed very much composed, even though I know he must have been under terrible duress.
Burnett also said her husband seemed very cool. In her heart, she believes if the plane was averted from another target, her husband likely had something to do with it.
He went down fighting. I know he did. His adrenaline was going. He was not whispering. He was talking quickly, and he was ready to do something.
Wednesday at Burnett's church in San Ramon, California. A remembrance of a man whose final moments may have been spent fighting for the survival of the passengers of Flight 93. Rusty Dornan, San Francisco.
New this morning, and quite aside from our reporting of the terrorist attacks, 16 American tourists have died after their plane crashed on the Yucatan Peninsula. Now, early reports say the Seattle area tourists were on a cruise but had taken a side trip to visit some Mayan ruins when their plane crashed. And again, we'll tell you that Yucatan officials said that they see no connection between the crash and the hijacking of the 4 planes on Tuesday. Still, however, no word on what caused the crash.
Well, people across Metro Atlanta have been searching for answers by praying together during this crisis. Last night, at least 2,000 mourners gathered at Emory University to show their support for victims of this, the worst terrorist attack in U.S. history.
And we need love.
Some Emory University students sold red, white, and blue ribbons last night, raising more than $5,000 for attack victims.
The nation continues this morning to mourn and to try to make some sense of the tragedy as it's still unfolding. Reporter Bruce Morton shows us how people across the country are coping.
The House will be in order.
Congress went back to work.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
People went to church trying to make sense of it all. God made us free, the homily said, to do good or evil. And people went back to work. In New York, exhausted rescue workers caught their breath. Signs said pray, and surely many did. And some just cried. Major League Baseball canceled all its games for the second straight day. New York's tunnels were closed. Airports looked ghostly. This was Dallas-Fort Worth. The limited flights for stranded people will resume. An odd day for those who work in airports.
I've been here for almost 6 months, and I've never, ever, it's almost peaceful.
In Chicago at the Sears Tower, America's tallest building, it was business as usual. But some who work in it are worried.
And this is the tallest building I ever worked in. Normally the buildings it would go like 21 or maybe 31, but this is the tallest, and I'm terrified.
Newspaper headlines offered a sample of reaction to the terror, pretty straightforward mostly. The San Francisco Examiner was just plain angry. And on talk radio, this is San Francisco's KGO, people, this man said he was an airline pilot, talked.
What more do you need? Do we need to have the Capitol taken out and the joint session of Congress before this thing can turn nuclear? I'm just so furious over it.
Back in Washington, the mall looked empty except for accidental tourists, a stranded Australian.
This is just a terrible thing, and clearly it's a threat to all of us, to our safety, and it's a threat to democracy.
A woman from Topeka wondering how to get home.
Is there a train? I don't even know. We don't have trains in Kansas.
A student.
Just to see so many police officers everywhere. Everywhere you go, National Guards out on some of the streets. It's eerie.
Lots of flags, all at half-staff. Walmart sold 88,000 this day, 6,000 on the same day last year. At the Capitol's railroad station, a sign people could sign, and did. And a street musician playing a bugle call he probably hadn't played in years. Sadness and tiredness, back to work, still grieving, but determined.
So far, many of the clues as to who masterminded the attack still point to known terrorist Osama bin Laden. Reporter David Enzor has more on bin Laden's history and the nation's attempt to find him.
U.S. officials say on the passenger manifests of the hijacked planes used in the attacks, they found names associated with terrorist groups. Intelligence officials say the evidence still points to the Al-Qaeda group, headed by Osama bin Laden.
There had to be some brains behind this. We have some good, promising leads. They're obviously being followed.
Publicly, the Bush administration is accusing no one so far, while warning nations they too will pay for any help given to those who attacked New York and Washington.
We will hold accountable those countries that provide support, that give host nation, if you can call it that, support and facilities to these kinds of terrorist groups.
Afghanistan's Taliban government has long offered haven to bin Laden, but U.S. officials say they have no evidence thus far of any state directly assisting the attacks in New York and Washington. Many analysts argue that such a coordinated broadside could not have been possible without it.
Osama bin Laden represents a complete terrorist network. He will have one or more state sponsors, countries that he's either based in or working in collusion with. There'll have been passport support, communication support.
One thing I think that ought to make us a bit suspicious about whether bin Laden was involved in it alone or not is that he goes to great lengths to advertise himself. And when you see something like that, you begin to wonder whether or not there may be an effort to draw our attention solely to him, to the neglect of someone who may be his principal contractor.
If there was state support, a number of terrorism experts point to Iraq as the most likely suspect. A statement from President Saddam Hussein on Iraqi television said, quote, "The United States reaps the thorns that its rulers have sown in the world."
U.S. officials say they are developing good law enforcement and intelligence leads. They do not know yet who was behind these attacks, nor whether any state assisted them. But they believe they soon will.
Now, here's more information about Osama bin Laden. He is a millionaire Saudi exile living under the protection of the Muslim fundamentalist government of Afghanistan. Bin Laden is a key suspect in the bombing of 2 U.S. embassies in East Africa in 1998. His associates are also suspected in the attack on the USS Cole. Bin Laden's anger toward the U.S. stems from the Persian Gulf War and the U.S. troop presence on what he considers sacred Saudi soil in the fight against Iraq. The FBI is offering $5 million for his capture.
FBI agents rushed to a Boston hotel yesterday looking for several of these suspected hijackers. Agents were following up on a lead that the men may have stayed at the hotel. Guests had to evacuate the 36-story Westin Hotel in the Back Bay section of the city. Guests say that SWAT teams surrounded the hotel with machine guns. One man was taken away in a van. Investigators reportedly found information leading to a name on one of the manifests of the hijacked flights. The FBI took another man in for questioning in Providence, Rhode Island. Investigators there stopped an Amtrak train and arrested a man on board. He reportedly had a knife. The train was heading from Boston to Washington, D.C. Providence's mayor says that police were looking for 4 men who eluded police in Boston. Later, the police chief said it did not appear the man had any connection to the attacks.
Amid the destruction at the Pentagon, a bold display of patriotism this morning. A large American flag marks the section of the building where up to 200 people are believed to have died. Rescue workers and military personnel unfurled the flag yesterday. They say it's a tribute to the president, to their colleagues, and to the victims of terrorism at the Pentagon Wednesday evening.
Now, images like that of the U.S. flag draping over the Pentagon are evoking all types of emotions, especially patriotism. I was watching that live yesterday, and that was a big lump in the throat.
Yeah, when firefighters unfurled that flag, people are ready to stand up and fight for this country. Fox 5's Dan Ronan joins us live now with what people here in Atlanta are willing to do. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Jeanette and Mark. We're here in Marietta, and we've heard from many in the World War II era. At least I've had a chance to talk to some of them who have said that the expressions of patriotism, the American flags that we've seen flying at half-staff in the United States Capitol outside of local businesses, reminds them of the spirit that this country saw during the 1940s, 1942, 43, 44, when we were at war. Certainly those remember 1991, when America was at war for a brief time in the Persian Gulf War. Many military recruiters also say that they are seeing a large increase in the number of young men and women who are coming into recruiting stations to say that they'd like to put on a uniform.
50 white stars on a blue background, 13 red and white stripes. The U.S. flag. During periods of peace and prosperity, sometimes the symbol is taken for granted. It becomes dormant. Tuesday morning changed that. Old Glory is everywhere, flying at half-staff.
All of a sudden, there's an upswelling of patriotism. While everybody had it, now they're looking to aggressively display it.
Ed Polner is sales manager at Southern Tailors, Atlanta's largest flag company. Business up nearly 90% since Tuesday's multiple acts of terrorism. Flags are being flown everywhere. Kevin Davis bought a large order for the people in his office.
We're going to get a large flag and put it in our lobby, and then I bought individual flags for all of the employees so they can put them on their cars.
The manager of another flag company says he could sell a truckload of flags right now. In the aftermath of what the president says was an act of war, military recruiters say traffic is much heavier. It will be weeks before we know how many people signed up, but more men and women are putting aside careers or school to wear a uniform and defend the country.
100 and in some cases a 200% increase in the incoming phone calls and office traffic in my recruiting substations.
Another military recruiter says what's happening is a patriotic swell, and some of the calls and inquiries are coming from retired veterans, many saying they'd consider re-enlisting or at least offering to help at recruiting stations and military bases.
Really no surprise to see the increase in activity at recruiting stations, especially in this part of the country with military, the United States military being such a big force, and we're just a few miles away from the Dobbins Air Force Base. One young man who went into one of the recruiting stations yesterday, a young man from the Atlanta area, is a guy by the name of Josh Gibbs, 24 years old, who recently finished from college, and he said, "Our freedom has been put in jeopardy. I want to be one of those people who help defend it." His feelings, like those of many others this last couple of days, with the events in New York and in Washington, D.C. and Pennsylvania. Reporting live from Marietta, not far from Dobbins Air Force Base, Dan Ronan, Fox 5 News.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Now, we do need to take some time out and update you on the morning commute as folks slowly but surely get back to their regular routine. Cheryl White is in our traffic center. Cheryl, again, folks heading back to work and school today.
Yeah, we're seeing a pretty normal flow of traffic in terms of volume, and we have some problems to report, unfortunately, that are really going to put a crimp in your ride, especially on the east side. The ramp is still blocked from 285 southbound to I-20 eastbound. That's where a tractor-trailer overturned early this morning. Cleanup crews are on the scene, but so far no estimated time of clearing or for the opening of that ramp. I-20 westbound, the East Expressway is jammed this morning. Probably the worst stretch of traffic from Sigmund Road to inside the perimeter past Columbia Drive. There have been several problems on the East Expressway, and this is the result of that. Also a crash on the east side perimeter, 285 northbound at La Vista. Also a crash reported on the connector northbound near Langford Parkway. It appears that everything is off to the side, but you may encounter some delay there. In the traffic center, I'm Cheryl White, Fox 5 News. Now to Christy for a look at our weather forecast. How's it shaping up?
Not too bad for us, Cheryl. Looks like we're going to have another very dry day, and with a lot of sunshine, it's going to be warm as well. We are starting out with temperatures, though, that are in the middle 60s, so it's a nice change from what we've seen around here lately. And there have been some light rain showers along with some heavier thunderstorms that have developed in Tennessee. Most of that is heading towards the southwest, but as some of this is trying to head southward, that may affect extreme northwest Georgia. And then to the south, we have a new tropical depression. Actually, this has been around for a couple of days now, but it is slowly strengthening. It's not moving very much. That's going to mean another rainy day in Florida, possibly more problems with flooding there. To the north, the jet stream has a small dip in it that's helping to bring down some cooler air from Canada. The cold front right now is really not active at all. There are some light rain showers across northern parts of New York. Later on tonight, New York City as well as Washington, D.C. might see a couple of showers in the area, but for the most part, that activity should be scattered. That same cold front looks like it will be able to push through Georgia into the weekend to give us cooler temperatures. Here is a look at the rain that was around yesterday. Most of it far to our south, some heavier thunderstorms, especially farther south than Georgia, down into Florida here, associated with the moisture with Tropical Depression number 8. And you can see some of the rain showers and thunderstorms that have made their way into northwestern parts of Alabama. Our cold front that's situated to the north this morning will make some progress to the south during the day today. It'll make much more progress towards the east, and so by tomorrow afternoon, the northeast should be back to sunny, cooler weather. While this front moves into North Georgia, it's going to slowly try to head through Atlanta by early on Saturday. And if it does so, then that will really help temperatures to be very mild over the weekend. And of course, we're going to have to track Tropical Depression number 8. It is forecast to strengthen. If it heads towards the northeast, that's going to help to pull down some of this cooler air. If it goes towards the northwest, then we would have less of a chance of seeing that cooler air and a better chance of seeing some rain from that system. Right now, temperatures are in the middle 60s, 64 here in Atlanta, 67 in Nashville, and 65 in Chicago. Temperatures in the northeast are right around 60 degrees. It is 67 right now in New York City. Our forecast calls for mostly sunny skies. It'll be a warm and dry day for us. High temperatures will range from 82 to 86. And then for tomorrow, highs should be right around 80, starting out in the mid 60s again. Possibly some 50s around by early in the weekend. Might be more clouds on Saturday and Sunday. Right now, it looks dry, and the highs could stay in the 70s. Jeanette? All right, thanks, Christy. Well, even though the nation's attention is focused on the terrorist attacks, we do have new developing information for you this morning in a critical high-profile case, the assassination of DeKalb County Sheriff-elect Derwin Brown. Now, DeKalb Police Chief Eddie Moody is reportedly indicating that arrests could be made soon in connection with the murder. Police have reportedly come up with a link between that murder and a March 18th shootout that led to the death of a purported drug dealer. Patrick Cuffey, a former DeKalb deputy, was charged yesterday with murder and kidnapping, all that stemming from the shootout in which Jeffrey Nigel George was mortally wounded. Cuffey's lawyer, E. Dwayne Jones, said he was appalled by Cuffey's arrest on the murder charge. Meanwhile, Chief Moody says it appears that the Brown investigation would come to a close very soon. Mark?
All right, thanks, Jeanette. Well, after the World Trade Center collapsed, the huge column of smoke and dust left behind could be seen from space. Astronaut Frank Culbertson and 2 Russian cosmonauts aboard the International Space Station spotted the cloud of destruction. You can see it there as they orbited 240 miles above the northeastern United States.
We could see New York City and the smoke from the fires. Our prayers and thoughts go out to all the people there and everywhere else. I just wanted the folks in New York to know that their city still looks very beautiful from space. I know it's very difficult for everybody in America right now. And I know folks are struggling very hard to deal with this and recover from it. But the country still looks good, and for New Yorkers, your city still looks great from up here.
Again, just amazing pictures. It's not clear at this point whether smoke from the Pentagon plane crash could be seen from space as well. Well, how could somebody armed with only a knife get into the cockpit of a commercial jet, overcome the crew, and eventually fly that plane into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon? Those questions have been out there since the early moments of this tragedy. Retired commercial pilot Pat Kissel is with us this morning to try and speak to some of those issues at least. First off, let's set the scene for everybody here. You flew how many years commercially?
I've been flying for about 30 years.
30 years, and for a period of time you flew for Comair, so you actually flew passengers for a period of time. Take me through this process then of how somebody can actually get into the cockpit of the plane from the passenger compartment of the plane, and how you think they might have accomplished that. Some guys armed with only knives.
With only knives, from what I understand, that they were, some of the flight attendants, they said they were going to kill your crews or were going to hurt some of your crew members if you don't open the door.
So, as a pilot, as a commercial pilot, I mean, I'm assuming these are people that you work with, people that you know. I mean, you're probably going to open the door and go to their assistance.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. As investigators are trying to narrow down where these people trained and so forth, I'm hearing from a lot of pilots that we're not talking necessarily about an extensive amount of training to fly a commercial jet. Once it's up in the air, the gear's tucked up into the belly, and you're actually, you know, straight and level for all intents and purposes.
Correct.
It's not that hard to fly.
Probably not. I have flown large aircraft simulators with no training whatsoever, and after about 5 minutes, I was able to hold the airplane straight and level and be able to do the job with the aircraft.
But these folks did, it appears, though, have some degree of training.
They had to have some degree of training. They had to have something to be able to keep the wings level, be able to turn the airplane and operate the aircraft correct.
And I've done a little bit of flying with my family, and my big concern, if something were to happen to my father while he was flying, I can keep the thing straight and level, but navigating at that point, I would be depending probably on somebody on the radio to tell me which way to turn. Were these people able to read the instruments of that plane, you think, and to be able to actually set a heading and know where they were going?
Possibly, although in today's world with the global positioning system or GPS system, you can buy handheld GPS for $600. And it takes about maybe 15, 20 minutes to learn how to function or how to operate the thing. And they could actually use something like that to navigate to the close area, to get close. Put in the longitude, latitude of the New York area, and once you're in the New York area on a clear day, you can see your target.
Certainly you could know the exact longitude and latitude of the World Trade Center. You could go there ahead of time, look at your GPS, see what that number was, jot it down, and then later on when you're up in the air, dial that in again, and it'll point you right towards it?
Yeah, they wouldn't have to dial in. They could dial it in before they got in the airplane. On the ground, before they got in the airplane, they could dial in all programmer for what they wanted to do, and it'll go do it.
Now, something that's bothered me that nobody has appeared to have addressed in much detail is I heard the air traffic controller from Logan Airport, who actually had one of these jets on his screen and was responsible for that. He saw that plane make an abrupt turn off course. It was supposed to be headed out for California. And there was a long period of time, and I don't recall exactly how long, maybe as much as 17 minutes, where that plane was not obviously headed to California, it was going someplace else. What would he be doing during those 17 minutes?
He would probably be trying to contact the aircraft, not realizing what it was doing. He probably had no idea of what the intentions of the aircraft were. Otherwise, he could have called maybe the military, scrambled some aircraft to go out and do something about it. But by the time that decision would have been made, who is going to make a decision to shoot down an airliner full of people?
Well, certainly, and this is something that it's unprecedented, so I'm sure that's just not part of somebody's training. But certainly if an aircraft is off course and you've got some 17 minutes maybe to think about it, you're calling other people and saying, hey, I've got a situation here.
Correct.
He's alerting somebody to what's going on.
He's alerting someone, but probably I don't know if he would have been alerting the military, which would have been the only one that could have really done anything about it.
That could have done anything about it at that point. Okay, well, as we look at that then, we've kind of discussed how they can get in the general vicinity and get pretty close to their target. The last minute flying of that plane and making those last minute course corrections with a big jumbo jet like that flying fast, how difficult is that?
I would think they had to have a little bit of training to do that, that would have been somewhat difficult to hit a target. And you think the World Trade Center is a large target, but when you're going that speed, my understanding is around 400 knots, which is about 400 or 500 miles an hour, close to that. It would have been difficult, but with a little training, they would have been able to hit their target.
And again, like I said, I have just minimal training. I soloed one time, and just lining up on the runway in a small airplane
can be difficult.
It can be difficult, and that's a basic skill that you have to learn. So these guys had some degree of training.
They had to have some degree of training.
There's been a question, too, about the transponder on the plane, and this is you might want to explain to folks exactly what that is and how that works and why it is so important, and the fact that they may have disabled that.
Well, a transponder is basically an instrument in the airplane that puts out a signal, and the signal is ATC assigns a number to
Air traffic control.
Air traffic control assigns a number to put in that transponder. You put that code in there, and they're able to, what we call it, paint your aircraft. They're able to paint your aircraft, know exactly who you are.
So if you were to not have your transponder on, would a blip would still show up on their radar screen, but it would be unidentified?
Correct. Well, if they already knew who it was, they would be able to tag it, so to speak, and be able to track it and know which aircraft it was.
Okay.
And that also gives your speed. They would have been able to get the speed off of it. With the transponder operating, they've been able to get their altitude and other things also.
Just a final word from you as a pilot. What's the first thing we do before we send planes back up? Because the airports are going to open back up here maybe as early as noon today. We don't know that yet. But what's the first thing we do before we put the planes back up in the air?
We have to be able to guarantee that this is not going to happen again.
Can we do that?
No. I don't know how we can. As far as weapons are concerned, a pen could be a weapon.
Sure.
You hold that up to someone's eyeball and say, you do what I say or you're going to lose an eye. So it's hard to stop any type of a weapon getting on the aircraft. So many things can be used as a weapon.
So those are some questions for other folks to grapple with.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Kissel, thank you for being with us this morning.
Yes, sir.
Wish we had more answers for you. Investigators are trying to find the cockpit voice and data recorders from the 4 hijacked planes. The so-called black boxes may hold the key to a lot of these unanswered questions. Fox's David Schuster explains what a black box is and what secrets it may reveal.
The so-called black boxes are actually fluorescent orange, and by airline regulations, nothing else can be this color on any commercial aircraft. There are usually 2 boxes on each flight. Investigators consider both to be essential because one records cockpit conversations and sounds, the other records technical data.
The flight recorder is very good at telling us what's wrong with the airplane, things that are actually, the engine quit, landing gear didn't come down, something like that. Something that actually has to do with the airplane. That's the flight recorder's strong point. The voice recorder is very good at this operational, the man-machine interface, the crew and how they interact with the airplane and decisions that they make.
The recorders are usually located in the back of a jet. That's because the most predictable point of impact in a crash is towards the front. Still, the boxes are made to withstand forces 10 times greater than a crash and temperatures higher than those caused by burning fuel.
Most of the cockpit voice recorders and flight recorders that we get look just like this. They look probably as good as the day they were made, maybe a few scratches and a few dents.
The flight data recorder, which tracks the technical and mechanical information, comes in 2 different formats. The first is a tape-based recorder, which gathers data on a 30-minute loop. The second format records data on computer chips and can compile more than 25 hours worth of flight information. It all comes out as numbers, calculations, or technical words and bits.
It's actually a waveform that is then, it's zeros and ones that our software decodes into numbers, and then we can bring it up on the screen and see altitude and airspeed and different flight control positions and pitch and roll and what the aircraft is actually doing. It looks like a strip chart with the lines moving across the screen.
Cockpit voice recorders give investigators a good idea of what the crew was doing when the incident happened. It can also paint a personal picture of despair and confusion.
Sometimes the crew doesn't have any idea what's going wrong. They don't have any more idea than we do what's going wrong with the airplane. They may say things that are just completely not right because from the information that they have, that's their analysis of that information, and it's very difficult sometimes to do that on the fly when things are really going badly.
Still, the cockpit conversations combined with the technical data often give crash investigators an important set of clues. And sometimes it's even more important than the physical evidence collected at the scene. In Washington, David Schuster, Fox News.
The most recent issue of Time magazine has a chilling picture on its cover. The picture shows the World Trade Center towers ablaze. And as we've been telling you, President Bush vows that those responsible for this act will pay. He's hinting strongly at a military response, and he's received the support of the Congress, the Senate, and the leaders of other nations behind him.
Well, I think it's safe to say that we are all struggling with this attack on America.
And once the initial shock wears off for most folks, post-traumatic stress is going to begin setting in. And medical correspondent Rhonda Rowland helps us now understand how to make it through.
As rescue workers and medical teams work hard to fix the apparent physical wounds, the emotional impact is setting in. It may be hidden for now, but one person who's gone through it before says it's there and it's very real. Terry Shaw, an Oklahoma City bombing survivor, was buried in rubble, then rescued.
I thought I was going to die, after I realized it wasn't a dream.
She remembers how she felt in the first days following the bombing.
At first, it was pretty much shock. I really had not a whole lot of emotion. It was really kind of happy. I didn't realize the impact at all.
What we'll see is that in the first few days and really even a couple of weeks following an event, people develop symptoms associated with trauma.
That is, symptoms of post-traumatic stress, emotional numbing, loss of pleasure, lack of concentration, insomnia, headaches, alienation, distrust. Victims, rescue workers, family members, co-workers are most at risk, but so are those who watched from a distance.
Because of the nature of terrorism and the unique features associated with terrorism really creates a much larger or greater group of victims.
Dr. Sitterly counseled victims of the Oklahoma City bombing and through research found just seeing the images on television can produce emotional symptoms.
For children who really only exposure to the bombing was through television, media coverage, that they actually showed symptoms of post-traumatic stress.
Mental health experts say there is something we can all do right now to help each other. If anyone you know feels stressed or traumatized, listen patiently and without judgment. Anyone can do the listening: family, friends, co-workers, clergy. For some people, the emotional symptoms subside within about a month. If they persist, counseling is recommended.
As a survivor, you go through, happy that you're alive and then guilt that you're alive as well. And that's where the counseling really does help, because you do feel guilty for living.
More than anything, Shaw's family helped her through the trauma, as did talking to other victims.
The family members talk to you. I think it's really important because they want to know, the family members that lost their loved ones. They want to know what it was like for you those last few minutes, and they're curious. Let them ask you and talk to them. It's good for you to talk, and it's good for them to talk.
Rhonda Rowland, Atlanta.
Now, here in Metro Atlanta, firefighters are making an effort to assist the families of victims in New York City. Fox 5's Brett Martin is live in South Fulton County with a look at what they're doing to help. Brett?
Yes, I'm here with the folks from Station 23. I want to introduce you to everybody here. We've got Captain Robert Terrell, Lieutenant Dwight Bowler, and firefighter Tony Brown. These guys are doing something truly special coming up this weekend. Captain, a boot drive. Tell me about this.
Well, yesterday, the chief of the Fulton County Fire Department, Chief I. David Daniels, announced that this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, September 14th, 15th, and 16th, the Fulton County Fire Department will be out in the community attempting to raise funds to support the victims of this terrible tragedy in New York. He's also issued a challenge to other metropolitan fire departments to follow suit. So that's where we're at right now.
Captain, let me talk to you about the experience. You guys constantly deal with the life and death situation each and every day. We're seeing it right now on TV, and from just a civilian's point of view, it's unbelievable. What do you think is going on in the minds of the firefighters who are out there, knowing that there's a possibility that 200 of their comrades are missing and perhaps dead?
Well, in a situation where you have such a tremendous tragedy, of course, any loss of life is a direct affront to firefighters. You know, that's what we do. That's our job. So anytime that we're in a situation where we've been unable to save life, it's the most difficult thing that we have to go through. But when it's a fellow comrade, it's just words can't begin to describe it. These guys out there right now are running on pure adrenaline. They have absolutely no consideration for their own wealth or health or safety. They're just looking to find just one person, one fellow firefighter. That's the only thing going through their head. They're not conscious of their own health, their own safety. Right now, they don't feel their arms, their legs. It's sheer adrenaline and sheer focus on trying to get to the people that's underneath that rubble.
Captain, thank you so much. Lieutenant Buller, I want to ask you real quick, you have military experience. I know that you guys talk a lot here at the fire department. Must be absolutely frustrating knowing that you can't go up there and lend a helping hand.
That's very true, but we must always keep prayers in our hearts, and hopefully our prayers will reach them. And here we try to keep our public in our metro area safe by continuing to go to work on a daily basis, hold our heads up, and keep our people safe, and talk to them, give them a hug, and tell them it's going to be all right, and to continue on with life.
Lieutenant Buller, thank you so much. Captain, thank you. We're going to talk to you here in a little bit. We have to go ahead and wrap it up. Thank you all very much for letting us in on your lives and your experiences. We'll have more here a little bit later on. Live from Fulton County, this is Brett Martin, Fox 5 News.
Okay, thank you, Brett.
Sure.
President Bush called the terrorist attacks on New York City and Washington acts of war. And in a show of support, Congress is moving quickly on Mr. Bush's request for a multi-billion-dollar down payment, all to fight terrorism. For more on this history-making proposal, we turn to Georgia Senator Max Cleland. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning. Just hearing the description of the firefighters fighting to save comrades, it does sound like a scene from war. As a Vietnam veteran myself that went through the Tet Offensive in 1968, these sounds and sights are very familiar. You never feel like, though, that or believe that it's going to happen in your own land. I think that's the difference, that American blood has been shed on American soil by a foreign foe. And therefore, the Congress and the people of the United States are completely united behind the president in doing whatever it takes to remedy this situation.
And Senator, as you said, sir, through legislation, we clearly intend to do more and indeed spend more to halt terrorist attacks.
There's no question about it. We have to upgrade our intelligence. We have to upgrade our security and safety on American commercial airlines. Right. And we have to strengthen our defenses because we know that we're the target of these kind of attacks now, and that our homeland itself is not even safe. So that's a terrible feeling to feel. Those of us in Washington watching the World Trade Center situation had a certain disconnect, but when the Pentagon was hit, I felt like I was back in the Vietnam War.
Let's talk a little bit, sir, about what's ahead today. The president, we understand, expected to ask for about $20 billion in immediate funds. Now, one would expect that goes toward rebuilding.
Well, I would certainly hope so. I mean, obviously, New York has really taken a hit, and in so many ways, it is the nerve center not only of our economy but of a global marketplace. And to the extent to which we can recover and help that city heal, particularly the financial markets, we'll all be better off.
Also, I understand rescue efforts, bolstering security. Those are other issues that are of a major concern as well, obviously.
Well, yes, obviously. I mean, first of all, we got to strengthen our intelligence capability. It's obvious that we have to strengthen our human intelligence, our ability to break into these rings with human intelligence and find out what's going on. Very difficult, but not impossible.
Now, are we expected, I'm sorry, sir, are we expected that this bill will probably head back to the president today? There was some debate on whether the figure, we could agree on the figure.
Well, I'm sure that's being worked out with the leadership in the House and Senate. And those of us in the Senate will give the president a broad leeway in deciding whatever we should do to halt this threat to our country.
You mentioned your time as a veteran, sir, and we saw the pictures of when the firefighters draped that huge American flag over part of the Pentagon. Tell us about the mood there in Washington, and for you personally, what those types of images bring forth.
Well, it was an amazing sight to come out of Washington and cross Key Bridge, going into Arlington, and see fire and smoke coming up from the Pentagon. I mean, you just never expected to see that. And for the next day, going to work yesterday, to see the Pentagon still smoldering from the attack. I mean, and to know that some 800 lives were lost, 800 wonderful Americans who were just doing their duty on behalf of the rest of us. I mean, I'm sure we haven't really comprehended all of this yet. But we now know it's a different world, and we got to take action.
And the mood seems to be shifting in Washington as it is across the nation, from sorrow to just to anger. Realistically, folks are looking for retaliation. And when will we see that, do you think? Realistically, what will we see on that front?
More than just retaliation. I mean, retaliation is something to do just out of an emotional spite.
Sure.
But the point is, we got to come up with a plan to fight terrorism internationally with our allies, with the civilized world for a long time to come. And a retaliatory strike is probably in the offing, but it's more than that. It's strengthening our defenses, improving our intelligence, strengthening our safety on the airlines, and realizing that we're in a new world where terrorists can strike even here at home.
Expounding on that thought, sir, do you think that there's something that this country can do to ensure that terrorist acts like this don't occur again in our homeland?
Yes. Well, first of all, absolutely. I think we got to strengthen our first line of defense in terms of airlines, and that is make sure that we don't just pay minimum wage out there at $6.50 an hour for people who are literally checking people to see whether they do have knives or guns or implements of possible destruction on the plane. Secondly, I think we're going to have to put air marshals back on the planes that are armed. And thirdly, we might even consider arming our pilots. I mean, we have to defend ourselves here, particularly in terms of commercial aviation, which was the tool used here. But more importantly, worldwide, we have to convince our allies that this could happen to them, and I think more and more they know that. Russia's on board, China's on board. I even saw where Pakistan is now willing to help us. Certainly NATO is now on board. I think this is the forming of an international community that can really do some good.
Well, sir, we know you have a long day ahead of you there. Georgia Senator Max Cleland, thank you for joining us and spending a little time with us this morning, sir.
Thank you. God bless.
All right. Mark.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. Well, we have been reassured that our military is ready to respond just as soon as the target is identified and the word is given. Exactly what does that mean? Retired Major General Gerald Carey joins us this morning to explore that part of the equation. Former commander of the Air Warfare Center.
Air Warfare Center, right.
Okay. The military is the one part of this equation that I have to tell you honestly, I don't worry about, and I don't think most Americans do. We know we've got the best equipped, best trained, smartest, bravest people in the world in the military. You have got to be extremely frustrated at this hour that you can't bring any of that to bear on the people that have attacked us.
Well, you're right, Mark. In fact, as I was listening during these last few days, I was terribly frustrated and somehow wish that I could be back and do something. I think, as General Shelton said, the military is ready to respond. I think the question facing the administration, the American people, is what's going to be the nature of that response. Certainly the military response has got to be massive and is such a nature that it destroys the operating base for the terrorists, and more importantly, it deters them and any supporting nations the ability to support them. Now, if you look at the nature of terrorism, it has changed dramatically. We tended to treat terrorism as a crime. We wanted to, our president said, to bring to justice those who had committed the terrorism and let the courts do the job. We've seen now that terrorism, in terms of the nature, has moved from car bombs and truck bombs to the use of airplanes with massive amounts of fuel and massive loss of life. And as the president has said, it is now an act of war. Our military in the 21st century is facing a new challenge. They may be ready to respond, but the nature of that response has got to be carefully determined so that it does the job, and that means it destroys the base of operations. We see that there are several options that the military can have. In my own view, I believe that sending in cruise missiles by themselves or bombers by themselves may not do the job. We sent cruise missiles into Afghanistan before.
Right.
We sent them into Sudan. We didn't get...
Now, for all we know, we blew up some bushes in the desert.
Right. I think that you will see a strike force composed of, certainly I think the B-2 bomber has synthetic aperture radar, which can determine the targets very accurately. But, you know, to use our best weapons, we have to know the location.
Right.
Our intelligence has not been as good as it could be. We've relied an awful lot on satellites without what's called the human intelligence.
Well, to that end, let me just run something else past you. And it's just a thought that's been kicking around in my mind as I try to make sense of this with everybody else. The attack on the United States, very personal, conducted by individual human beings who sacrificed themselves in that attack. Now, when we send a cruise missile over, to me that's very impersonal. It may, in fact, kill the enemy as desired, but does it have the same long-term effect? I mean, we're chilled by the fact that a human being came over here and physically attacked us.
Yeah.
Does a cruise missile in retaliation have that same chilling effect on the terrorists?
I don't think it does. I think that even with very accurate weapons, it does not, unless it really destroys very accurately, it's not going to do the job. I think that in the final analysis, we will find a strike force that combines the bomber or a cruise missile, but more importantly, special operations forces that are going to go on the ground and are going to find and destroy, if possible. Now, this is the tough part of the challenge, but we do have special operations. There's a new Special Operations Command which has been established, which used to recognize what had been the Delta Force.
Well, and this is something else I wanted to get into. You
Sure.
have human beings that would absolutely love the opportunity to serve their country and use the training that they have been given. We don't talk a lot about them, but we know they're out. I probably read way too much Tom Clancy, like a lot of the rest of the people in the country, but we know those guys are out there, and they're ready to go.
Yes. Well, I think that you will find that that will be a large part of what we have in terms of response. So the military response is one thing, but if you look at the part of the military, Clausewitz says that war is an extension of diplomacy by other means. We have got to deter the nations of the Middle East which have been giving support. That means we have got to make it so that it's not worth their while to allow terrorism groups to be in their country. And if we have a strong enough response militarily along with a diplomatic support, for example, why should we have NATO join us, not necessarily in the military strike, but certainly in a massive bloc which is going to speak to those nations that support terrorism that they're not going to stand for it, and they have their military wherewithal to back that up. Because terrorism is not going to just be a problem against America.
Right.
Certainly we're the target right now, but Germany and France and other countries, some of which have given weapons and passive support to these groups that have found their weapons in their hands. So I think you're going to see terrorist warfare be a significant and perhaps different part of our military structure in the months and years to come.
General Kerry, thank you so much for being here and for your service to our country, sir.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
This is a special edition of Fox 5 News. U.S. under attack.
If
If you're just now joining us, this is a special edition of Fox 5 News. We're beginning to learn today more about the victims in these terrorist attacks. Here are some of their stories.
Leave the families alone.
What I have seen on their faces is grief and shock at what's happened. They've gone through a terrible tragedy and a horrible loss.
He'd called his wife a few minutes before the Pentagon was hit. He forgot, he didn't have a cell phone, so apparently he was on his office phone and called her and told her to turn on the television, that look at what's going on in New York City. And that was the last anybody heard from David. I've been told that he's not in one of the emergency rooms. The plane hit his office, the office he was in. They have not found him. And the Pentagon has announced that there is no hope for any survivors left in the rubble. There's always hope, but we also have to face reality to go on. It's tough. It's tough. These two little girls, lovely wife, and a tough future.
He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, well, who are they, Mark? And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, I don't know who they are. He became distracted there as if someone was speaking to him, and he said it's something to the effect of, it's true. And then the phone went dead.
Maybe he cut the fuel off or something, the fuel supply off, unbeknownst to the hijackers. I'm thinking he might have, the way it came down, apparently, looked like there was no power to the airplane. It looked like it came straight down, and it didn't hit whatever target they were going for.
He helped us grow this company from about 100 people to 2,000 people or maybe more.
And he gave his life for it. It's tough, but he did what he wanted to do. I hope that President Bush is the caliber or can come up with some of the backbone that Ronald Reagan or Harry Truman had and not back down from these people.
Here at home and across the nation, our air supply, our air transportation, major mode of transportation has been halted. Out at Atlanta's Hartsfield International, might expect to see some flights resurfacing today, in fact, but already some activity has been spotted on the runway. For that information, we're going to go to Fox 5's Mark Teichner. He's at the airport with the latest on that, and also word that flights may go up today.
That's right. Some good news. We are hearing from our wire service that at 11 a.m. the FAA has cleared some form of transportation to be taking place in the national airspace, meaning that some of this air restrictions will be lifted at 11 a.m. We can take a look at a mass cam shot that we have for you here at Hartsfield, and you can see that in the distance there they have a number of planes sitting there, and next to those planes there are those carriers that bring the luggage onto the planes, and they have been sitting there for the last 20 minutes or so waiting whether to be used or not. But we can tell you, at least as of last night, this place has been pretty quiet.
I haven't slept in 37 hours.
Hartsfield might be shut down, but passengers are finding other ways to get where they're going.
I am taking a 26-hour train ride from here to Washington. I have a 2-hour layover in Washington, and then Washington to Boston.
Amtrak is exchanging airline tickets for train rides, but all of the routes are sold out through Monday.
Big help.
The scene is the same over at Greyhound, where they're taking about 300 more passengers every day. That means beefed up personnel, more buses, and more money for fuel.
Yesterday was probably our biggest day of people coming down.
Deborah Winship is going to Albuquerque for her daughter's wedding.
Because it's too important to miss. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
We at least over 5 people. These guys came into town separately for meetings, and they've been stuck here ever since.
Looking to go to Amtrak, and then there was trouble with Amtrak this afternoon. Hoping to get on an airplane, the nays were still closed today, so we're willing to drive.
And that means driving together. You see, Budget has set up a rideshare program. Strangers carpooling. So far, about 100 cars and vans have hit the road.
This is something that we started yesterday evening in attempts to try to help stranded passengers.
Once again, we are hearing from the Associated Press that federal officials have announced that as of 11 a.m., they're going to be lifting the restrictions on air travel here in the United States, which means things will slowly be getting back to normal. Now, just because the restriction might be lifted, don't expect things to go back to normal right away. In fact, because of the backlog from all of these missed flights, it is going to be a madhouse in a zoo, and it's going to take quite a while for all of that to work its way through. Plus, understand that there's going to be a lot more security measures out here at the airports. So folks are going to be finding things a lot tougher to get on and off these planes, which is going to slow down the process even more. So folks are going to need a lot of patience. As we speak right now, Hartsfield is still closed, and they are not asking folks not to come out to Hartsfield at least until that restriction has been lifted. But once again, we're hearing from the Associated Press that as of 11 a.m., the air restriction might be lifted. We're live at Hartsfield. Mark Teichner, Fox 5 News for Good Day Atlanta.
So probably best advice, call ahead and check the websites for the respective airlines.
That is the most important, and the best thing you can do is call your respective airlines, call check those websites to see, because they're going to let folks know as soon as they possibly know.
All right, thanks for that update, Mark.
You're welcome.
Okay, several new developments to tell you about this morning into the investigation into the deadly terrorist attacks. The head of Germany's state police says one man has been taken into custody there. The arrest is in connection with the investigation of the U.S. terror attacks, but at this point it's unclear where the man is from or how investigators think that he was involved. We'll keep you updated on that. The FBI has identified several suspects in Tuesday's terrorist attacks, including a pair of Saudi Arabian brothers. Until recently, Adnan Bukhari and Amir Abbas Bukhari were living at a home in Vero Beach, Florida. Yesterday, police searched the home and secured documents from flight training schools in the area. Now, investigators believe the two brothers may have rented a car at Boston's Logan International Airport and then driven it to Portland, Maine. The FBI says that they may have taken a flight back to Boston on Tuesday, where, of course, two of the hijacked planes originated.
Well, the grim task of sorting through the rubble of the remains of the World Trade Center towers takes front and center today. As reporter John Quiones shows us, the resources of an entire city are being taxed to the maximum.
The Pentagon is resuming full operations today, even as the search for victims continues. This as investigators continue their work to try and determine just who is responsible for the attacks.
New details are emerging about the hijackers. Law enforcement sources now say as many as 50 people may have helped plan and carry out the attacks, and that not all the hijackers may have known each other. The FBI says authorities have identified many of the hijackers and are looking for any other associates remaining in the U.S. Several people were taken into custody late Wednesday afternoon for questioning in Boston and Florida, but so far no arrests. As the investigation continues, so too do the rescue and recovery efforts. Hundreds, possibly thousands, are feared dead from the attacks against the World Trade Center and the Pentagon.
Our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share, by people who are willing to destroy people's lives.
During a visit to the Pentagon, President Bush said he was both saddened and angered. A large American flag marks the section of building where up to 200 people are believed to have died. Across the country and throughout the nation's capital, Americans are honoring the victims.
And later today, lawmakers hope to have a multi-billion-dollar spending bill ready for President Bush. That money would go to rescue, repairs, and counterterrorism efforts. In Washington, I'm Elaine Quijano. Now back to you.
Members of Congress have voted unanimously to condemn the bombings this week in New York and Washington, D.C. But a controversial proposal by Georgia Representative Bob Barr is now gaining momentum. Barr is calling for an elimination of terrorist leaders through what he calls the Elimination Act. That would give American presidents the right to target foreign leaders for assassination. Before Tuesday's bombings, Barr's proposal had little or no support. Now 3 Republican lawmakers have thrown their support behind the bill.
Take a moment, grab a pen, some paper. We've got information on flights scheduled to arrive and depart out of Hartsfield Airport. Here's the website to go and check that out. Mark Teichner informing us that flights may go up as early as 11 today. The address is Atlanta-airport.com. Again, that's Atlanta-airport.com for information on flight service later today.
Now, here in Atlanta, the effort to help New York's emergency crews already underway. The GBI has sent a forensic team to help fingerprint and identify victims from Tuesday's attack. DeKalb County's K-9 unit is also going through drills to recover victims in case that their help is also needed. Fox 5's Janet Gentry has the story.
It really hasn't hit us all, I guess. You know, there's still 24 hours since the bombing occurred, and I guess we're just different people today than we were yesterday. It's kind of tough to sit and watch this.
That's why DeKalb County firefighters and this K-9 team are practicing a recovery drill to find victims. Using baking powder to check the wind direction, they watch the dog track human scent.
We're going to have 2 simulated victims out here in this rubble pile, and the dogs do not know where they're at, and they're going to alert on the human scent as it comes up from the pile and give the rescuer indication of where the person is entrapped.
What we got in there? Is he in there? Yes, there he is. Good boy.
Hours after the terrorist attack and collapse of the World Trade Center towers, an email request to help ID the victims reached the GBI.
There are personal effects that are taken into account, body identification such as scars, tattoos, dental records. So there's a whole array of identification techniques that we will be using. Yeah, as I stated, this is a
portable fingerprint kits help this same forensic team identify most of the bodies after the Albany flood washed them from floating coffins.
In the Albany flood, all those people had been dead for many years, many of them. And the urgency to get things done very quickly just wasn't there.
They know New York will be a devastating scene. Now, the GBI says it still has to find a match for those fingerprints, so it's going to be checking everything from military records, driver's license, firearm applications, and passports, hoping to find a match. Could be a long process. Reporting from GBI headquarters, Janet Gentry, Fox 5 News.
The GBI says that it hopes to use the same skills it used for the Albany flood to assist rescue crews in New York.
New this morning, 16 American tourists have died after their plane crashed on the Yucatan Peninsula. Early reports out say that the Seattle area tourists were on a cruise but had taken a side trip to visit some of the Mayan ruins when their plane went down. Yucatan officials say that they see no connection between this crash and the hijacking of 4 planes on Tuesday. Still no word, however, on what caused that crash. Now, more on a story we told you at 6 o'clock hour.
All right, new developments in the Derwin Brown murder investigation. DeKalb Police Chief Eddie Moody is reportedly saying that arrests could be made soon in connection with the December 2000 murder. Police report that they have discovered a link between Mr. Brown's murder and a March 18th shootout that left 1 person dead. Patrick Cuffey, a former DeKalb County deputy, was charged yesterday with murder in connection with that later shooting. Cuffey's lawyer says he was, quote, appalled by Cuffey's arrest on the murder charge. Chief Moody says it appears that the Brown investigation will come to a close soon.
And as things slowly but surely try to get back to normal in people's routines locally, we want to check on your morning commute.
All right, back to Cheryl White in the traffic center for that. Cheryl?
Well, we certainly do have many people heading into the office and workplaces this morning, and we're going to start in Northeast Metro because we have trouble reported there, and that is causing a backup. 85 southbound before Indian Trail. A crash sits in the center lane. You know that's bad news for commuters. Expect delays from at least Sugarloaf Parkway. Now, if you're going to be heading into or through downtown from South Metro, the news for you is actually pretty good. It's only a 12-minute ride now from Langford Parkway to the Brookwood Split with no wrecks or stalls to slow you down. Trouble for commuters out of the Douglasville area, however. A wreck I-20 eastbound at Lee Road has traffic stacked up to Highway 92. Now, beyond Lee Road, it's a pretty good ride. You're dealing with volume, though, so it's going to be slow, but no problems between Thornton Road and 285. And pretty much that's what we're looking at on the west side perimeter, 285 northbound. No problems, just traffic. Same for I-75 and Georgia 400. With Time Saver Traffic, I'm Cheryl White in the traffic center, Fox 5 News.
All right, thank you, Cheryl. Well, Congress is considering designating $20 billion to cover the damage done by the attack on the United States. Representative John Linder joins us now to discuss what actions politicians are taking to help America recover from the attack. And Congressman, perhaps top of mind right now is this proposal by Bob Barr, the Assassination Act, for lack of a better term right now?
That, I guess, will be introduced today. And I understand, at least what he talked about last night, there may be more than one proposal.
Okay, yeah, Jeanette's handing me a note. It's called the Elimination Act. Now, there is a...
I'm not familiar. What he told me last night at about midnight he was introducing today was a bill that essentially was a declaration of war. Now, if this is another one, I'm not familiar with it.
Well, let's get your thoughts then just on the idea of going in and assassinating somebody like Osama bin Laden. And we can use his name, even though it hasn't been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Let me lay that out. It's about 99.9% sure that he's involved in it.
Right.
All of our evidence points to a group of radical groups that he's been associated with. He's sort of like a foundation that gives out grants to these groups. We think we know it's him. We think we've got our finger on a lot of folks. We also think, tragically, that this is not the end, but the beginning. What we need to do is give the administration all of the remedies available that a wartime would give them. In 1993 or 4, our administration made a decision that we wouldn't deal in the intelligence world with bad guys, with people who were corrupt, with people who were slimy, and so we didn't pay any of those folks for information. Well, guess what? They're the only ones who have that information.
Right.
We've got to go back with money in these bad areas of the world and start buying information from these people so we can focus in on where these folks are. Secondly, we've got to go after them with all the strength and might of a military effort in war. If Afghanistan continues to harbor these people and quietly aid them, we ought to level their cities. This has been going on for far too long, where 6 or 7 cells of radicalism right now are operating in Afghanistan's hills, protected by the Taliban government. Afghanistan is a nation of tribes, and the tribe in control runs things, and the rest kind of keep to themselves. We've got to stop this.
Congressman, now tell me how that would work, though, if you decide to retaliate against Afghanistan. Do you give them a warning and say, turn over bin Laden in the next 48 hours, or we're warning you now, you empty your cities?
We're going to level Kabul. I would do that, and I would do it, but we cannot strike out without having everything in place. President Clinton went after Osama bin Laden in 1997 or 8, and we shot Sidewinder missiles into Sudan and Afghanistan. In Sudan, we had bad information. In Afghanistan, we fired after he had word that we were firing, and he got out of the way. So we have to have everything in place before we act, and that will take a little bit of planning and a little bit of time, and then we ought to act with unbelievable force.
Now, we know from Iraq, we know that Saddam Hussein, he was perfectly happy to take all of his private citizens and put them all around his military targets.
That's correct.
How do we handle that?
I would tell the Taliban government in Afghanistan that you'd better move your people or they will die. We simply have got to stop the scourge of terrorism, which we've been treating rather casually for 30 years. This is an international war with people with real guns and real money to finance it, and we've got to stop it. Our nation will never, ever be the same. We have people afraid to live in big cities, afraid to work in skyscrapers, and afraid to travel. We have never had that in our country before, and we've got to reestablish it. We've got to get the confidence that freedom works.
All right, Representative John Linder, thank you, sir, so much for joining us this morning. We will continue to check back with you as well in Washington. Thank you.
Well, national pride is running high as many Americans try to soothe the pain of the last couple of days. Fox 5's Dan Ronan is live in Marietta, where American flags are standing tall. There's a rush, we understand, folks, buying the patriotic symbol.
There sure are, Jeanette. A very, very big rush indeed. We're along Highway 1941 in Marietta, and many, many businesses, as you can see, have flags, and on this late summer morning, the flags flapping gently in the breeze. Quite a sight to see. Many veterans who I've talked to of the World War II era say what we're seeing now in terms of this era of patriotism, this movement of patriotism, reminds them of what the country went through in the early and mid-1940s when they were at war, and certainly, as far as I'm concerned, seeing what happened in the early 1990s at the end of the Gulf War with this outpouring of patriotism towards the United States military. In addition to the flags, there's also been an increase in the number of young men and young women saying that they want to put on a uniform and defend the United States. 50 white stars on a blue background, 13 red and white stripes. The U.S. flag. During periods of peace and prosperity, sometimes the symbol is taken for granted. It becomes dormant. Tuesday morning changed that. Old Glory is everywhere, flying at half staff.
All of a sudden, there's an upswelling of patriotism. While everybody had it, now they're looking to aggressively display it.
Ed Pollner is sales manager at Southern Tailors, Atlanta's largest flag company. Business up nearly 90% since Tuesday's multiple acts of terrorism. Flags are being flown everywhere. Kevin Davis bought a large order for the people in his office.
We're going to get a large flag and put it in our lobby, and then I bought individual flags for all of the employees so they can put them on their cars.
The manager of another flag company says he could sell a truckload of flags right now. In the aftermath of what the president says was an act of war, military recruiters say traffic is much heavier. It will be weeks before we know how many people signed up, but more men and women are putting aside careers or school to wear a uniform and defend the country.
100, and in some cases a 200% increase in the incoming phone calls and office traffic in my recruiting substations.
Another military recruiter says what's happening is a patriotic swell, and some of the calls and inquiries are coming from retired veterans, many saying they'd consider re-enlisting or at least offering to help at recruiting stations and military bases. One of those young men who walked into a recruiting station yesterday is 24-year-old Josh Gibb of Atlanta, who said that he feels our country's freedoms have been put in jeopardy, and he wants to be one of those people who will defend those freedoms. We understand now he will be joining the military and putting on a uniform like so many others will indeed be doing. Reporting live from Marietta, not far from Dobbins Air Force Base, Dan Ronan, Fox 5 News.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
We continue our Fox 5 News special coverage, U.S. under attack, with a look at the damage in Washington, D.C.
And Fox's Brett Baer is live near the Pentagon with more on recovery efforts at the military's nerve center. Brett?
Mark, Jeanette, good morning. You know, the sun is shining down here at the Pentagon, but the scene is very dismal. The search through the rubble continues. The authorities are very concerned still about the structural damage to the Pentagon, the south side of the Pentagon, and perhaps that this building could collapse if the wrong part of the floor is pulled out. We've heard some grisly details overnight throughout the morning hours, how remains of bodies have been pulled out of the wreckage, sometimes just parts of bodies taken to refrigerated trucks here on scene. Meantime, victims, family members, and friends are now dealing with the reality of their loss.
Another morning of searching for crews at the Pentagon, searching for more bodies. Late Wednesday afternoon, firefighters on the roof unfurled a huge American flag near the crash site, a patriotic moment, a sign of defiance.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming.
President Bush toured the crash scene with Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, meeting emergency crews, offering thanks for their efforts. The president said seeing the site firsthand made him sad, but also very angry.
Our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share.
At a hotel a few miles from the Pentagon, grief counselors, chaplains, and military personnel were on hand to comfort family and friends of the victims. Renee Baldwin's younger sister, a non-military Pentagon worker, is among the missing and presumed dead, along with scores of others.
Right now I'm just grief-stricken, and I'm not only for myself and my family, but for all the other people out here that have lost loved ones. You know, deep down in my heart, I feel real bad for all of them, because it's not just my problem. Now it's a problem of the United States.
Meantime, the hunt for those responsible for the scenes in New York City and here at the Pentagon continues and is intensifying. Law enforcement authorities, sources saying now authorities have the names of some 50 people somehow connected to these hijackings. Also, sources are telling us there's evidence that this attack has been planned for more than 1 year. We're live at the Pentagon. Brett Baer, Fox 5 News.
Brett, again, thank you for the update.
As America grieves over the recent terrorist attacks, images from other parts of the world show an entirely different reaction. Some Palestinians have openly rejoiced over news of the strikes on symbols of American military and financial might. Reporter Ben Wiedemann has more on the anger against America.
A group of Palestinians celebrate at the news of the attacks in New York and Washington. Other Palestinians, including those who held a vigil outside the U.S. consulate in Jerusalem, say such sentiments do not represent the majority. But few in the region deny they share a growing sense of anger and frustration with U.S. policy in the Middle East, where, over the years, the U.S. has managed to gain the bitter enmity of millions. For decades, Arabs have been critical of America's substantial diplomatic, economic, and military support for Israel, while many believe the U.S. has turned a blind eye to Palestinian demands that Israel leave Arab land.
You know, the anti-American feeling is very high now in the Middle East and the Muslim world because what's happening on the occupied territories, and many people accuse the United States of actually helping the Israeli and protecting them.
Since the outbreak of the Palestinian uprising nearly a year ago, anger at the United States has increased dramatically. Alarmed at growing anti-American sentiment, traditional U.S. allies in the region, including Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak, have warned that American interests are at risk if the U.S. doesn't modify its Mideast policy. Another source of bitterness, Iraq. For more than a decade, Washington has insisted upon maintaining harsh United Nations economic sanctions, officially intended to target the regime of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. Yet many blame the sanctions for causing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of ordinary Iraqis from disease and malnutrition. Elsewhere, Washington has been the most vocal advocate of economic and political sanctions against Libya, Sudan, Iran, and Afghanistan, all predominantly Muslim countries. The day the Muslim countries unite, says this Pakistani, Russia and the U.S. will flow away like a gust of water. You can't blame Palestine or anyone else. It's a natural destruction. You've asked for it. Responsibility for Tuesday's massive terror attack has yet to be determined, but few in the Mideast doubt the depth of anger and hatred toward the United States.
We have breaking news to tell you about right now. According to the Associated Press, an Amtrak train has crashed into another Amtrak train. This taking place in Wendover, Utah. We don't have any other details about this wreck right now. Again, an Amtrak train crashed into another. As soon as more information comes in, we'll make that available to you. In other news now, Americans are not the only ones feeling the impact of the terrorist attacks. People all across the world are expressing their grief and pain as well. In Rome yesterday, the American embassy was closed out of respect for the victims of the attack. Pope John Paul II publicly offered his feelings of sorrow and said he was praying for the souls of the victims.
Today, my heartfelt sympathy is with the American people, subjected yesterday to inhuman terrorist attacks which have taken the lives of thousands of innocent human beings.
Italian and European Union flags flew at half-staff at the Italian Parliament yesterday. Italian cabinet members assured the U.S. government of their unconditional support in finding those responsible.
Out of the ashes of terrorist attacks comes an outpouring of support as rescuers struggle to help survivors in New York City and in Washington. Americans across the country are opening their arms in support and donating blood. Fox 5's Trevor Pettiford has more.
Thanks for coming out. Thank you.
A day of compassion and patriotism. American flags for American citizens reaching out to aid injured countrymen.
Like many Americans, I just wanted to come out and do something and give back in a very tangible way.
I'll take the next person in line, please. On an average day, 10 people walk into Life South Community Center in Atlanta. Since the attacks, hundreds have come, responding to a local radio station's call for help and experiencing a broad range of emotion.
I have family up there. It was hard to get in touch with everybody, and scared that it could happen anywhere. Very scared.
Exhausted staff members working as much as 14 hours a day, inspired by the crowds.
I've been tired, but yet they have been spending about 5-6 hours waiting to give some blood. So I get my encouragement from them.
Go ahead and put pressure there for me. Hold your arms straight up in the air. And people are just willing to donate today. That's great that they're coming out.
This means a lot of work for you.
Yeah, but we enjoy it. It's definitely going to a good cause.
It takes 24 hours to process the blood. At that point, it could go to New York, Washington, D.C., or to any hospital nationwide accepting victims of the attacks. For Karen Skidmore, that chance to save a life made this visit to a blood center even more meaningful.
This is my first time. I'm sorry, this is just really emotional for me. And I just wanted to do something, and this is all I could think of that I could do other than pray. So.
And that was Bonnie Anderson reporting. The Red Cross is overwhelmed by the recent turnout to donate blood. Leaders say that they appreciate the generosity, but they have all they need right now. But you got to know that is not for long. Now, blood is only good for a few weeks, platelets only for 5 days, and they will need more donors in just a matter of days. They say the need, in fact, will be critical in the next few weeks. So if you'd like to help or know when a better time to donate would be, perhaps there are a couple of numbers that you will call. They are 404-870-4391, or you can also call 404-870-4393. Well, a Marietta man is back safely at home today after witnessing the attack on the Pentagon. Fox 5's Doug Evans reports the man rented a car and drove home when he couldn't get a flight out of the airport.
Randy Ort pulled into Fox 5 studios around 5 in the evening. Unable to fly home, he was driving home to Marietta after a harrowing business trip to the nation's capital.
Randy, how are you? Hi, Doug. Well, much better here than in Washington.
Randy Ort was driving into downtown Washington, D.C. on Tuesday morning when he saw an American Airlines plane speeding for the ground.
About 8 seconds later, the explosion occurred, massive fire, smoke, and the like.
Randy Ort, being an out-of-towner, had thought the plane had crashed at the Washington airport.
It was only after another mile's drive that I pulled over and stopped like many other people, crossed over 10 lanes of traffic, and at that point was on a hill, and as I looked over the hill, to my amazement, saw that it was the Pentagon.
Earlier, Randy had seen on the television in his hotel room the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center. He thought that what he was witnessing in Washington, D.C. was just an airline disaster.
As massive as that is, to see a plane blow up in front of you was amazing, but I thought it was at the airport, not at the Pentagon.
Thousands of stranded airline passengers are now on the nation's highways in rental cars, just as Randy Ort was, in an 11-hour drive from Washington, D.C. We traveled those last few miles with him as he completed his drive with a single determination to be at home with his wife and daughter.
Absolutely kiss and hug them. My daughter and I talked yesterday, and I found out later that many of the children at her high school were very upset by this.
Doug Evans, Fox 5 News.
Randy Ort says that it will take some time before he's able to really come to grips with what he saw. He said he's extremely happy, as you can imagine, to be back home with his family. Jeanette.
All right, Mark. Some of the most dramatic images that we are now seeing in the aftermath of the terrorist attack are the attempts to try and get in and save more people. Some are holding out hope that more victims, in fact, will be found under the rubble of the destroyed skyscrapers. But How realistic is that sentiment, and how are the medical teams there in New York and in Washington, D.C. going to provide the necessary services? Well, we turn this morning to our house call doctor, Titus Duncan. He's been in several emergency rooms over his career, and he joins us now to tell us what it's like during the emergency medical triage system. Now, it's difficult to even imagine what it might be like to be on the scene in Washington at the Pentagon at this point, or at the towers. But if you would, kind of set the stage and describe what kind of approach is going on there.
Well, we're trained through our training programs and our residency and internship to approach trauma victims in a sequential fashion, because obviously if we just approach them in a haphazard fashion, there are some things that just won't be done. So we basically have a protocol. Am I losing my?
Go ahead.
Okay. We basically have a protocol where we approach each patient. And it's basically talking about the primary survey of the patient. What the patient looks like when they immediately come into the emergency room, or where they're immediately seen on the scene. And what we do with that primary survey is we try to make sure that patient is alive, number one, and make sure that they have the components of what we call the ABCs, that they have an adequate airway, that they're breathing okay, and that they have circulation. Now, once we do that, then if they don't have that, we resuscitate those patients, meaning that we establish that airway. We make sure that they have a blood pressure, their circulation, and we make sure that they're breathing. Then the second thing that we do, and all these things are pretty much done in a sequential fashion, but in most emergency rooms, you can pretty much imagine that they're all done at the same time by different people at the time of the operation, or at the time of them on the stretcher there. The second thing that we do is actually, once we resuscitate them and make sure that they have those breathing and the circulation, we do a secondary survey. If they're stable, then you look at them again and say, okay, fine, examine them from head to toe to make sure that there are no injuries that are going to be secondary causes of their demise within the next few minutes. The first thing to do is make sure that they're not demising or not dying right in front of you. Right. The secondary survey, you basically go ahead and make sure that they don't have any injuries that they're going to demise within this next few minutes. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just, another aspect of the story is you're talking about assessing the situation and the injuries, and then you have to have the proper necessary medical equipment there to treat. And how do you prepare for something like that?
Well, you don't have that equipment right there on the scene. All you're dependent upon at the scene is just your basic knowledgeable skill, your survey to identify what part of the body has been injured. If there's been a blunt trauma, or if there's been a penetrating trauma where they've impaled something into their chest or their abdomen, you have to assess that right there at the scene. But in an ideal situation, once you get that patient to a stable environment and you have the ability to do diagnostic tests, CAT scans, and things of that nature, once they're stable, then you can adequately treat those patients.
Have you quickly been astounded by the reports of survival? You hear people who rode that thing down from the 80th floor and still survived the day under rubble.
The amount of trauma that they underwent basically is dependent upon how forceful anything hit them. And if it hits them pretty forcefully, it impacts their entire body. And it's amazing that they did that they survived that.
Certainly some miracles involved there.
It really is.
Thank you, Dr. Duncan. Appreciate your time. Mark?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you'd like to make monetary donations at your local Publix store, Fox 5, Publix, and the American Red Cross have teamed up. We're activating what we're calling Care Force. Care Force stands for Community Emergency Response Plan. You can drop off your donations at any Publix store. It'll be dispersed then by way of the Red Cross. Now we'll turn it over to Mark.
All right. Thanks, Jeanette. Well, Tuesday's attack was undoubtedly the worst terrorist attack in American history. It goes without saying. Not only did the blast affect the daily lives of people across the nation, it has slowed down the global economy as well. Fox's Terry Keenan takes a look at the impact that the bombing has already had on a sluggish global economy.
As fear grips a nation still in horror, will that fear also tip the economy into a recession? The question is a valid one. As terror tore apart the twin symbols of American capitalism Tuesday, the economy they represented was already in decline. Unemployment up, the stock market down, and the consumer the only thing holding it all together. With confidence shaken to the core, the economy could be the next casualty.
I felt we were in a recession starting early this year, and this, of course, is just going to make it more likely that we're in a recession.
If so, it would likely be the first global recession in a generation, a cruel conclusion to the longest economic expansion in U.S. history. Reflecting that possibility, global markets have cratered since the attack. Japan's Nikkei closing below 10,000 for the first time since 1984. What's more, eerie parallels with the Gulf War period a decade ago have begun to emerge. Back then, the outlines of recession were written as the U.S. drew a line in the sand. Now as then, oil prices are on the rise, some airlines and insurers on the brink. And already a corporate casualty, Midway Airlines shutting down and laying off 1,700. There will surely be more to come. But U.S. financial markets are expected to open by Monday. Acts of evil no match for the most free and fair economy on earth.
I don't view this as an attack on the financial markets as I do as an attack on a national landmark. And I think the New York City skyline, which is now forever altered, has been altered by this act. I don't think if it was intended as an attack on the financial markets, in that respect alone, it was a dismal failure.
Now the rebuilding begins, an estimated $20 billion effort that could help to buffer the U.S. economy. In the meantime, the Federal Reserve has opened its coffers, pouring $38 billion into the U.S. banking system on Wednesday. Terry Keenan, Fox News, New York.
All right, the stock market is closed for another day. Before the attack on the United States, consumers already showing signs that they were nervous about the economy. Now this tragedy could affect the airline industry, the retail industry, insurance companies, and of course much, much more. Joining us now, Professor George Benson from Emory University, and this is the first time since World War I that the market has been closed for 3 days?
Well, it is obviously a serious matter, and all kinds of communications are disrupted. People who are very important to the working of the market are dead or injured, so it's not surprising that it's closed.
Well, let's expand on Terry Keenan's report that we just heard. The overall impact, right now as you see it, who is impacted the most and immediately?
Well, immediately the people in Wall Street and the markets themselves are impacted enormously because of the communications, loss of life, and so forth.
Now, what does that really mean, though? For most folks, the fact that the market is not open and they're not trading in stocks, you know, most of us put our money into a 401k and it's taken out of our check, you know, periodically, and we don't think a whole lot about that.
Well, in fact, it won't impact the economy as a whole very much at all. It will cost maybe $50 billion, which is an enormous amount of money, but the gross national product of the United States is $9.4 trillion. So this is half of 1% of that.
Okay, now what about the airline industry? Because we've already had one airline that just closed its doors, closed up shop and said, we're going home. Was it Midway Airlines, I guess?
Yeah.
They just said, you know what, that's it.
Well, whether they'll keep that up or not, I don't know, or whether they would have done it anyway. But the airline industry will be impacted. Travelers will be impacted. The real cost of the economy will be in probably the inappropriate and I believe stupid measures that the Department of Transportation is taking. They're going to restrict airline traffic in ways that will have no effect whatsoever on terrorism, will make people want to drive instead of fly, and driving is much more dangerous than flying.
Well, stupid measures. Now, that's a pretty strong statement when we're talking about safety here. So what kind of things are you talking about them doing that you think are less than prudent?
Well, one thing that's been announced is they won't allow curbside check-ins.
Right.
There's no reason to believe that people checking the bags in at the curb and those checking it in at the counters have any less regard for the public safety. It'll slow things down. Anyone's been at Hartsfield at least recently, you can see the enormous crowds of people. This will make things far worse. The airlines are not structured to deal with this. The second thing is they're going to have much higher checks on people coming in. That's never been a problem. These terrorists got through the checks without any problem at all, which is easy because anyone who's a terrorist can make a fake ID. That isn't a problem. Or if they're willing to sacrifice their lives, they use their own IDs. So the real problems are nothing to do with what they're going to take actions on. Keeping visitors out of the past the checkpoints is going to be very bad for the economy of Hartsfield, which is a little city and depends upon people going through. The people are going to have to wait. They're going to want people with them. And there's never been any evidence that any of those visitors had any relationship to terrorism.
Okay, I'm going to leave it to smarter folks than me to figure that one out, because I just want to be safe when I fly. So we'll let them work on that. Let's go back to the markets, though, for a second. When the stock market does finally open, and right now it looks like, you know, could maybe even be Monday before it opens again, what happens? The rest of the world, of course, is going to be focused on that and looking at that. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, people are usually who buy and sell stocks are pretty rational. What's happened in past situations, like when President Kennedy was assassinated, the market took a sharp dip down and then went right back up again. There are people, I think, who will be ready to buy stocks when other people panic and sell them. The effect of this, I think, on the market will be trivial. The effect on the economy, consumer confidence, and so forth, I think there'll be no effect at all. Obviously, the people who are involved, who are personally hurt, the effect on them will be horrible and enormous. But for the whole nation, it won't be very great.
All right. We hope you're right. Professor Benson, thank you for being with us this morning and filling us in on that. All right, Jeanette, back over to you.
All right, Mark. Fox 5 has learned just a short time ago that the FAA has cleared the way for flights out of the nation's airports starting at 11 a.m. Now, that includes, of course, Atlanta's Hartsfield Airport. That's where Fox 5's Mark Teichner has been this morning, and he joins us with the latest on the new developments. Still probably some issues to work out, though, Mark.
Definitely some issues, but we've got some new information. We just heard from Delta that they plan on starting limited service, very limited service to quote them, after noon. Now, what they're telling us is their #1 priority is going to be getting those planes that were diverted to international cities to Canada on Tuesday to come back to the United States, and that's going to be the first thing that they're going to do. What they're going to do is hopefully have some of those planes that were sent to Canada on Tuesday back here in the United States sometime later this afternoon. They also tell us that they plan on starting what they call westbound service from Europe sometime tomorrow, and that it is going to take a number of days before things are back to fully and back to normal. All of this comes after Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta announced that commercial and private air service could begin at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, he is, of course, urging passengers to check with their carriers to make sure that those flights are, in fact, going, because things are going to be very touch and go for a while, and to make sure that they leave ample time, because obviously things are going to be a mess here. Now, in a statement released by the White House, Mineta said that his decision is both good for travelers, airlines, and our economy. All of the airports that have service had to go through a new certification by the FAA, and we've learned that Hartsfield has in fact passed that certification, which is why the Delta is now authorizing it to begin service. Once again, Delta will begin service after noon, but at first thing they're going to be doing is bringing planes in from Canada before they bring the planes back out. So it's going to be a number of days, we are hearing, until things are back to normal. Folks should show a lot of patience, and they should also call Delta as well as check in on the website before they decide to come out here to Hartsfield, because they could be saving themselves a whole lot of heartache. For now, though, we are live at Hartsfield. Mark Teichner, Fox 5 News for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, Mark, thank you. Also, we should let folks know, because the nation's opened up the airports, if you want some information about flights that may be coming in and out of Hartsfield, go to this website. It is www.atlanta-airport.com for more information. Now, we do want to take a look at how things are moving on the road. Cheryl White has a look at that for us right now. Cheryl?
Okay, Jeanette. Yeah, we have some delays on the West Expressway because of a crash. I mentioned it to you last time. It was I-20 eastbound right around Lee Road. So traffic is backed up to Highway 92. But once you get past Lee Road, it gets a little bit better for you. We are going to be slow and go from Thornton Road to 285, and that's because of volume. West Side Perimeter, 285 northbound, crashed reported at ML King. Also a crash 285 northbound or eastbound at the river. Traffic is slowing around I-75 because of that. And the crash you see here in Gwinnett County, I-85 southbound at Indian Trail, is clearing out of the center lane. Expect delays from before Sugarloaf Parkway. In the traffic center, I'm Cheryl White, Fox 5 News.
All right, thank you, Cheryl. The tense situation across the country since Tuesday's attacks may have led to a confrontation early this morning in Coweta County. Two men of Arabic descent were driving a U-Haul when they were pulled over and searched by police in Noonan just after 1 this morning. Now, officers say they were responding to a call from a convenience store clerk who said that the men were acting suspiciously. Police searched the truck. They found only household furniture. The man and his son said that they were simply moving from New York to Houston. The men were ID'd and given a traffic citation. Well, as much of America is seething right now with anger and anxious to hit back at those who have hit us, there is reason to take a deep breath. Now, you'll recall during World War II, we were attacked by Japan. But there were thousands of Japanese Americans who suffered acts of revenge at the hands of those who failed to realize that you cannot identify enemies just by how they look. Now, in our studio with us this morning, Taiba Taylor, editor of Aziza magazine. It's a Muslim publication primarily for women. Are you already seeing history repeat itself in some form or fashion here?
Yes, definitely. First, I'd like to say that we extend our condolences to all the victims and family members and of the tragedy, and that we condemn this. This is a tremendous loss, and with any loss, there is a process of grief. And part of that grief is definitely anger. And people need to strike out in anger, and some visible targets are Muslims.
Yeah, what have you witnessed so far now? Because I know you were very, very nervous to come on the show this morning, and we thank you very, very much for that. We know this was not easy for you to do that.
I myself wasn't nervous. My children were nervous for me. I have several friends whose children in middle school here in Atlanta have suffered harassment, verbal harassment. One child found a note in her locker with derogatory comments about Muslims. It's because Muslims have been linked continuously in the media with terrorism, then one just supposes that all Muslims are terrorists.
Let me tell you, I have a very wise friend in Jerusalem who was taking me around and moving in and out of Palestinian areas and Jewish areas quite freely because he knew his way around. And he said to me, he said, Mark, there's not a problem with religious people in this part of the world. It's people that do things to other people in the name of religion. So help me out here. What are we failing to understand here? Because clearly these terrorists have been linked to Muslims. Why the link? They are Muslims and they claim to be doing things in the name of Allah.
There is no distinction, I think, quite often between acts that are political and acts that are religious. This has nothing to do with Islam. Islam is a religion of peace.
And the word, in fact, means
peace.
Peace.
Peace. And there are people in all religions who use religion to further their cause. You know, Osama bin Laden is no more a spiritual spokesperson for Muslims than David Koresh was for Christians.
And you beat me to it. That was the example that I would have used. And so you feel that comparison is appropriate then?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
The Muslim faith must say something about how to treat its enemies and how to respond to your fellow man. And I'm thinking bin Laden and his followers, they're taking something out of context. They're taking something out of your teachings that then they're hanging their terrorism on. Am I wrong? I mean, are they pulling this out of thin air? Or is there something in there that they're misinterpreting?
Definitely. I mean, people have their own interpretations of the universe. You will have within any religion people who are on the fringe and people who will interpret things, misinterpret things. Just as you will have a dissemination of misinformation here in America. Islam truly is a formula for spiritual peace. You know that these are not acts of people who are advocating God consciousness.
So your word then to everybody in Atlanta and to anybody that's listening to us right now is what?
That Muslim Americans condemn this act just as well. We are also feeling a great sense of loss and tragedy as well.
And a final question for you, and it's kind of out of left field, but the thought occurred to me. If you, by some incredible chance, happen to know where Osama bin Laden was, as a Muslim, would you turn him in?
Of course.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning. We appreciate it. And again, thank you. I know it wasn't easy.
Thank you.
All right. Taiba Taylor. All right. Jeanette, back over to you.
All right. While the terrorist attack was hundreds of miles away, people in Georgia felt the effects of the blast, and they're pulling together to help in the recovery effort. Last night, in fact, at Emory University, more than 2,000 mourners gathered to show their support. Some students sold red, white, and blue ribbons in remembrance of the victims. Their efforts raising more than $5,000 for the attack victims in both Washington and in New York City. Atlanta firefighters watched what their colleagues had to face in New York and the bravery that they showed the world. And now they want to do something for the families of those victims. Fox 5's Brett Martin is live in South Fulton County and a look at what they're doing there to try and help. Brett?
Yes, I'm here with Captain Robert Terrell, and they're doing something truly special, and they have a challenge to the other fire departments in the greater metro Atlanta area. Captain, what are you guys doing with this boot drive?
Well, yesterday, the chief of the Fulton County Fire Department, David Daniel, announced that this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, September 14th, 15th, and 16th, we'll be out in the community collecting money for the families of the fallen firefighters associated with the tragedy in New York this week.
The tragedy, in fact, that there's 259 firefighters and police officers who are still missing, and we have seen the pictures over and over and over again, and just the last couple of hours of the firefighters frantically looking in all the rubble. Some of these guys haven't had sleep, they said in the wire reports, for days. Can you relate to that?
Yes, I've been on several incidents over my 15-year career where we have in fact been on the scene for a number of days. And situations like that, essentially the adrenaline takes over. They are so hyper-focused on the situation and what they're attempting to do that that presently they're not even aware of the physical condition that they're in. That won't hit for several days after that they've been pulled away from the incident. But right now, they're operating on sheer adrenaline and just attempting to be able to save any of their fellow firefighters. And that's all they're thinking about at this time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Firefighter Tony Brown, and we didn't get a chance to talk to you before. I want to talk to you now about, there is a sign-up sheet for some firefighters here locally to maybe volunteer and go and help out. You did that. Tell me about your experience.
That's right. GMAG has activated a list for the metro area fire departments, ones that are firemen, firefighter certified, hazmat op certified, EMT or paramedic certified, to sign up on a list to go to New York or Washington to help out.
Well, good luck to you. We're going to wrap things up. Mr. Jackson, thank you very much. We appreciate you hanging out here. Good luck to you all. We have to toss it back to the studio, I understand, for some breaking news.
All right, thanks. We are learning that the airport has just opened its doors out at Hartsfield International Airport. Mark Teichner reporting that there would be some limited flights by Delta, mostly coming in from Canada, taking place at noon, but the doors are now open. Airport's still saying, please do not come down because there are limited flights.
Yeah, absolutely. Call ahead to make sure that your flight is one of those that is getting ready to operating it. Very limited at this point. All right, now to recap the latest developments in the investigation into Tuesday's terrorist attacks, police have detained a man in the German city of Hamburg. German police have not released the man's nationality or said why they are questioning him, but the FBI says it appears more than a dozen hijackers may have been involved in these attacks, so who knows where they are in the world right now. They are believed to be linked to Osama bin Laden or other terrorist groups. The Justice Department says some of these suspected hijackers had been trained at flight schools here in the United States.
We are going to continue to cover this, as well as bringing more information on our news through cut-ins and at noon about the Amtrak crash as well. Keep it right here for all the latest information.
All right, we will continue to be with you throughout the day as details develop.
Call 404-741-9242 now. The first 5 eligible callers will win tickets to the 2001 Nopi Nationals Motorsports Super Show. You must be a Georgia resident and 18 or older to win. If you or anyone in your household has won a Good Day Atlanta contest in the past 60 days, no one in the household may enter this or any other contest until after 60 days has passed.
People come into Miracle Ear for all kinds of reasons. Free hearing tests, advanced products, even the opportunity to try out hearing aids without obligation. They're all good reasons. But one thing is for sure, there's simply no good reason for hearing loss to go unchecked. Testing is quick, easy, and with one call, it's free. So make your hearing a priority. Call 1-800-749-7459 for the Miracle Ear Center nearest you.
One thing I can't stand is people lollygagging around when there's money to be saved on new cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. And since right now, Superior Chevrolet is holding their Make Your Money Count sales event, I want to see you people move, move, move.
Get $1,000 cash back on new Impalas. Get 2.9 financing or $1,500 cash back on Tahoes and Suburbans. Get 1.9% financing on Silverados or get the new Trailblazer for just $299 a month.
Superior Chevrolet. Now get out there, save some money, and make me proud.
Hey, don't walk like a cop, all right?
You say you're serious about doing some good in the real world. Well, this is the place to learn.
Even those sworn to protect
Please get away from the girl!
are human.
What's wrong with street justice?
Oh, just let the animals wipe themselves out.
God willing.
Even those dedicated to keeping the peace can cross the line.
That's what I'm talking about.
Denzel Washington.
You think I'm crazy, right?
Ethan Hawke.
I think you're a rogue cop.
Training Day. Rated R. Starts September 21st.
Now through Tuesday only, it's the ultimate store-wide bedding sale. A sale you only expect from Rooms to Go. Every single mattress without exception will be on sale. One of the rare times every brand, every size, every sleeper in every Rooms to Go showroom will be reduced to shocking low prices. Get quick delivery, the Rooms to Go 60-day comfort trial. Plus, Rooms to Go will remove your old mattress. So forget department or bedding stores. The real deal is at Rooms to Go. Now through Tuesday only, all bedding's on sale.
At work, know what's going on outside. Get your local weather right on your desktop. Just download the Fox 5 Weather Bug from fox5atlanta.com. We will now join the Fox News Channel for coverage of breaking news.
Center is gone. It is not a dream. It is a nightmarish reality. Let's hope that those rescuers you see there combing through the rubble of what was the proudest building on the New York City skyline can find someone left alive. Let's catch you up on what we know so far. Mayor Giuliani of New York City says at least 3,700 people are known missing in the attack on the World Trade Center. He has put out a request now for 11,000 body bags, 5,000 more than his first requests. Now, the FBI says it has identified some of the hijackers they trained at U.S. flight schools learning how to fly, and in some cases learning how to fly those jumbo jets. National air travel is scheduled to resume at least partially about 2 hours from now, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. The securities exchanges are preparing to restart trading possibly as early as tomorrow. The Fox News senior correspondent Eric Shawn is at Ground Zero. The scene that you see there where they are combing through the rubble of the World Trade Center. We will hear from him shortly. It is a scene of chaos and of death. Rescuers report finding only 5 people alive in the 48 hours now since these attacks first took place. And perhaps you saw them live on our air here on Fox News Channel. There is also a morgue underway at the Chelsea Piers area, not far from where these rescuers are working. Let's go back to Eric Shawn now and find out what is the latest. Eric?
John, among the men and women who are the heroes of this volunteering, working their heart out to try and find people is iron worker Tom Hayes, who's with me now live. He tells the story that is being told over and over and over again in that pit. You were actually working, saw the plane crash 3 days ago, and have been here the whole time with just 4 hours sleep.
Yes.
You've been cutting iron.
Cutting steel, lifting it up and getting it out of there.
And you lost friends.
Yeah. Supposedly a few firemen and from people from my neighborhood.
Did you see them when you were there when the buildings came down?
Yeah, I was about a half a block away when the second building come down. I watched the first one go down from the ferry terminal.
And were you with some of the guys you know in the department on the job?
Yeah, me and 2 other iron workers. After we seen the first building go down, we just headed over there. We've been here ever since.
What's it like to have lost your friends and have to work here?
It's not easy. It's real rough. And we've been working one end of the park for the 3 days. I just took a little walk around on my way out of there, and it was tough. I really have to leave. I need some sleep. I need to just catch myself. We got a good crew over there now. I figured I kept mostly working the night shift, and like I say, we're getting things done, and it's all we can do.
Tom, do you have any hope that anyone will be found alive?
Yeah.
You do?
That's what keeps us going. It's the only thing that keeps us going.
It's hard.
Yeah, real hard. real odd.
Anything you want to say about the guys that you know who are lost?
I just God bless you, wherever you are. God bless everybody that's in there too, helping out now.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks for doing it. Thanks for being here. That is the story. Guys on a job at the Staten Island ferry terminal, which is about 10 blocks from here. They saw the explosion. They ran over here, iron workers grabbing dust masks. Almost got caught in the explosion. He told me just before he came on camera that he thought he was almost going to be killed when the building came down. He was with firefighter friends from his neighborhood, guys he knows, and he's been here for the last 3 days. Cutting iron, getting it out of here, filling these trucks with debris. 3,000 tons have gone out up Church Street on barges out to the city dump where it's looked over by the FBI and the National Transportation Safety Board investigators. Just a stunning, personal, emotional story of these men and women who are in that pit on the 5-story high mound of dust and ash and concrete and steel that was once the gleaming and glorious pride of this city, the World Trade Center. Obviously emotional, obviously a very difficult situation, but people like Tom and the rest of the city and this country are trying to deal with it the best we can. And he does have hope, as you just heard, even though many others think no one else could have survived this crushing building falling into that pit. Out of 20,000 people or more that were there, 5 people have been pulled out. 3,700 or so still missing, but they do hope that they can raise that number of 5 to more people. Back to you, John.
Eric Shawn, thank you very much. So much hope in this city, a city that has had a reputation as a tough place, and so many people are reaching out to their friends, reaching out to their neighbors. Even though there is a pall hanging over New York, laughter often seems out of place in this town right now. But you do see friends reaching out to one another, even complete strangers helping out, offering anything from a cup of coffee to a ride to other people who need help right now. A crisis center has been set up for those desperately searching for their family members and friends. Heather Nauert is there, northeast of the disaster
Good morning.
site.
Good morning, John. Family members are lining up here on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, actually on the east side of Manhattan, where they're trying to get information about what happened to their family members, where they are. Now, this is we're at the Armory, and it's been really set up as a clearinghouse for this information. Information from the hospitals is being sent in about those people who have actually been identified, about deceased who have been identified, but those are few and far between, and about people who they can identify as having been at or are at area hospitals. For the past 2 days, family members say that they've been going from hospital to hospital, some as many as 12 hospitals each, to try to find, desperately trying to find if their family members are there. They're being asked here to bring photos of their family members, and many of them are doing that. They're being asked to bring medical records, dental records, identifiable information such as scars, things of that nature. They also want to know where the family members that are missing worked, if they worked under the 93rd floor, for example. Some people coming here giving stories about one man's father. His name is Ron Fazio, and he's from the New Jersey area. He came in, his sons came in, and they brought photos of him. They said that they last heard from their father when he called their mother. He had just left the building before the second airplane hit the World Trade Center tower, and then all of a sudden their cellular phone connection went dead. So they're trying desperately to find their dad, but with only about 100 people confirmed dead and far fewer identified, it might be some time before these family members get any more information. John, back to you.
All right, Heather Nauert, thank you very much for that. So many Americans are still awaiting word on the possible fate of their loved ones missing since Tuesday's terror attacks. You hear stories in New York City about people who pick up cars that have been parked for the last 48 hours, and people around them bursting into tears when they finally see those cars moved. We in the media are doing what we can to help get word on those who are unaccounted for. Penny Crone is among our reporters trying to help.
terror has broken so many hearts. So many people are so frightened and so desperate to find their loved ones. We have hundreds of these pieces of pictures, of an identification that people here have been handing to us and asking us, can you help us? Can you help us find them? Right now at Bellevue, it is closed. Before, earlier, people were able to go in and check the names. And we have this young lady with us. You said you're pregnant.
Yeah.
And tell me, your daddy was in the World Trade Center?
Yeah, he was in Tower 2 in the 96th floor. And it's been desperate since yesterday. This is tragic. This is not fair.
We are, you know, that the media, the police department, the firemen are all working. You have to take care of yourself and keep hoping. You know that.
Yes. And please, if you find him, his name is Archangel Vasquez. He's 6 foot tall, bald. I look just like him, so.
You don't have a picture?
No, I don't.
But you must take care of yourself and your new baby to come.
Thank you.
He would want that.
Yes, he would.
And then, hopefully, you'll find him.
Thank you.
That's Penny Crone reporting. There are, of course, at the Pentagon, they have given up the search for survivors, but things are still happening there. David Schuster is there where the president appeared just a short time ago. David Schuster, bring us up to date.
Well, John, one of the reasons why there simply is so little optimism here at the Pentagon is, again, overnight, they dropped in some listening devices into the crevice that was created when this American Airlines jetliner smashed in the Pentagon. And once again, they have heard absolutely nothing on those listening devices. We've been talking a lot about the Pentagon behind me. This is one of the better vantage points to see some of the damage. And as a result, it has attracted just about every hour of the day since this happened, about 24 or so people who come here behind the media trucks and take a look for themselves. Some of these people have brothers or sisters or fathers or mothers who are unaccounted for in the wreckage behind us. Last night, my colleague Brian Wilson had an opportunity to talk to some of these people who are just keeping a vigil. Let's run his story now.
For the first time since a plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon, folks were allowed to get close enough to see the damage firsthand. It was an unusual mix of people on this night. Sure, there were those who came to see the bright lights in the media trucks, but others came almost out of a sense of obligation.
And in fact, my daughter said, do you think we're being disrespectful to come down and look? Because I don't want to appear that we're gawking. And I said, no, I really think we're showing our respect.
Still others came because they couldn't quite believe what they had seen on television.
Like anything else, the pictures on TV don't do justice to the scene, and you really, it doesn't seem real until you come down here and look at it.
As you might imagine, some people were just angry and wanted to vent.
It's a shame. It's a shame. And whoever did it, hey, we're going to get you.
And then there were the people who came to explain the unexplainable to their children. And the children seemed to understand.
People have just lost everyone, like their moms and dads in this, so it's just sad like that. So that's just what I think.
At the Pentagon, Brian Wilson, Fox News.
We now know a little bit more about some of the teams that are going in there. We understand that they are going in for 20 or 30 minutes of the time, trying to get into some of the debris. With each group that is trying to go and recover some of the bodies, there is a safety and medical officer. There has been great concern over the last 15 or 16 hours about the stability of the south side of the Pentagon. They've put in a number of beams to try to shore up some support, to try to make it a little bit safer for some of those crews that are going in. We understand that they have managed to find the nose cone of the American Airlines jetliner and perhaps a piece of the throttle, and it appears that investigators know the debris area where the black boxes, which are actually orange, where those boxes might be located. That would be very critical as far as trying to understand the moments when the hijackers stormed into the cockpit of this flight and when they changed course on this plane. Obviously, investigators very eager to get their hands on the flight data and voice recorders. A number of rescue crews described the scene inside the debris as absolutely gruesome, and it appears that the Army and the Navy got hit the hardest. They had the offices there on the second and third decks, or floors as they are described. A number of these of Army and Navy officers who know that some of their colleagues are in that debris said it's just unfathomable. They said that many of these people served in the Gulf War and in Kosovo, and these Army and Navy officials say it's just difficult to imagine that they would be killed sitting at their desks at the Pentagon. John, back to you.
Yeah, David Schuster, well, as the president said, this is an act of war, and it has been brought home here to the United States soil. David mentioned that United Flight 93. Now, it appears that some of the passengers on that flight took on their hijackers before it went down in Pennsylvania. One of the victims called his wife on a cell phone and told her they were being hijacked. She told him what had happened at the World Trade Towers, and he later called back to say that he and some of the other passengers were planning to act. They may have taken on their hijackers. We might never know that for sure. But he wasn't the only passenger who made a last-minute phone call.
As terrorists took over 4 flights Tuesday, passengers and crew members used cell phones to reach out with urgent cries for help, with information for authorities, or with last-second words of love for family members. Mark Bingham was aboard United Flight 93, which had left Newark for San Francisco. He reached family members at home.
He just said, I want to let you all know that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
An unidentified man hiding in a bathroom aboard Flight 93 dialed 911 on his cell phone to reach a dispatcher outside Pittsburgh. We are being hijacked. We are being hijacked. This is not a joke, he said, before his phone went dead. Aboard the same flight, Lauren Grancolis, on her way home to San Francisco from her grandmother's funeral in New Jersey, was able to reach her husband, Jack. We have been hijacked, she told him. They are being kind. I love you. Flight attendant C.C. Ross of Fort Myers, Florida, put through a panicked call to her husband, Lauren Lyles, who had just gotten their 2 sons off to school. He heard screams in the background as she told him, we've been hijacked. I love you. I love the children. Still on Flight 93, Thomas Burnett called his wife Dina and told her of a final act of resistance to terror. I know we're all going to die. There's 3 of us who are going to do something about it, he said. Flight 93 was the only plane that didn't reach its target, crashing into an empty field in southern Pennsylvania. Peter Hansen of Groton, Massachusetts, was aboard United Flight 175 with his wife and their 3-year-old daughter as it left Boston for Los Angeles. He reached his father in Connecticut. Hansen told his parents he knew they were all going to die, but he tried to reassure them. Don't worry about us. It's going to be quick, Hansen told his father. United Flight 175 was the second plane to crash into the World Trade Center. Barbara Olson was aboard American Airlines Flight 77 as it left Washington for Los Angeles. She was able to place 2 calls to her husband, Theodore Olson, the U.S. Solicitor General. Our plane is being hijacked. She then asked, what should I tell the pilot? The call was cut off, but she immediately called back to ask again, what should I tell the pilot? Those were her final words as minutes later, American Flight 77 became a massive missile and crashed into the Pentagon. Steve Brown, Fox News.
In the little village where I live, a man called home, left a message on the phone machine for his 11-year-old daughter and his teenage children, and his wife, said that they had been hijacked and that he loved them very much. So much has changed in the last 48 hours. New York's skyline missing 2 of its most recognizable buildings, and perhaps even greater, a nation is missing its feeling of security. What is left of the World Trade Center? That is it, not much. And what's left of our country's sense of invulnerability? Neil Cavuto joins us now from the roof of our offices, doing something that seemed unthinkable a couple of days ago, looking back on a skyline that now lacks the World Trade Center. Neil?
Thank you, John, very much. You know, having come up here and just look what's going on, half a world away, it seems, in downtown New York. I can't tell you, John, just the number of times I've been up both World Trade Center towers in my 20 years of covering business news, talking to really some of the mightiest in the corporate community. And that community, of course, gone now completely. And the dimensions of this are only now coming home to me. Obviously, I've developed a great many friendships over the years with people who worked in both those towers, many of whom, by the way, are now fear dead. You just cannot appreciate how much has been lost here. And to show you that, Cantor Fitzgerald, which is a big bond trading firm, its office is essentially gone. 85% of its workers worked in those upper 5 floors of the North Tower that was hit. there were stories that some of the brokers there were calling home to their families, essentially saying, John, what you said your neighbor had to his children. Goodbye. We don't think we'll be out of here anytime soon. A wife of one of them emailing me today say, Neil, please, if you can, have any way to let people know of my husband, Al Smith, to let him know that he is still missing. We're still hoping to hear from him. I always obviously guide them to some of these websites to let them know maybe that's a way to find out whether their loved ones are alive or not. There's a story of Bill Meehan, a frequent guest on our network, of course, a very good, savvy read of the financial markets and whether he survived. It's important to point out as well, John, that a lot of these financial experts were folks who came into their office very early, stayed very late, the type of folks who ignored drills and alarms and still work at their desk for that one last trade, that one last edge over their competitors. It might have been the thing that ultimately killed them. So there is a sense of irony here that some of the hardest working guys I know died because of the fact that they are the hardest working guys. And there is a bit of an irony and sadness in that can never be replaced. So in the gutted ruins behind me, that's just part of the story. You know, John, another thing that comes up again and again, people talk about when Wall Street will resume trading. We really don't know. I mean, there's talk that we'll know by later today whether they'll reopen their doors tomorrow. The bond market, of course, is open, but all of that seems so incidental when you consider the loss of human capital. We have lost very likely in those two towers and the surrounding community some of the best and brightest minds in our capitalist society. How do you replace that? You know, you can go ahead and get new terminals and keyboards and wires and systems that run up to and through the exchanges, but how do you replace some of the brightest folks on this planet who know the markets inside and out, who know the American position inside and out, some of the top hedge fund managers, some of the people who know Alan Greenspan and what he's thinking when he's not even thinking it? How do you replace that talent? So that loss in human capital is something that is immeasurable and something we're only beginning to appreciate now. However, the Wall Street community, the corporate community, is quite literally putting money where its heart is right now. We are getting word that Anheuser-Busch is donating $1 million to the American Red Cross, that Jeffrey Immelt, the newly installed leader at General Electric, $10 million to the relief effort. Wells Fargo, $1 million. Warren Buffett, whose own company, Berkshire Hathaway, a big insurance concern, stands to be stung mightily by these losses, also devoting an undisclosed sum to the rescue effort. Some of the best and mightiest now trying to make sure that they are protected. But a reminder, John, as if we needed it, that a lot of these folks know very, very well the pain that is real and way beyond dollars and cents. All right, as we keep abreast of that and tell you what's going on, I think we're going to go All right, I'm sorry. We're going to go to Greg Palkot right now, who has the latest on Osama bin Laden. Greg.
Hi. As the investigation into Tuesday's terror attacks heats up, a lot of attention focusing on a man who is probably hunkering down just a couple hundred miles behind me in Afghanistan. That's Osama bin Laden, alleged terror mastermind, suspect number one in those attacks. We spoke just a short while ago with someone who heard from an aide of Osama bin Laden. And that aide claimed that Osama bin Laden told him that he didn't know about the attacks until he heard it in the media. However, he also said that they were punishment from Allah, from God, against America for oppressing other countries. Afghanistan's Taliban regime is also denying that Osama bin Laden was responsible. They say that his communications are restricted, his movements are known. They deny, however, that they have put him under house arrest, as has been reported today. Now, the United States intelligence teams are not just looking at Osama bin Laden in connection with these terror attacks. They're looking at members of groups within his al-Qaeda terror umbrella organization. You've been hearing a lot of nationalities associated with names of possible suspects in connection with the attacks. You've been hearing about Saudis, Moroccans, Tunisians, Yemen. Various people like these, it is believed by Americans, are training inside Afghanistan right now at various terror bases there. And that's what a lot of focus is going on. These bases, it is believed, backed by Osama bin Laden. Now, as the Taliban is aware of this, they are girding for a possible attack if the United States can make the connection, if they decide to retaliate. They are looking at possibly hitting those bases. They're looking at possibly hitting military installations of Taliban, maybe even government installations themselves. There are reports today that the Taliban upper echelon, the leadership of the Taliban, is moving out of some of these headquarters, particularly in southern Afghanistan. We can confirm that at least some of these upper-level cadre employees are on the move. There are also reports, in fact, however, that the military installations are preparing for defensive operation if there is, in fact, any kind of attack. That's the word here from Islamabad, Pakistan. Back to you, John. Back to New York.
All right, Greg, thank you very much. Just a couple of things we're also hearing, John, before I throw back to you. There's been sort of an unwritten directive to hedge fund managers in this country not to sell into this crisis. In other words, not to take advantage of it. Some hedge fund managers with whom I've been chatting over the last 6 hours or so are saying that they are not going to take advantage of this crisis when, in fact, they are able to retrade. More to the point are words that I got from Diane Swank, the chief economist of Bank One yesterday, who today is narrowly talking about having escaped death herself when all of this began hitting the fan 48 hours ago. She was telling me that if anyone in the financial community hopes to profit from this, they don't belong in the financial community. As for when trading starts again, the best estimate is for Monday morning, that it is unlikely tomorrow, that Dick Grasso, the man who runs the New York Stock Exchange, knows full well the importance of resuming capitalism in this country, but he says there will be many, many a heavy heart once it does. John, back to you.
All right, Neil, thanks very much. And I couldn't help but think, as you were describing the loss of human capital, how some of the best financial minds of America have been lost in this crisis. It also bears remembering that those best financial minds are also mommies and daddies, and their loss is going to hit hardest on the people who love them the most. We are joined by Senator Chuck Hagel, who is a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, you know well there are cries all across America for some kind of strike, some kind of retaliation, some way to hit back. Is that something that we need to do immediately?
First, we must gather the facts, John, and know what we are doing, who was involved, who perpetrated this terrible, unspeakable, unimaginable horror on this country. Then when we get those facts, and we are confident of those facts, and we will get those facts and be confident, then we will strike back. And it will be a merciless strike. No nation on earth can allow this kind of violation to stand. We are at war against terrorism, all of civilized mankind. This strike against the United States was more than just against the United States. This was against freedom and democracy and everything that we believe in that's good in the world. We must do, as the President and Colin Powell and others are doing, forge a coalition to bring the civilized world together to drive a stake through the heart of terrorism.
So you want to see something like we saw in the buildup before the Gulf War, a national and international coalition that could perhaps be months in the forming?
First of all, we don't need the permission of anyone to strike back. That must be very clear. But we must do this in a smart way, John. This issue, the scourge of our time, terrorism, is an international scourge. All nations, states, all peoples are affected by it. We need to get an international coalition formed to all work together. We can't do this alone. The United States cannot do this alone. We saw that on Tuesday. But make no mistake, our decision to strike back once we have the facts, we don't need anyone's permission on that. But we will be smarter if we can gather a coalition as we are doing now in order to deal with this, not just short term, but long term. Long term is the real threat that we have for the world.
Let me raise this issue. Osama bin Laden feeds on hatred of America, hatred of the West. He says we represent an insult to Islam. He says, he said in this statement about these attacks that he didn't do it, he claims, but that it was Allah's response for U.S. oppression of other nations. If you go after him, if you go after the countries that hide him, how much risk is there of only feeding his support base?
Well, John, of course, there's always risk in any of this action, but we have no choice here. The fact is we must respond. But before we respond, as I said, and I think we are all in agreement here, is that we must have the facts. We must be as sure as we can as to who we are attacking. This is very complicated. The Al-Qaeda terrorist network that was referenced here just a few minutes ago on your program is worldwide. It represents terrorism everywhere. Bin Laden is very much at the core of that. But this is complicated. We don't know. These are nation states. It may be involved, may not be involved. Let's look at the Taliban. Look at Afghanistan. The Taliban is not a government country, not a city-state, not a government state. Afghanistan is essentially only a geographic reference. There's essentially no government in Afghanistan. So all these are complicating factors, but not too complicating in the sense that we will strike back and unmercifully punish those who did this.
His camps very often include, mountains that are honeycombed with caves and that kind of thing. If this guy is literally living in a cave in the mountains of Afghanistan, or if he's out in a mud hut in the middle of some unnamed desert somewhere, do we have a realistic prospect of getting him, of either bringing him back here to justice or taking him out in a military strike?
John, I am confident that we will get him. We will get him through the network of not just our great country and through our resources, but again, going back to the international coalition that we will need to help us in this. Now, no question, this is a very elusive guy. The world is not that big, however, for somebody like this to escape. It's the old Muhammad Ali, you can run, but you're not going to hide. You can't hide. We will find him and hunt him down and all those associated with him. Now, this also brings into a bigger picture the questions of intelligence. Was there a breakdown in our intelligence gathering? Where were those gaps? Human intelligence. We have essentially wiped out our human intelligence ability over the last 25 years. My friends John McCain and others have been talking about this for many years. We're going to have to rebuild an intelligence network that focuses on some human intelligence. We can't do it any other way, especially with this threat of terrorism.
Senator Chuck Hagel, Republican of Nebraska, thanks very much for being with us and sharing your insights. Of course, all of America is in tears now. This mournful event, this horrific event in New York and Washington, still numbing Americans with the shock, with the pain of it. Let's take a look at one of the many candlelight vigils that has taken place, this one just last night. People are still looking for survivors as we take another live look in Lower Manhattan at the rubble where the World Trade Center stood until 48 hours ago. People are still searching hospitals, hoping that perhaps their loved ones somehow stumbled out alive and made it into an emergency room someplace. Our correspondent Catherine Harridge is live at St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan with the latest on that desperate search. Catherine?
John, St. Vincent's is telling people that if you cannot locate someone, you should not come to this hospital. You should go to the Patient Services Center, which is being set up at an armory on the east side of the city. They have comprehensive lists of the injured. They also have mental health professionals on hand. And if sadly they can't find the information that you need, you must fill out a missing persons report. Now, in the last 24 hours, we've seen a number of families making a rather grim pilgrimage from medical facility to medical facility. At first, they were coming with photographs and asking us if we recognized any of these people. And then, because they wanted to disseminate as much information as possible, they started handing out flyers. I just want to take a walk over here to show you just one of the transmission vans. See a camera crew in front of it right now. What they've done is they've taped flyers to the front of the windshield. Now, some of these flyers, I can tell you, have pieces of very personal information. He was wearing a khaki trousers and a green t-shirt. He has a wedding band, and on the inside of the wedding band it says Carmen. Another one of the flyers talks about a young woman who very sadly was just at the World Trade Center for a conference. Another one is about a restaurant worker. Now this morning I've even been given 2 new flyers. Just want to show them to you right now. This is for Betsy Martinez. It was given to me by one of her family's friends. She's known her since she was a child. She said, I want you to put you on the phone with her mother. Betsy has 2 very young children, and she said, we are desperate for any information people may have about her. Then I was given another one, and this is for Roger Mark Rasweiler. You can see this is very typical. It will give a height, a weight, some identifying characteristics, in this case, brown hair with a gray beard. Now I'm joined by 2 of his children. This is Mike Rasweiler and Karen Wiley. Now tell me, when was the last time that you spoke to your father?
I talked to him Monday night. I called him when I got home, and I told him that I loved him right before we got off the phone. That was the last time I talked to him.
Now he had told you that he had plans for lunch the next day. Is that correct?
Well, we had heard that he usually does not go into the city every day. It's just a couple times a week. He works at home a lot. He never comes in on Tuesdays. Came in for a business lunch. And we found out yesterday that the business lunch was canceled, and he had called another friend that works in the city to meet him for lunch. And he had left a voicemail at 8:40, and that was the last time that anybody's heard anything from him.
So you came in from New Jersey searching for him. You've been going from hospital to hospital. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we live in Flemington, New Jersey, and we've been here since yesterday. Since around 2, we passed out 300 flyers around the city, and we went home and got about an hour's worth of sleep, if you can really call it sleep. And we had 300 more made, and we came back, and we're going to distribute them until they're all gone, and then we're going to repeat the process until we find them, and we're not going to give up.
How's your mom, Susan, doing? You said to me that they've known each other since they were kids.
My mom has known my dad since she was 15, and they've been married for 32 years. So she's pretty heartbroken right now, but we're keeping the faith, and we're hoping. It seems to me that we're finding a little bit more hope each day, a little bit more information. We've had a lot of phone calls, and while we really appreciate everybody's support and love, and that everybody's sending us from all over the country and from Canada and from everywhere, we can only take calls if there's information. It's bogging down the phones, and just only if you have information, please call us if you've heard anything, if you've seen him, if you're a doctor that have seen him, or a firefighter that has seen him, anybody that has seen him come through, or just, he might not have identification on him, so we don't know, but we're hoping that by going around and putting his flyers and speaking with the news, that we can find somebody that's seen something, that knows anything, that just can give us an idea, and we have phone numbers all over, just if anybody has any kind of information about him, or even any of his co-workers. Their families have not heard from them either. He was on the 100th floor of the first tower for Marsh Incorporated. It was Marsh and McLennan. If anybody has heard from any of them or my dad, please call. And we're all trying to stick together, trying to help each other out.
Must be so difficult, because as you told me, your father generally is not in the city on this day.
No more than 3 days a week does he come to the city. And when I found out about it, I didn't even know what to think, because when he is in the city, he works in Midtown a lot, and he travels around, and he goes to a lot of meetings in the city, and just
thought there was no way he could have been in there, but we know he was in there, so we're just hoping that he was rescued. Or
you told me your dad's a real fighter. Has your family, though, tried to prepare itself if you can't find him, if he has died?
We're trying not to think that way. We're trying to all be very strong. No one wants to even think that until we've heard anything. We're all keeping hope and faith, and just a lot of prayers and a lot of love have come our way. We can feel a lot of positive energy, a lot of positive vibes coming towards us. And it's just so helpful, and people in the city have just been so wonderful to us. People we don't even know hugging us and offering us food from their restaurants, and just been really just very kind to us, and we're just hoping that somebody has seen something or somebody can help us in any way.
Well, we just want to offer you a little bit of kindness. Bear with me while I just get down here a moment. You told me earlier that you've got several hundred more flyers, so here's the tape that you need.
Thank you so much. We're running out of tape, so.
Well, I'm counting on you to use it up. Thank you both very much, and we wish you all the best and really bless the mission that you're on to find your dad. Thank you.
Thank you.
We won't stop until we find him.
So these are stories that, sadly to say, are being repeated all across this city. Now, there is a victims hotline, and perhaps we can put up that number. It's 1-800-331-0075, 1-800-331-0075. And just finally, to put this into perspective, there was a report this morning about one of the major bond trading firms that had 1,000 employees working in the World Trade Center, and they've compiled a safe list, in essence, people they've been able to contact, and out of those 1,000 people, they've only been able to reach 200. We're live at St. Vincent's Hospital. Catherine Herridge, Fox News. Back to you.
All right, Catherine, thanks very much. So many heartbreaking stories. And as I toss it back up to my colleague Neil Cavuto outside, Neil, I'm reminded of a story I read about a man who could have gotten out. He was on the 27th floor, but he didn't want to leave one of his co-workers who was quadriplegic and in a wheelchair. After the airplane struck, he stayed in the building, stayed in his office to be with his friend. And there are going to be so many more heartbreaking stories like that. Neil Cavuto.
It's true, John. You know, I mentioned the story of Cantor Fitzgerald, the big bond trading firm that Catherine Herridge was referring to. Probably the single hardest hit financial concern on Wall Street. John, as I've been stressing here, there is no status in death, but we did talk about the loss of brain power on Wall Street as a result of this. That's an intangible. There's no way to put a price tag on it, and it is substantial. But, John, you mentioned those kind of stories. I heard many more like that. Keep in mind, in the North Tower, where Cantor Fitzgerald was, among many firms located, it was hit by that second plane, so it was impossible for folks above essentially the 60th floor to get down. Not only were the stairwells decimated, there was no way to physically get down. The elevator shafts, of course, were useless. So these guys knew they were trapped, and now we're hearing stories of some of these Cantor Fitzgerald workers, at least 20 by last count, many of their families emailing me.